They've already taken damage, however, as one of them's down to about 50 and a second one down to 80. Liquid preparing for this. They just 3-2 split it. Full two-man commitment over to the A-bomb site, and this is heavy in its own regard. Here, Sean doesn't know where to go, trying to toss that nade out on 2 separate jumps, but the Molotov is going to take effect before he can even do that. Burns alive, goes down, and now they know for sure that the rest of this is going to come in. Oh, that shot from Shazam, though, just rolls out of nowhere. Stan hiding behind the cannons here. He's going to get one. They hold up a little bit here. Shazam goes for that shot, but even though we do see the one kill from Shazam on the Deagle, that's about it. It is very well controlled by Liquid beyond that.
Yeah, now Misfits, it's going to put them on a hard eco right now, and Liquid's economy is just going to build up that much more. Poor Sean, though. that is unfortunate.
They always have one of those moments. So
he tried.
He tried, yeah. That's what's important. He gets the gold star.
Yeah.
So now Misfits going off into this next round. However, again, Money's still not really in a great position here, so they do have to full save off of this one. For those that had a bit over 2K, they go over the P250s, but that's it. So in theory, we expect another very easy victory for Team Liquid, but we said the same thing a couple rounds back when Team Liquid were in this very same position, so we'll find out if we'll be surprised again here in a minute. Nitro, though, even expecting this one as he goes for the SMG buy here, so they're accounting for this, and they're playing it very, very carefully themselves here. Holding at the edges, basically just looking to shut them down if they try to go for one big push. And we've already seen decent track records with regards to that in the past couple of rounds. Shazam pushing himself in there first. Nitro, nicely done. Sprays him through the door as he retreats back out. He's going to be able to take him out before he can even get back and regroup with Relics over there. JDM finding another one. Nice right transfer there from Pimp to get both of those kills against Twist and Sick. And now it's just Relics. Nitro just leaping through that mid door there. Gets a second kill. Knocks out Relics. And again, as we said before, a pretty easy one for Team Liquid to score an 8th.
Yeah, another clean round pretty much for them, 8-3. And Liquid's bank account is getting pretty big. As we see Nitro, it's a nice little wall main there with that MP9.
And now this is becoming a very one-sided game in a certain degree to Team Liquid here. Misfits, for a map that we generally regard as being T-sided here, is not able to find consistent impact. We saw them pick up those 2 rounds off the drop plays, but after that, haven't really seen much else here. Their general takes on the B and A bomb sites have been pretty lackluster, and for the most part haven't been counted out. Even Nitro jumping up here brings Sean down to 10. Twist was brought down to 64, I think, through a nade here when he tried to go aggressively out. He's hoping for those peaks to try and take them down. Shazam also being taken out by Stan back over there in the mid connector. So they've already lost a lot of their pushing force here, and Team Liquid so passive, not giving them anything at all in this initial push. Twist wanted to jump up on top of his teammate there, but he's pushed back, and now we see the peak come out there from Pimp specifically. He's able to find Twist, takes him down, and these guys are so lit. This would be incredible for them to turn it around, but Elige, beautifully played, gets all 3 of those final kills. They were already injured. He just does the finishing job and picks up the 9th now.
Yeah, just clean round after clean round, and we saw Stewie with a nice 4K there, you know, last night, and Elige, you know, hitting 3 nice, really quick kills there. Nitro, though, for those early struggles he was having in A, you know, he won the pistol round for him, essentially, right? Got 3 kills, held strong. Won the full eco round where he has the CZ and gets 3 more. So coming up huge in like the most important rounds as Misfits just does a B rush with almost a full eco. JDM gets caught off guard, but he has backup with Elige and Pimp. And Elige is so tough to take out when he's around the statue. It just seems like he's unkillable every time that Misfits goes and attacks him. He's staying alive. He's multi-fragging. He's 13-4. And when you're attacking him straight up, a lot of the time you just expect him to get a kill, maybe stay alive a little bit and then die. But he's consistently multi-fragging and staying alive. Yeah, so he's playing great at that B site and really making it difficult for Misfits to get anything going around.
You can see him becoming the main target of aggression there, along with Pimp on that push. But once more, blind aggression from Misfits does not really pan out. They are countered out pretty quickly. And now we go into the last couple of rounds here. Team Liquid essentially immortal. They could throw away all of these guns and still be able to rebuy into it. So they're not under risk at all, even if Misfits does clean up shop on this round. They've gone back to a more passive style, at least in terms of the general play. Twist gets a bit aggressive there at the opener, but that's kind of been what we've been seeing from him throughout most of the half. It's either been a push out to Broken Wall or into drop very early on within the first 20 to 30 seconds or so, just to see what he can find. And after that, promptly falling back and falling in line with whatever the rest of the team is going to do for their execute. But Nitro has actually allowed access to the entire Broken Wall push there. Moves in, hoping to find a player in that usual corner spot, but nothing there this time. They've completely abandoned it for now. However, will very quickly relocate their players outside of the mid-connector and A-long over here to try and go for some type of execute, mollying out the transition room to try and burn players from there. Again, it's a miss this time, but still safe practice, as they are just trying to take this more thematically here and trying to find an easier path into the B-bomb site, but it's not working out so far here. Everybody's staying in their positions. The only thing they may have, the only thing that may go their way is the fact that, again, the defense on the B-bomb site is only really 2 players on the site itself, and Pimp further out watching the window. You've got another guy kind of playing as a rotator, and another one fully committed to suicide steps right now. So they need to go clean on these entries, and that's not the way to start it. Nitro and Elish both picking up kills. Elish will get forced back, but we still haven't forced Nitro out from his position in front of the box there, the boost box. Sean is up here. They're not punishing him whatsoever, though, so he's allowed a kill. Shazam sneaks one off somewhere in the middle here too, but he's quickly going to be taken down by Nitro, and now it's just Sean. They only have 8 seconds left as well. They know exactly where he's playing from. He hasn't been quiet at all. Timer's going to tick out in a second here, so they might as well just try to sit inside and save the AK, as Team Liquid will win another one, and they are going to move in. Stan will at least. Sean holds that off. The second one pushes in, and he actually does get that kill. So Sean's only going to survive with 1,500 as he goes into the final round.
Yeah, so he'll probably just have a P215 armor, a Tech 9 in armor. You know, Nitro and Elish, though, another really good setup at B. They feign B-plat control, so now they have to worry about B-plat control if you're Misfits, and Nitro watches the E-box from the square, he takes contact, he hides, B-guy takes contact, then he hides, and they just keep setting each other up for kills. Nitro ending the round with a 4K. Just what was looking like a pretty decent half for Misfits, again, Blue. Right when they lost that round to Nitro, and that CZ making that boneheaded play where they just jump out and all 3 die on a round that Liquid spent maybe $2,000 total. And that's causing them so much here as well. It's a great shot onto Stanislaw to open it up and make it 4v5, and Sean's going to be able to pick up that op, and now all of a sudden he's back in the game, you know, and it's going to have what he needs to be successful in this round.
Shazam also finding Pimp here too. Pimp is not expecting any aggression at all to come through that mid connector, so another free kill goes their way. Saw that earlier one from Relics there too, to kill a guy that was just peeking out from A-long. The timing on it worked out perfectly. JDM also misses his first shot, so they know where he is. Twists runs out there and grabs the headshot against JDM. All of a sudden we've seen a renewed amount of power coming out here from Misfits as they even counter at the flank. We'll see what Nitro can do. It's the last round, so he might as well go for it, but his attempts at going for it are probably not going to be so great, and as he wastes his whole clip spraying through the door, Twist just wraps around the corner, and we do end up seeing a 4th round there for the Misfits guys. So it's still a bit one-sided here in the favor of Team Liquid, but we have seen some power for this new Misfits roster. We'll find out if they have any chance of a comeback, guys, in just a few, as the second half will be continuing right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, guys, so first half very much in the favor of Team Liquid. It goes 11-4 here on Cobblestone for their first map of this evening. And like we said, though, we saw some good stuff from the guys on Misfits. It just seemed to all fall apart going into the very end of that half there, and that's where Liquid really was able to take control and have that dominating scoreline.
Well, it all started off that Nitro play. I think they won the very last round, but after that Nitro play where he you know, wins around with the CZ after picking up the AK and getting that 3K, you know, they didn't lose a round except for that last round, I believe.
Yeah.
Right? I think that was at 5-3 that happened. Was 6-3 after that round, and ended 11-4 with them winning that very last round. So it was looking good for Misfits. You figure they're going to win that round. It's going to be 5-4 at that point. You know, and then both teams are buying. They have a chance to put Liquid on eco with probably 2 gun rounds in a row if they win that round cleanly. And all of a sudden, they could have a really good half. But when you lose rounds like that, it just crushes anything you're trying to do. It crushes your momentum, crushes your economy, builds up the other team's economy. It's one of those rounds that you're going to look back and you're going to say, we've lost the half because of that round.
So what were your thoughts overall, like actually just looking strategically at what we saw from Misfits in the first half? It started off like good on T side with like the drop split plays on A, but then after that it seemed to become extremely repetitive, just going for pretty basic executes from that point forward.
Well, they just have that team as a whole has an issue with nobody willing to just sack up and sacrifice their lives. Like it's how it is. Shazam's not going to do it. He's their operator. He's always playing very, very passively. He's always looking to trade kill, be last alive in the rounds. But all of them are looking to do that. Sick is probably their biggest guy who would take an entry frag type of situation, but he's not willing to take an entry frag situation where he doesn't have a clean battle, right? So he's not willing to take one where he's going to jump through a smoke, throw a flash behind him, and try to just barrel, bulldoze through somewhere and have like a 30% chance to get in a kill. None of them are willing to do that, and that is the big problem with this team.
Well, we are getting into it here now, ladies and gentlemen. Team Liquid on their T side. We'll see if they can just roll right through it and be able to claim 16-4 as a victory, but that's not going to be the best start to it. Shazam going back up the suicide steps, finds Nitro on the way back there and retreats to the site as well, calling for reinforcements. Liquid seem a little bit lost, even though they've gotten themselves over to the top, moving in for quick control. Stan and JDM both picking up quick kills, and that should clear things out for now. They actually didn't even fully rotate. I believe it was Sick over just said he's stuck inside in the event that this was going to be a big fake, but definitely not the case. Now he's grouping up. Relic's first point of contact to move back in, and he's going to go hunting for Pimp, but he actually finds Elige walking right out in front of his crosshair there. Does not check his angles. Pimp looking around frantically right now as Sean Garrett picks up another kill. JDM trades, but now Pimp is lost, so it's all on JDM, but he's not going to be able to survive either. Relics claims another one, gets himself a 3K on the round, and the Misfits will claim control of the pistol.
Yeah, great retake by them. I felt like Shazam did a good job over at A, getting that initial frag, staying alive for a very, very long time. It seemed like for 15, 20 seconds, he was kind of just running around the wood wall, waiting for the rotate. It looked like post-plant Liquid was going to take that round, but then confusion there during that post-plant. Shazam hits a banger out there. Danger. A little bit of confusion. Elige not realizing that they're out the rat hole or the doorway, and Relics just shoots him in the side of the head, gets a nice 3K on that retake, and all of a sudden Misfits, they pick up the pistol, and they really a much needed pistol if they want to get back into this game.
Misfits with almost an identical scoreline across all 5 players. I think everybody except for one is sitting at 8 kills right now. Twist is the only difference up at 9, but everybody's either 8 and 12 or 8 and 13 beyond that, excluding the assists, of course. Going into this second round, though, now we see Team Liquid actually not aggressively buying into this one at all. They just P250 upgrade. Stan will add a smoke and a flashbang to it, but beyond this, they are actually not going to prioritize. They're not going to prioritize buys in this one at all. So more than likely saving up for that third round. Misfits, on the other hand, have gone for a bit more of a varied buy. Heavy on the rifles, with 2 of them being picked up, and a Tech 9 just being, I'm assuming, carried in from the previous round on Sick there. But now, as they do push back in, it's already Sean with the first tag. They did manage to bring Shazam down to 20 in the process of this, but Twist with another one. Shazam tagging in for one there too. They're really struggling to get up this T ramp right now. Elige finds that kill on Twist. JDM tries to go sneaky inside of the doorway there, but they spot that, and pretty quickly, with the exception of Twist going down, it's another round for the Misfits.
Yeah, so only 1 death onto Twist. Liquid definitely going to buy here. They got that bomb plant first round, so they weren't expecting to win that second round. They're planning on taking this round. They got 3 smoke grenades, a few flashbangs to work with. So not any Molotovs or anything like that. Nobody sacrifices to get like a Tech 9 and full nades. And they line up pretty much like a default type strat. Elige watching the A push with another player, 3 player towards B. So they're just going to deny any type of info and pushes that the CTs can get and see if they can punish any type of peeks like that. But Sick, very smartly, I love when people do this. They save on that second round. He only had a Tech 9 into that second round, and then he buys an op to third round. He knows they're not going to have an op, punishes them, but then Stan, very, very sneaky, runs through the smokes, evens it up, and puts it into a 4v4, and now all of a sudden that's advantage Liquid all day.
Sneaking himself in there, indeed. He takes down Sick, and now, again, pulling off all pressure from the B-bomb side and shifting it into the mid-connector, and more than likely leading this into the A site. Now it's caused a full rotate already from the Misfits side, as everybody's pulled into B except for Shazam. So he has to go big, and he only has a scout right now working with it. The op is currently in the hands of Relics back over there. And it doesn't look like they're going to have any signs of a rotate anytime soon. They're all preparing for some sort of late drop play to come in here. Thankfully, Shazam up on top of the shed here. He is going to spot some of this early on. Shot really not connecting here, so as he backs up, they already know where he's going to be positioned at. No way he could have crossed in time. Flashbangs are good, but he misses this guy that swung out from the alleyway completely. It's a free kill for Nitro, and he's going to chain it into his second one before finally going down. Pimp finding the third. It's just Relics now, and with the up, he may want to choose to save here. Moving in, trying to see if he can find anybody for free. He spotted that peek from Elige, but I think the reverse is true as well. So in a moment, he'll have to give this one up, and Team Liquid will just chain together a 12th.
Yeah, Relic's going to just look to save this op. Pretty much an impossible task from Shazam there to try to hold that site by himself with a scout. It's basically just a calculated risk by Misfits to overplay the B site there, but Shazam, you know, they want him to get an earlier call, but the only way he's going to get an earlier call is if that they go at middle before they really go out the long A. And that's not going to happen from Liquid. You know, they send one guy middle, they're already pushing up long by the time the middle guy's, you know, spotted at all. So really difficult task for Shazam. Not much he can do there with a scout with 4 guys pushing him. He really need to make a miracle happen if he wanted to win that round.
So Stan, unfortunately, is not able to move back in there and find the kill against the op from Relics. He will be able to carry this one in, but a bit of replay. You can see Sick, as you mentioned before, sneaking in there aggressively because of the fact that he saves in the last round, or the second round, I should say. Does not purchase anything. He's able to get it going in this one, but he drops it really quickly after that due to Stan being sneaky and being able to move in through that smoke to trade him back out. We do go back into another investment, however, for Misfits GG, as they are able to get themselves back on the buy. Everybody except for Sick on either a rifle or an op right now. But Team Liquid being very front-facing this time with their aggression. They're moving in. Sick is spotted on the corner, but Nitro realizes it far too late. He gets the kill with the CZ, falls back over here. There's Molotovs one covering it, but he's able to hop over those pretty easily. Pimp now leaping in, but leaps into his death, unfortunately, as Shazam finds that kill. Elige with the trade. They know they have Relic sitting on the back plat there somewhere. Twist, however, dipping in for yet another kill. These last two just tag teaming it, moving together, but the flashbang forces them into the open, and Relics is just going to destroy both of them as the Misfits trade once again, getting themselves a 7th.
Yeah, and Sick did a really good job there of getting that initial entry and then actually getting away. And the thing about it is he gets away here, but the fact that he had a CZ close, look at that. Pimp's looking underneath him. They're all looking around there for Sick after that initial entry happens. He just books it. And they're all just looking for him. It makes it so easy on his teammates to get the follow-up kills. And now Liquid going to be on a save, so most likely it'll end 12 to 8. That's a really cool animation, whatever we just saw right there.
Well, that's weird. So now we've got Stan trying to play this out very, very front-facing here by pushing towards the broken wall that early on. But unfortunately, it doesn't lead to much. He's shut out pretty fast. Now Sean going to do work with the AK more than likely. 1-2. He does not watch his backside, so Elige will find the trade kill. And JDM trying to hide as well. All these attempts to get super aggressive and sneak in kills later on just aren't playing out. Shazam is going to take down Elige through the alley wall there, and we see Misfits with the 8th, as you predicted.
Yeah, and Liquid is in a pretty good spot, though, in regards to this entire game, but they need to start getting something going on their T side. The fast strat that by that B, Stan just went out here and gave his whole team just like 30 seconds to hit A with only one player there. And they offer another eco, so their buys have been very, very conservative throughout this game. Not really trying to push the pressure economically, you know, with continued force buys or anything like that. They want to play it very conservative. They're fine with giving Misfits 9 rounds, and I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I mean, I think when you're on T side of Cobble, I still think Cobble is favored, despite some really good CT side performances by a lot of teams lately. And I think it's a smart move.
Well, we've got Sean peeking out there, but doesn't get full realization in this to just how heavy of a peak that was going to be until it's too late. Pimp will catch the trade, and Relics here, they'll bait it into spraying out there, so they're able to time that very well. Nitro gets the kill onto Relics, and now this goes into the advantage of Team Liquid. 4v3. Obviously, gunpower still a little bit in the favor of Misfits, but they've retrieved both of those rifles to work with here as well. One of them going into the hands of an armored player. They didn't give that second one a Pimp. He's at lower HP, so I'm going to assume that's why right now. But beyond this, they actually pull off all of the pressure from A and are now shifting their way over here into the B halls. They're holding in between them right now to see if anybody else from Misfits tries to push out against them.
Yeah, and Sick has a tough job if they go B. It looks like they're going to cancel. And I think the reason they canceled is because they heard the pop flash happen in mid and Twist clear it. And that's why they're canceling and going back to A. Shazam spots him again, misses that shot from the back of the site. We'll see if he could have a difference in performance here from middle. He gets Molotov'd out, and this is going to be very difficult for him.
Molly won't spread, so he can still hide in the corner, but he's getting pushed from the left side now, trying to swing in. Twist is here for support now, but not being able to find the shot on a Pimp is going to lead to his death. This goes even now. It's 2v2. Pimp taking a moment to be able to pick that back up. Keep in mind, only 8 seconds to get this bomb on the ground. They'll have the time to do it right now, but look at Six sneaking in from behind the APC. Only 3 seconds now. They can't plant. He needs to get this kill, and Six smart. He's not going to take that battle, and then he swings out after the timer is expired, kills Pimp, destroys his money, and it's Misfits with the 9th.
Yeah, questionable decision making.
Misfits with the 9th.
Yeah, questionable decision making by Pimp to not cover the planner. I think if he just, stayed up there and, just literally meat shield for Nitro, I think they have a much better chance of winning that round instead of just assuming that he's going to be able to get the bomb down safely. He had nowhere to go to plant safe. He didn't have enough time, right? So he can't really run around and get into that corner because that guy could be at APC. So Pimp, a little bit of a blunder there, I think, in that 2v1.
So he does still have enough cash, thankfully, to be able to buy into it. Gets himself the AK with armor sitting behind it. And as for the rest of Misfits here now on...
Yeah, at the end of the day, that was an eco.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you get 4 kills and, damage their economy a lot on a round that you maybe invested $2,500 in. So it's a win, it's a victory. Like, even though you lost the round, it goes a long way towards winning this match.
They're giving, again, though, you mentioned it before about how often they were choosing to save already in the 7th round here, and this is one of the first times that they're really going for this big of an investment now because it's been so chaotic at the start. And we can see Shazam playing it very forward with Yop, but the guys on Liquid are smart. They bait out the shot just to confirm that he's there with that, and they don't decide to go forward with that one. They're going to fall back into the B halls here now that they know where one of the ops is. What they probably don't realize yet, however, is that the CTs have gone for a double op setup this time. Sick wielding the second one back by the chicken coop, the usual position on the B bomb site. Which means if these guys go out haphazardly, not looking to control that situation, then it could do some big damage. But it does turn itself into a fairly standard B execute. 2 going down and drop through a Molotov. We should mention Pimp doesn't seem to care that there's fire on the ground. Well, Twist will put a stop to him pretty quickly as he peeks into the transition room. And Elige does not want to challenge that yet. That'll change as he moves in, looks for Twist, but he cannot be stopped here. And now it's Sick with that secondary up. Moves in, finds the kill. JDM will catch a trade onto that, but now he's alone in a 1v4. Again, time very low, 15 seconds. He's being pushed from the right side. He's able to dodge the initial peek, grabs that kill on a Relic's really just looking for damage at this point, as there's no way he's going to be able to clutch this out with the time that he has left. 5 seconds, they're letting him run down, but actually no, Sean peeks right out and finishes the job, gives him the courtesy of giving him that losing bonus, of course, but it is still going to be a round here once more for Misfits GG.
Yeah, double up setup now for Misfits, and it's looking like their T side is really, really strong. really not the best take from Liquid there. They had a lot of time to set that up to you know, really support their teammates and pinch together from drop and B. Instead, we saw 2 players go down, drop, and die before these players even made any progress at B. So a disjointed attack really, you know, hurts their chance of winning that round. And now they're just opting for a quick A rush, and Shazam fumbling a bit on his nades and his op, backs up, leaves the connector open, but they have 4 players here right away. The rotate can't come so quickly. Sean gets a free kill there. He's hiding behind a smoke. They have no long A control, and this is falling apart very, very quickly for Liquid.
Yeah, now they're going to try to shuffle over here to the B-bomb site, but you can see the CTs rotating. Elige trying to keep as many on A as possible, but it's not going to be that many. They even are looking to box him out to reconfirm it. 6 sees them rolling in from the broken wall. They're trying to hop around the op shots, but that's not working. The second one's even here now, too. It's JDM again as the last man standing, but at the end of the day, Misfits do shut it down, and it's a team ace across the board this time. They're 1 round away from tying this up, but before they do that, they do have to get through 1 more gun round from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and this double up setup is very telling to Stanislaus. So he's going to have a plan here. He realizes that they have 2 ops right now, and he's probably going to adjust accordingly. And we see Sick does a really good job of just staying alive behind that statue. And anytime that smoke's not up to block off the rock and the connector, if the longer you stay alive at statue, the easier it is for your teammates to rotate and get really easy frags on players trying to chase him around that giant area.
Prevents a large amount of the site from being taken under control there, since they can't really successfully push past that for as long as it took to take him down. And now, again, the T's very quickly push themselves over here, but look at the aggression over on the B-bomb site. As we were talking about A second ago, it's Shazam that jumps right up onto the broken wall and already finds the opening kill against JDM. Last one to go down the last 2 rounds, and this time he's going to be the first one to be eliminated. The Misfits now focus on the majority of their defenses, starting to lean it a bit more towards A here. Twist, again, still a bit of a leaner in between both of the sites, but Sean, he's going to get flashed early. They check him really late, however, so he's able to get that trade kill, but at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 in the favor of Team Liquid, so they're on their way out. Twist misses his chance to cleanly get into this corner, and he's burning through that Molotov. It's an easy job for Nitro. The headshot anyway would have full killed him, and he gets a second one there. 2 1-taps in a row against Twist and Sick, and now it's just Shazam. Not a hope in the world in all reality. It does appear, though, the flashbang over. He might have tried to go for it, but there's definitely not a chance, so he'll call that off, back up, and save that up.
Yeah, those are the rounds you gotta win if you're Misfits. You make it 4v5. Shazam has full B plat control. He has vision all over B, so they can't really hit B without an early rotate coming. He's gonna see them and spot them, and then like 10 seconds later is when they're actually gonna hit the B site. So they have 3 players towards A. Misfits does, and that should always be a round 1, especially in a 4v5 scenario. Instead, a nice pop flash comes out for Nitro. He comes towards middle. He clears it very efficiently with a Liege, ends around with a nice 3K on his part, also killing Twist underneath that heaven. You see the supporting nades. Beautiful shot on Sick. The supporting nades are very important there, right? After those initial kills and they're running up, the smoke is already there at the connector, the Molotov is already underneath heaven, stopping any type of rotation, and it makes it a lot easier to take the site in that sense.
Again, I just want to reiterate, as we take a look at the kills really quickly on the Misfit side, just how even everything is. It's not really one player doing the work. You don't have a single leader like you kind of have on Team Liquid right now with Nitro pushing ahead of it. Everybody's essentially within 2 or 3 kills at most of each other, and it's only that one guy leading down at 13 frags right then. So everybody contributing to this Misfits comeback. But with the loss of that last round, Team Liquid still have a little bit of firepower left in them and may yet be able to close out on this and prevent it. Keep in mind, this started down at 11-4 against the Misfits' favor, and now they are within 2 rounds of closing the gap and potentially being able to take the lead. Economy is still going to be rough here, however, and if they drop this one, they may find themselves on an eco. So 2 players positioned here on the B site, or the A site, watching out for it, and Sean is given a lot of free room currently, but they spot him. They're not going to be able to kill him, though. He's able to successfully back himself into the suicide steps and actually go all the way back outside. Amazingly survives that encounter and confirms that there's at least 2 or 3 players hiding out in this connector somewhere. Shazam, he'll go for the peek, and he finds the connection. Takes down Stanislaus. The guys from Team Liquid, they call this off, and they're going to rotate over here towards B now.
Yeah, and Misfits is getting the better of them when it comes to just taking map control. They're consistently, this is 2 rounds in a row now that they've made it 4v5 before Liquid really gets into what they want to do. Sean almost gives his life up going around through those smokes, trying to make a cheeky play happen. And now Misfits over-rotating towards B a lot, anticipating some type of a B hit, but it looks like it's going to be maybe a drop to A split as Bomb is outside of A, but the clock is going down so fast. JDM is running out drop with an AWP, and this is a very strange round.
They've been no strangers to playing the timer down, though, so it is done on purpose as they do move themselves towards this, wrapping around the APC. There's a lot of control, and immediately 2 kills for them. Shazam with the trade, jumps up on the wall for another one. He's still not dead. Gets himself down below. 8 seconds on the clock. Tries to get too crazy there, though, and that's when he's finally going to be shut down by Nitro. On top of this, Pimp found Twist, so it's sick in the 1v2. He's got himself a headshot angle for free, walking up. They didn't even see him, but he gives away his position so early, and now they can just play behind this shed and box him out, and there you go. Nitro finds the closing kill. The big 3K saves Team Liquid in this round, where again, it seemed like the timer was just going to go far too low, and it works out for them as they'll go 14-11.
Yeah, that is a very odd round. I mean, just from the start of it, where Sean's running around through the smoke, Shazam with this incredible play to get those 2 kills and stay alive. That was like defying all odds. But at the end of the day, Liquid somehow just wins the round with like 15 seconds left in these super chaotic situations. Now they group up towards B. It looks like they're going to execute very quickly onto this B site. Jumping down, Pimp gets flashed, but you know they're all attacking right now together. It is a B stack on the Misfits side, but it ends in a 2v3.
So we can expect these trades to go in, as you did see 2 of them go down, but after that one, again, considering the full save for the most part that we were seeing from Misfits there, a couple CZs and upgraded pistols with armor behind it, and I think we had 1 UMP, but that's pretty much it. As they're looking for this round here, they're going to take it all the way up to tie point. At this point, though, they have to go 4 straight. No double op setup to work with either, which was a powerhouse that was letting them round this comeback before. Their economy never really restabilized to the point where they were able to use it, so it's just been Shazam over these past few gun rounds, along with the M4s, of course. And Sean Garrett's even having to downgrade utilities, not that excellent either here. You've got your basic setups with smokes and whatnot, but in terms of like Molotovs and extra things to try and run this timer down, which has been one of the weaknesses from Team Liquid on this T side, they're really not going to be able to do that. So Team Liquid will be able to kind of have their way with whichever site they choose to go for.
Yeah, and you know, Liquid is doing all of this with Pimp at like 150, 160 ping. You know, we didn't really point that out, but he's still playing. I think he's playing from Denmark, right? I think he's at home right now.
That's where he's from, yeah, so that makes sense.
So I think he's, you know, still at home playing with like 150 ping, and he's doing, you know, holding his own, and Liquid, you know, working together as a team in order to win most of these rounds.
So Team Liquid go for the drop control here now and moving up towards it. Molotov sitting downstairs, of course, to try and burn anyone out that was close. They don't have to risk taking the play, and they back up from it completely. They're not going to move in for this drop control at all. They fall back, and again, you can mind that those 2 players are once again shifting back from the B halls and moving over towards long A currently. The bomb is following behind it. Sean was up against the wall here on the ramp, and he's still kind of moving around from here, but it's going to be Stan that will attempt to sell it here towards B, or late push to kill rotators. It seems it's going to be the former of those 2 options, as he gets all the way to this little cubby here underneath the arch, sees the jumping player from Relics, but now they know that he's here. They know they have some pressure, but look at how heavily they're rotating upon this. They move the second guy off for May. They've realized now, but again, it's still slow from Liquid, so they're not going to be able to get out in time to take full advantage of Shazam's rotate. Sean goes down quickly, and Shazam, stuck behind the APC, misses a shot, but Twist bails him out. Elige, though, will take out that Grace before it can go any further. The trades continue, but it's in the favor fully of Liquid now, as this goes down to a 3v1. Sick in the shed will go down last, and it'll be Team Liquid that takes control of map number 1 here between these 2 teams tonight. 16-11 is going to be the scoreline, and they take control of it, continuing to push their record forward.
Yeah, a really good performance by Liquid. They won a lot of rounds that were very, you know, hectic and in hectic situations, but I got to go back if I'm Misfits there. I lost 6-2 into 11, but that round that they lost to Nitro with the CZ, I mean, imagine if they win that, they probably put together a couple more T-side rounds, you would definitely think, right? And this game is completely different, you know? So that was the big turning point right there, I'm telling you, man.
All right, well, to talk a little bit more about map number 1, we're going to send it over to our analysts, Stunna and Bach. Take it away.
Thank you, Blue. Quite the game we had there. Obviously, starting off a little bit slow there on the T side for Misfits. Bach, what are some initial impressions?
I mean, in general, Misfits, that first half was back and forth, back and forth. And it seemed like for a while we were going to see that trend continue on. And then eventually Liquid just kind of took over, and Misfits kind of ran out of steam, and then they switched sides, and the same thing happened for Liquid.
What is there to say about, you know, the Misfits' approach here? I mean, it kind of looked like they were just a little bit timid when it come to getting out on these sites and really fully infiltrating those sites and getting the bomb down in some places.
Like Days that touched upon it. Like some of the players maybe not as selfless, not as willing to like push out and be that lead man. So there was a couple times like they executed B and they get control of B platform, but then they just didn't move much further beyond that. So they're stuck in this awkward fight from B platform, and it gives Liquid all the time in the world to get in position. So once the smokes and flashes are gone and there's no utility left, they're set up in positions to prevent the plant.
Well, we've got round 9 loaded up for you guys at home right now. It's a Nitro 3K, and I think this is just a prime example of being caught within the choke points here. Take a look at this.
Yeah, so it seemed like Misfits was going to start tallying up some rounds. They broke the money for Liquid. This should have been an easy one, but it doesn't turn out that way. Twist dives out. Nitro gets enough time somehow. Armorless with a CZ gets the first kill. Enough time to pick up the AK, does not get hit by a single bullet, and then gets 2 more kills and solidifies the round. I mean, at that point, it's down to a 2v5, and they've gotten themselves some rifles. Shazam's working with the underpowered Galil, and they've only got one piece of utility left, just the smoke grenade. Sean Gare's holding on to that AK as well. They're going to try and get into connector to get that bomb because the bomb fell outside the window. So it was a split A strategy, but the bomb went connector, and that kind of just played right into the setup that Liquid had. And at this point, that was a swing round because after that, Liquid wins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row after that. So they ran a total of 6 rounds off the back of that one.
I mean, right then and there where he's able to catch them jumping out of the window like that and have that time to then transition to the AK and continue mowing these guys down. At what point are you like, okay, well, the first 2 got annihilated. Let's not go out with our 3rd guy, right?
Well, it seemed like it happened so fast. They didn't really have a chance to think about it, right? Like the first guy goes out and he kind of like Goomba stomps him. He lands on top of his head. It's awkward to aim down. But then he's got that angle where he can duck down and grab the AK, so you can't really see much of him. And Relix tries as hard as he can, doesn't hit him not even one time. He picks up the gun, kills 2 more, and basically wins the round single-handedly for Liquid.
We have these Nitro statistics loaded up for you guys at home, and I mean, 27 and 17 right here, and we didn't go to overtime. There was none of that. He did, increasingly well.
Yeah, Days had talked about him saying, really good player, maybe sometimes underutilized, not grabbing that second op, but he didn't need it in this instance. With the rifle alone, he looked great, really leading the charge for Liquid, where when you look at the other side of the board, Misfits, balanced across the board. Like everyone was putting in equal input. I don't think there was really that much disparity between the top fragger and the bottom.
So, I mean, when we do break this one down just a little bit further here for the Misfits side, obviously they struggle on their T side. But overall, I want to go ahead and say that, Liquid looked like the more fluid team there in that first half.
Is that a pun?
Well, you know what? Maybe.
Yeah, Liquid looked a lot better in that first half. And then the second half came around and things started falling apart. Misfits started to have them dialed in a bit. But then Liquid realized something. Misfits is prone to over-rotating, and they started exploiting that towards the end. And they kept catching Misfits off guard by going with a fake play or a fake, like we're going to fake the rotate B, we're going to rededicate to A, and that seemed to work out for them.
Well, what did end up working out here, we got round 25 loaded up. A nice fake, Bach. What did we see here? So
they tried to go A early on, and then they catch Sean Garrison in this smoke, and now he's got all this intel. He hears all of the AK fire,
wow.
So he knows there's players all around. Sean escapes with 3 HP. I don't even know how he made it out of that smoke. 3 AKs were shooting at him. So he runs, and now Liquid is in this awkward stance. Like, do we want to rededicate here? They're thinking about it. Shazam peeks out when he hears the footsteps of the man jumping around from the top of Danger Stairs, and that's a kill early for Misfits. Liquid fakes a rotate back to B. Misfits starts to think it's going to be B because they just haven't seen anything A yet. JDM goes towards the drop room, and they send 2 there. Liquid and Liege and JDM both go drop room, and then they split A, and it works out so well for them because these players on A just get completely caught off guard by the 2 players coming through the drop, and it's just so low HP on the site, and they just 1, 2, 3, they all fall. Shazam's the only one to even get a kill. He gets a second as well, but now he's got such low HP, and he's stuck on the site, and he can't stomp the bomb plant either. So it comes down to a 1 versus 2 with Sick. And it looked like Sick might win this because we saw him do this before in a similar situation where he denied the plant in the 1 versus 2. But he just couldn't line up the shot, gets flashed, and now he's stuck out with 9 bullets. Good shooting from Liquid ends the round. I mean, right then and there, if he gets that first kill while looking up into the site, it could have panned out to be a totally different round. Totally winnable after that. But he misses. Now they know where he's at. They use the limited utility they have to keep him at bay, and he just kind of gets caught out in no man's land. No, I mean, absolutely. We do have another map. We do have to, we're going to go into cash after this. And I think it's very important here that,
maybe Misfits just needed to warm up a little bit. Maybe this is, we need to break the ice off, break the rust off a little bit, and then Cash comes out. Should we expect to see a different Misfits?
I don't know, because their T side was where I expected to see them excel, and it was their CT side where they were strong. Like, if I'm looking at Sean Gare's last team in Echo Fox, that was where they really were strong, was on their T side. And when I'm looking at TSM, it was the same thing. Their T side was always their bread and butter, because they had these strong entry fraggers in Sick and Twists. So you'd think that they would have come out much stronger on a map like Cobble, where the T side has a decent, not necessarily advantage, but it's a pretty balanced map. So I would think that Cash would play to that strength as well, but after watching that first half, I'm not so sure for Misfits anymore. I kind of think that Liquid could 2-0 them here.
Well, there's definitely a chance with the way that Liquid's playing right now. It's coming together quite well for them. I mean, you want to give credit to Stanislaw, you want to give it to Nitro, whoever it might be. Whatever they're doing over there, it's working quite well. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, but let me tell you about this guy by the name of John Wick, a retired super assassin. You might not have heard of him. I might not have said his name before. But take a look at this preview right here. We'll be right back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code!
Two headshots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Brutus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done! He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god!
All right, we did just see our first matchup there between Misfits and Liquid. I do believe, and maybe I'm the only one, but I was excited to see that one. I think it panned out pretty well. What do you think,
I thought you were saying you did believe that was Misfits and Liquid.
I think so. I'm here, here's
Everything just kind of blends together, right? You've been here all week. It's just a blur of matches. Yeah, that was Misfits and Liquid.
Yes, absolutely.
It was a good game. It looked like it was going to be a bit of a one-sided battle at first because Misfits didn't really do anything on their T side. Liquid was absolutely dominant from the CT side, and it all started from that one round that we highlighted in the postgame, that eco where Nitro somehow gets a 3K from Connector, and from then on it was just round after round after round, and Misfits couldn't do anything. And it was not just rounds, they were like really one-sided rounds.
Well, let's look at a map that could end up actually being very one-sided one way or the other, right? We're going to go into Cache next, which is going to be our next stop. And I mean, for this map, when I was working with Sean Gares, I'll be honest that a lot of it came down to anti-stratting and some, very much original stuff, but more so the anti-stratting stuff. And I think you could take a look at like the Envious stuff there from ESL Pro League Season 1, I think it would have been, in Cologne, which just... I highly doubt he goes back to any of that material, but
you never know.
There's an off chance.
He's got like an encyclopedia, and he's just flipping through. He's like, oh yeah, 2014. Let's go back to here, and this day. You never know.
But that was a different time in Counter-Strike too. I mean, you could, in a large part, get away with the sort of just hard anti-stratting, and it was working. Obviously.
Yeah.
At the time, but now, I mean, the game is different.
So, as someone who has worked with him in the past, do you think he still does that?
I'm not answering this.
Do you think he's still anti-strats?
I believe that most of these teams, they have to have a level of anti-strat, right, to a certain level. But the game has shifted away from that. And does Sean Gares still do it? Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't think he can as heavily rely on it anymore. So he does have to branch away from that. He does have to go back to the drawing board and get creative.
I mean, something that we saw when he played with Echo Fox was like, well, is he really going to anti-strat? They played a season in Premier, so he wasn't going to anti-strat Premier opponents that he has nothing to go off of. So he was going to have to build up his own strategy book. He couldn't just rely on that ability to just basically play the opposite of their opponents.
Well, we're going to flip over to the other side now and take a look at Liquid's Cache. And to do that, we've got the Bears. Take it away, Eric.
Thanks, Donna. And we're back for who's going to win this round. We got Team Liquid against Immortals, but what I like to point out is Team Liquid is going to be doing a Ninjas in Pajama strat, which really focuses on throwing smokes over this A wall into the left side of A bomb site. But there's a little twist to it. It's a Ninja in Pajamas fake, where they toss their smokes. You see Elite and Nitro lined up for these smokes. They got a couple people. We got one person in the A halls. And then now they swing back towards the mid. They're going to be boosting up and trying to take over this mid highway fast. And what this does is once the other team sees the smokes, as you pause right here, you can see that Team Liquid have 4 people towards this mid area kind of, where Nitro is a little bit more of a support, but they have 3 people running towards highway. It forces Immortals to play more of outside the smokes, kind of pushes them back a little bit, and so they're expecting them to come through the bomb site, but this is going to have a little punch, going to have a little surprise, and it catches Bolts off guard. You could resume now that as they're running up the highway, Elite gets a nice pick on Bolts. He barely even sees him in the smoke. Luckily for Immortals, FNX gives 2 big, huge kills, but it still is not enough to win the round, as Team Liquid ends up winning this round. And it's back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric, for your ever so much insightful wisdom. I always appreciate you. We're going to look now, and actually we're going to get back into this match very shortly, but Bach, give me some quick predictions going into this one on Cache.
I still have faith in Misfits. I thought that first map probably could have played out a little bit better for them. I'm going to say Misfits take this one.
All right, well, you heard it there. I'm going to pull for Misfits. Keep it between us. But take it away, Blue and Dazed.
And the analysis desk are fanboys.
Yeah, I mean, I think Misfits has a good chance of winning. I don't think it's very Liquid-sided, like 80-20 or anything like that. But I do think Liquid probably beats Misfits on this map like 7 out of 10 times. I think the Misfits kind of needs a couple of those 50-50 rounds, maybe going their way, maybe winning both pistols or something like that. I think in general, Liquid is just a better team, a more organized team. They just have better idea of how to play the map. You see when a team like Liquid takes map control, for instance, and then sets up before they even get in a strategy, they're above a lot of these NA teams, and I think that puts them on just another level.
So let's talk a little bit about the CT side of this one. The T side is often talked about a lot because it tends to be very basic, and we always harp on how these teams need to innovate beyond that. But what is it that makes a CT team a little bit more successful on this map compared to, you know, it's just your average bar the line team?
Well, I think overbuying flashbangs, not utilizing too many HE grenades. I think the rotates are in a really good position where you could flash for your teammates. So quick rotates with really good communication from that third guy, the third rotator, right? So say you're playing a standard 2-1-2. Right? Say you have a guy around highway, you have 2 guys towards A, you have 2 guys towards B or something like that, right? The rotates need to be in a way where that third guy is throwing really good flashes for like the other 2 and things of that nature. So that's the most important thing, I think, on CT side cache, because there's really devastating flashes you could throw if you're going towards B over heaven, and timing that with your teammates. As we are getting live into this pistol round, Liquid starting on the CT side, Sean Gears with nade, flash, smoke. So it looks like they're going just pretty much a standard default here. 1 watching the B push, 3 around middle, 1 A main, or 2 around middle, 1 A main, and 1 into the door. So they're kind of seeing if Liquid gives them anything that they can go off of, get any reads, but in general are gonna, you know, be able to do whatever they want. But Liquid is pushing 2 towards B, and Pimp spots Twist. So Twist has to give that up, and that gives a lot of information, not only to Misfits, but to Liquid as well. So we'll see how they react off of that.
Misfits, for the time being, seem to play right into that, too. They just rotate right over here outside of A main since they had been spotted, at least that one player, and had been pushed back from the B halls. They know that that's going to be a danger area now, even though Team Liquid does not stay aggressive. Stanislaw, though, just being able to find Shazam peeked up on top there, even though he didn't fully move out yet. So he's going to catch the first kill there. There's one more that he will have to deal with, assuming he sticks around here, but he grabs it. Stan now with another pickup. He's able to take down Sick, and he'll look for the third back over here, but very quickly they're going to get crunched on now by Pimp, who had remained in these B halls after they had already seen the commitment work its way in towards A. Now Twist down at 1 HP. Pimp is going to finish the job he started about 30 to 40 seconds ago, and it all falls down to Sean, who was trying to support with utility, but is now going to have to try to pull off a miracle 1v5 if he wants to start his team off with a pistol victory.
Yeah, and with no armor, this is almost an impossible task. He gets spotted by JDM right there. He does have the bomb, so he might be able to just hightail it to B and get a plant.
Oh!
But Pimp hits a nice shot on the jumping Sean Gears. A little bit of interp there, Blue, because of that 150 ping. But he is able to land that one. And now Liquid picks up that pistol. Not one kill going to the sides of Misfits, so they're not going to be able to pick up a scout that Shazam really likes to pick up, even if he's, you know, scouting on T side. A lot of time it could be pretty devastating. Stan gets a freebie on Shazam. He's crouched down. He doesn't think he's visible, but Shazam Stanislaw smartly jumps on top of the box and is able to see him.
Well, I guess this coming in at the end there with the 150 ping to be able to pick up the kill, but nonetheless, it is a nice one. Mid-air headshot against his opponent. And now Misfits, well, they do try to get very fast control of their name, but the CTs wanted the reverse of that. And unfortunately for the Ts, they have a lot more utility and much better guns to play with. So initially, they're going to be given what they want. They'll be allowed to push in. They'll be allowed to control this advanced area of the map. And for the Misfits, they do have to basically just fall back and obey this until the smokes and whatnot fade away. If they go into A main, it'll be a bit of a trap, as you still have that guy in the locker rooms waiting for them. And it's not just here that they have pressure as well. Back over in mid behind the white box, Stan is waiting, playing towards highway from this position. They did rotate Twist out of the B halls again, so not really being fans of that. Trying to deploy towards this in these early rounds here. We'll probably see a bit more of that later on, but right now 100% favoring this into an A swing as Elige again sits in those locker rooms and basically just waits for this push to come back in, spots it. The guys from Misfits obviously know that he's going to be here, but a good flashbang actually goes in. However, he's not able to get the kill. Twist will trade it. This goes down to a 4v4. They'll pick up an SMG on their route into the site, but oh, Stan taps the headshot off on a Twist, destroys him. Sick is actually allowed to run his way up highway there. He's going to find one kill, but is then traded, but it goes back again. Relic's finding another pickup against Nitro. This finds its way into a 2 versus 2 with the SMG being picked up by Shazam. And Relic's down at 23 HP, but still having the Tech 9, a very capable gun to work with. Team Liquid playing it slowly. They've got a Molotov to burn Relic's outside of that position. He's not going to take any damage from it, but he does get pushed from quad, and JDM checks it. He goes down very quickly. Shazam trying to clutch this, an instant headshot on the JDM. Now we're in a 1v1, and he knows exactly where Pimp is playing from. Still plays it passively, though. Does not go out aggressively to get the kill just yet, but with his pop flash, he might. It swings out. It's going to be a complete miss, and now Pimp knows he's back by quad with the Deagle, brings him down to 13 HP, and now he's just wasting time. He'll finish the job, and it'll be Misfits that throw this game into chaos once again, taking us 1 for 1.
Yeah, really just hard split onto the A site. They take the locker room control and are able to trade it with 3 people, and then I believe it was 1 outdoor, 1 highway. Bringing it inside 2v2, Shazam ends up winning, you know, this 2v1 in a very nice fashion with that 1 dig. One thing I want to point out though is when Elige is in the locker room, he takes contact, then the pop flash comes behind him from A site. They're actually really lucky that Elige didn't connect on that second kill because that was a very nice setup by the guys from Liquid.
Stan sees his A rush coming in. Molotov will hold them off for a moment, but smoke gets deployed by the CTs to cover them off directly after that. They called this off initially after they were kind of tunneling their way through here to just try and rush outside. Relics even took a peek outside of the squeaky door there, but Sean finds Stan when he tries to push his way inside of A main for the repeat there. They'll get their man advantage once again here, but Nitro also being able to trade from inside of Squeaky. He takes down Relics in that position, and this goes back down once more, just like the last round here. Go into a 4v4, an even scenario, where now we're going to see Misfits going for on a much slower approach up to this site. Twist trying to take highway control, but he was just spotted by a player on the box behind the site there. Shazam finds the kill onto Elige, though, which opens up A main yet again, and Nitro has got to do big work with just a measly little CZ, and he's already used some of the ammo. Swings out too wide. He'll find himself dead really quickly. Pimp finding 1 kill, but Twist tapping away with that UMP, grabs the headshot to return the frag. All that's left is JDM now in a 1v3. Well, he will retrieve this from Moss. He doesn't have armor. He doesn't have any additional utility, and he's going to be smoked out from essentially all angles here as well.
Yeah, going to be very tough for him to really get anything going, and maybe he can get an exit or 2. But he shot, gave away a spot. Now he's just going to smartly run away. And I would like to see the money onto Liquid. Look at our observers. See how JDM saved there so that he can end up buying an op when everybody else is rifling after they save these this next round. So he ends up with 1750. He can keep this from Moss. Maybe they could do something with it in this next round, try to hurt their economy a bit more. But Misfits, after losing that pistol, coming out winning these next 2 rounds, really sets them up in this half to do some good work, especially if they can win this round clean. But this is another round. We saw them lose a very similar round to this on Cobble, and it spelled disaster for them for the rest of the half. So for Misfits' sake, they need to win this round. They need to be more methodical about it, understanding that it's a full eco, and, you know, making sure you minimize your losses.
We've got Team Liquid with an even split of players. We are going to see a lighter amount of pressure being applied over there into the B bomb site initially. But Misfits aren't going to waste any time either with their play out here on towards A. Already pushing up to the door on A main, but JDM is allowed to grab the kill over here by the forklift. He picks up 6, tries to fall back. Nitro was found peeking out from the truck angle in the meantime here, and Shazam just taking these duels from super long range, doing massive damage right now. JDM was brought down to 3 HP. Pimp is still down at 23. They actually call off this A pressure for the time being, just to swing it in another direction and hopefully get these guys off the site a little bit. And are going to go in to take some mid control too. So it gets a little bit easier. It adds another angle. They know that they're only working with the pistols, but they want to take minimal losses on this round so that they can try to build up a bit of an economy here.
Yeah, so a double boost comes out. Twist watching the A main push, trying to just reset them, and Liquid's kind of falling into this trap, right? There's no way they win this round, most likely. You know, just playing like a 1-1-1-1 type setup. So I think it's smarter if they just gamble, stack a site, or it looks like they're going to do some type of a mid control here.
They boost up on top of the Z control there, but Stan finds one of the players. We do see the 2 that are still stacked up. They're actually being able to maintain. Stan actually finding a second as well here, doing some good damage. Sean, though, trades out to JDM, and that opens up the A-bomb site here. He's looking for more. Elige trading on a Twist, so it's okay. Elige pushes in, and somehow Team Liquid wins that round.
But do you see what Liquid did there? They did take a risk, right? I thought they were just going to set up in like a 2B site, looking at the mini map, and then like 1 towards middle, 1 towards A. But instead, they go and they fight middle with, I think it was three or 4 people, and they're able to get those kills. And that's the risk that they took, right? They boosted above the Z smoke, 1 peeking from highway. And that was really, really smart of them and really intelligent, because you're not going to win that round with like USBs just, you know, not taking risks like that.
That second kill from Stan, beautiful as well.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, man. He's a beast at highway box. And Misfits again, man. That's one of those rounds that you lose, and it's a game changer. It's devastating.
Misfits now split. They do have enough cash to invest to a certain degree. 2 AKs and 3 Tech 9s and very, very low amounts of utilities. And we've already lost one of the AK. Shazam will be able to trade back out, come up on boost. He's going for another one, but he just got dinked down at 14 HP. Has to fall back now, give up his position up there. Does not want to take the risk on losing the AK and limiting these guys to just Tech 9s. And it's not only that, too. He still has a somewhat decent amount of utility to work with, considering what the rest of the team have anyway. He just tosses it back down into the hands of Twist, as he also has armor sitting behind his buy, but there's no one watching out for a B-Hall's flank right now. So this is letting, I believe it's JDM, go all the way around for free. He's going to hold a huge position against these guys, just camping in useless room right now in the event they do, well, exactly this. Shazam is caught moving in. He spots the second one, and there he goes. 2 quick and easy kills. Twist with a fast trade at least, but now Twist has lost his only other teammate, but he finds a second. He's making the best of what could prove to be a very, very bad situation. Taking down Nitro, clearing out middle, and now retrieving the bomb. He's going to go the only place he can with this low amount of time on the timer. Pushes directly over here into the B-bomb site. Easy going to check the one and done corner, though. He's trying to check everything, but he does not check the place or Pimp hides out at. He'll finish the job, and Liquid will retake control of the lead here.
Yeah, nice shot by Pimp to get in that position where most likely not going to be checked by Twist there. In a very chaotic, hectic situation, especially after, you know, he kills the guy towards B. You're not going to expect somebody that pushed up and that close. Good trigger discipline by JDM, gets those 2 kills. Great shot. I'm not sure who killed him. Was that Twist that killed him?
In mid?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Twist that gets those 2 kills.
That was a nice shot.
So Twist is able to find some impact there. He added what was basically just a 1v4, and he brings it down to a 1v2 at the very least. And again, the thing that kills it is not checking for Pimp in that corner position there. Nitro, though, creative use of the smoke. Moves in, spots Shazam just on the edge of it. Shazam doesn't expect that at all, and even swings back and kills a guy that tries to rotate back in through the squeaky to trade him out very quickly. That's not going to pan out. And again, these guys have a huge advantage right at the beginning of the round. Sean, Twist, and Sick, again, really don't have a whole lot of firepower. They're trying to creep their way up towards B, but JDM is waiting over here inside of Checkers, and as soon as they spot this direct play, he's going to be able to shut it all down. There's one, there's the second, he gets flashed for the third, and Sean's really just trying to push his way up to the site. Nice shot from him. He actually should be able to secure the plant. They're going to move in to kill him as quickly as they can, but he does, no, he actually doesn't get it onto the ground, so they're going to be denied of that cash. They just barely get it. It had to be less than a second left, but still, another round for Liquid, and they crushed that eco with no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, and one thing you'll notice from Liquid is almost on all their anti-ecos, they take A main pressure. They push A main a lot of the time, molly behind the box, smoke deep, and you know, pop flash in, and really stop any type of like an A execute or like a door execute or anything like that.
Yeah, it's JDM shutting things down once more. An angle not being checked there, and it allows for a Team Liquid player to rip the entire push to shreds. Well, what was left of it at least. But now this takes us on to a real round for the Misfits players here. 5 AKs, very limited utility investment, and you can see that they had a couple Molotovs, but those have already been used, so they're down to 3 smokes, 1 more Molotov sitting on relics, and various amounts of flashbangs spread across the players. That's about it. So they're going to be very, very limited here now in terms of what they can actually try to do to get themselves onto a bomb site. Still split up, still indecisive, still kind of in that default split pattern. They tried to go up to mid to play aggressively, and it has worked to a certain degree. They've gotten the control, but Team Liquid hasn't really taken a whole lot of damage in response to it. They have sort of given this to them and fallen back. Relics even being cautious to creep over here towards the squeaky hall, with good reason, of course, since Nitro is pushed in and is hiding in that corner right now, but it's basically just a standoff here. Misfits with the mid control, but not wanting to move out and go anywhere else just yet.
Yeah, and this door pressure is a very, very big deal. Relics is going to be able to allow these A players to not have to worry about that. They only have to worry about that A main and also the highway. And again, if they take A or anything and don't put anybody through door, he's going to shoot some people in the back pretty easily. So I'm surprised they're not leaned a little bit more towards B. JDM and Pimp holding the site. Limited nades by them, just JDM with a Molotov flash and a nade. So we'll see what they can get done here with this B-hold.
They drop back in, but they're already going to have to stand on the flank. JDM missing the first shot, though. That's going to let them out. The re-peek into Shazam, though. He'll take him down. Looking for the lower shot here onto the generator entrance. Can't find it. Pimp still blind as a bat. So all these defenders are going to get knocked out. It's still even, however. Still into a 2v2. They will be able to plant the bomb despite this low timer here. And both of the CTs are sitting at the edge for retake already. There's one. Sneaks in. Nitro from the B-halls there is able to do that job. Twist waiting for him around the corner. They know where he's positioned on this site now. He's trying to isolate these into separate 1v1s, but the Liquid players are smart. They box him out there and make him take them both on at the same time, and they will be able to pick up a 5th.
Yeah, and that rotate was so fast. I mean, as Misfits is hitting that site, there's like 4 or 5 people there. Elise coming from the heavens, Stan flanking the vents, Nitro on a very fast big flank. Look at this. by the time they push JDM out of the site, they basically have 4 people there. So even though JDM dies, Stanislaw gets a kill from the vents. Pimp definitely should have been able to get a kill at the oranges. Unfortunately for him, I think he might have gotten team flashed. But that should have been even easier hold than what happened and what occurred. So Liquid just one step ahead with their rotates and just looking like the stronger team throughout this game.
Another investment coming in, but Twist getting shuffled out there a little bit as he tries to hop around. It's enough to save his life, as Liquid are a bit skittish with those B-halls, poking here and there, but never really fully committing in the really early round. So Twist will survive, but takes half of the damage. But again, almost going back to the pistol round like we had here, this early aggression is controlling Misfits. They're not really doing a whole lot to fight back against that. Oh, they're out towards mid, but Team Liquid realized this already, and they're going to know how to play against this. The first battle, though, does go into the favor of Misfits. Shazam finding at least a catch Pimp with a nade in his hand here. Stanislaw is going to try to go out aggressively, but Sean continues to tear them apart here. Now Nitro going for the spray, but he took so long to find that kill that Shazam was able to get into a position to trade that one back out, and now it goes down to JDM trying to clutch 1v4. Ultimately, it seems Team Liquid took the bite on that mid play far too much and just weren't able to find any kills here.
Yeah, and JDM's probably going to look to save this off. I think the guy probably just heard him scope the relics right next to him, so it's going to be a tough save for him. Gets the 1 kill. Shazam posted up, though. Hits a nice headshot on him and ends the round with a 4K. And I know Liquid lost that round, Blue, but that was a round that they... That was really, really, really well played by them. I mean, Misfits does a mid-take. All 4 players are there in position to fight. Look at this. They have 2 players around Z, 2 highway, and 1 sandbags. Or, sorry, 1 Z, 2 highway, 1 sandbags, I believe. Kills didn't go their way. They didn't time their flashes together as well. But at the end of the day, if they, tighten that up a bit, they're in position to win that round, and a really nice read by them. So I thought that was really impressive, even though they did lose the round.
Well, now they do get to go on to another bye here, Misfits, and they finally have a chance to build up some semblance of an economy and potentially break Team Liquid's as well. Despite the fact that they finally got themselves a lead going here, they never were really able to build up a huge bank. So after this bye, they're going to be fairly limited. But again, aggressive control is how they're going to choose to play the early round here. Tossing nades into A main here, even sort of peeking it to a certain degree. Not moving...
Nitro using that smoke almost as a one-way when he gets up onto the boost box, before we used to call it toxic, before you get up into the Shroud boost. And he's really utilizing that very well. And that's a new look. I haven't really seen many players do that before, where you utilize the smoke that much. He kind of puts it more on the CT edge and one-ways it around there. So it's really interesting to see. JDM holding B behind this box, gets a perfect pop flash in his face, though.
No one's going to be able to follow that up that quickly, and while they're still walking in through Sunroom, they do not expect the CT to be hanging out behind this box. He gives himself the smoke, but he's being chased, so he's got to be careful. Tosses his own flash out. He's able to retreat. Pimp has been displaced. They double molly Team main on the way out here, and JDM is trying to go back behind that trip stack, but is not going to find himself in that position anytime soon. CTs will smoke it. He has an edge, but ends up peeking directly into Sean Garrett's there. Stan spraying through, though, is going to find a trade on the stick, and now Pimp in the corner. Well, Relic second-guessed himself, and he loses his life. But again, there is Sean to counter trade, as he's already done 2 times in a row here. He's picked up the frags. They are still uneven, and again, the rotations are coming in very, very quickly. Team Liquid are already in positions to move back in and start this retake, but they are going to wait a few moments here to really set this one up and let the Vents player, Nitro this is right now, get into position to try to drop back down. Sean and Shazam both playing in the site, neither really given time or really the positioning here to be able to fall back into checkers or outside of that T-Hall. So they're going to play this both up on top of the platform. That will limit their capability to defend against this retake here and gives Liquid partial room to get back in. But they find the first kill, traded back, so now it's on Shazam in a 1v2, and Stan's already given control of the platform. He tries to get a close-up shot with the op, but it's not going to work, and Team Liquid will claim another one here, 6-3. They trade out another round against Misfits and reset their losing bonus.
Yeah, and I mean, JDM just gets a nice pick, is able to go back to site. If you ask him, he's telling you, I should have had 3. I should have had 3, man. You know, misses that second kill, could have hid behind the smoke had he gotten it. You know, and that would have allowed Pimp to probably get 1 or maybe even more than that. So, but the real story is, like, Liquid's rotate so fast. JDM sees him. He throws a smoke down. He's able to get back to site. By the time they're actually hitting the site, it's 10 seconds, 12 seconds after he gets that first initial frag. And, you know, yeah, it ends up in a 3v2, but all the Liquid players are set up for the retake right away. So it's really difficult to win the round when Misfits is just telegraphing all of their plays.
Team Liquid continue to just do a standard 3-2 split. They actually shied away, and this Molly's doing so much. The Misfits just get completely destroyed on this push, and it's a full 5-man alive round for Team Liquid, where they don't take a single point of damage. The Misfits try to brute force, and again, just get decimated.
Yeah, that wasn't even close, man. I mean, I don't even think Liquid took more than like 10 points of damage there. They're just, none of them even had a chance at getting a kill. They're trying to go through the same main smoke. There's Molotovs down that they're running into. They're running through a smoke right into people's crosshairs that aren't even flashed. And that was just a mess.
So they're going to wipe that one off and just head into the next round here. And well, even in this next one, it's not going to be having the potential to do too great, as the only guns they really even buy up are these 2 P250s. 0 investment at all from the Misfits on this round. They will try to go for mid control here, but Stan can easily take these duels. We've already been seeing how confidently he's been able to take duels back over here behind the white box, even that aggressively supposed to jump directly on top. He counters that out. They now have no mid control whatsoever, and the remaining players for the most part are just heading inside of A main. There's one still outside watching for a flank, but he's going to rejoin them. Doesn't matter, though. Regardless of how many players they push out, there's still a 3-man stack from Team Liquid on this site. Nitro got dinked down at 20, so he mollies it off just to make sure they can't round the corner and finish the job against him. There's 1, 2. Shazam's the 3rd. He's really trying to finish the job on Nitro, but it's just not meant to be. Stan rejoins with the main bulking force here on the A site and finishes the job.
Yeah, and this is really impressive by Liquid. Their rotates are very, very strong. A lot of the rounds they've even lost on these gun rounds, I felt like they were in, you know, a great position to win, like on that mid control. And they're playing really, really good CS right now. And it's the little things, man. It's these small rotates, these small little pushes, these small advantages that they're getting from these Misfit guys, and they're able to leverage those really small advantages into round wins time and time again.
Stan swinging out a Liege. Again, look at this. The Misfits just try to brute force out with minimal smoke coverage, and they're getting absolutely destroyed. Liquid with the reads as well. Prioritize mid-presence, and it pays off in huge dividends. They're down to 2, and what's even worse is look where the bomb is. It's stuck in mid right now. They have to regress into mid to get that back under their control. We can see Shazam is trying to sneak towards it now, but Molotovs and HEs being tossed over. Thankfully, those are missing, as it seems. No damage done to either of them. Shazam gets his first kill. Finally, we see consistent damage to be able to drop one of these guys, but now they also need to try to get Twists out here, too. He spotted a second target. This is some good stuff from Shazam, though. He may actually be able to bring this back now with that kill against Elige. He knows there's a 3rd behind the white box somewhere, but they can't find Stan, and now as he attempts to commit to the spray against Nitro, he'll finish the job, and it is now going to be the 9th round for Team Liquid.
Stanislaw 18-5, and around this middle area, I mean, they sense some type of a mid take is going to come, and what do? They put 2 there. Stan does a great job of just dodging that first guy. Sean Garrett doesn't even check him, and Elige on the other end of the smoke, you know, they're dodging flashes really well, and one step ahead. I mean, what do they say? They said, hey, they're going A, it's not working. They're going B, it's not working. What do you think they're going to do next? Probably going to do some type of mid take, and they overplay it and just smash them.
So with Liquid destroying them on gun rounds, eco rounds, and every round in between, they are going to call a pause. The Misfits are right here, needing to take that tactical. Looking to another player right now and just checking out his stats is Nitro with 9-5 record, 106 ADR. I would worry to see what Stanislaus is at currently with the amount of impact he's been having. He's been essentially unstoppable at mid, and it's been causing a real amount of trouble as the Misfits have been wanting to prioritize mid control, but have really been struggling with it as they've constantly had to either just try to basically just push Stanislaus back, and he continues to trade. There you go, 151 ADR from him, as he's pretty much just shutting things down in mid on his own in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, and what was it that sparked this just surge of Liquid rounds? It was when they had 4 USPs and a FAMAS with no armor, and they win the round and just put Misfits into a terrible situation that they just cannot seem to recover from. Whether it's just mentally, like they're just all just so mentally out of it, after that round happens or whatever, but it just takes all the wind out of them. And they just can't seem to recover.
Yeah, so needing to take a moment to re-strategize, and again, this falls to the T side to see what exactly else they can bring to the table. We didn't get to talk about this in the pregame because, like I said, it does get brought up quite a bit. But like, what are your thoughts on the T side here? Do you think it is somewhat limited in terms of what you can do strategically?
No, I think T-side on Cash, you have a lot of options. You can go 5 towards the site early. You could wait out smokes and then do like any type of Molotov take. You could split sites from middle. You could do fakes. We saw SK yesterday do a ton of fakes where, they always had somebody hitting one of the other sites when 4 or 3 were grouped up somewhere else. I think you have a ton of options on this map. I think it's a really, really well-made map and one of the best maps in CS right now.
Well, JDM chiming in for the first one, but oh my god, JDM with the double no-scope destroys Twist and Sean as they try to flush their way in. Relic's now the last man standing, but it's all over. Liquid are unstoppable right now. 10-3. What does Misfits do to respond to that?
I mean, they're even in a good position to kill JDM, right? 2 guys coming through the fence. He's out in the open. He's completely stuck. That's just brutal when you're Misfits, and nothing can go their way, man.
They line right up, and he destroys them all. So JDM is feeling it, Stanislaus is feeling it, and the Misfits, well, they're not feeling it, unfortunately. As we do go into the last couple rounds of the half, they have a bye going for them. Keep in mind, of course, shutting down just a half-bye round there, but the impressive shot certainly deems the hype behind it, as we see the Misfits now try to split up. They're still in this pretty much opening default here, but it's JDM aggressive again, waiting for this. He gets flashbang, but he's able to back behind the box before he's spotted by Shazam here. And he's currently watching for a peek from the other side. He sees it though, but it is through the wall, so it's not going to be the full kill. Only brings him down to 11 HP. He's prioritizing his own life now. Down to 10, hit for 1 damage somehow there, but is allowed to cross back safely here to put himself up on the site instead.
Yeah, so he gets out of there very luckily. Shazam was posted up, does about, legs him or whatever. And not much worse for wear, though. I mean, you're an op with 10 HP, you could play headshot angle with B or something like that. And now they're back into more of a default setup. Stan with an interesting spot here in middle, anticipating any type of a boost. He's going to be able to see their heads and get a cheeky kill there, as it looks like Misfits is going to opt for an A take. And you know what? This is more of an A retake setup. They have 2 towards highway. They're just going to try to get kills on the site cross. And the site is pretty much conceded for him now.
They are going to be allowed to cross and put the bomb on the ground here, but even so, Liquid are fighting back against it anyway. 1-for-1 trade on the way in. They did overpeak a little bit, which is how they lost Liege in this process, but now they're at the gates. Again, really, really quick rotates, but Shazam, he's waiting for this truck player. If he can shut down Pimp right from the start of this, it's going to be great. We would hope now that they're going to flush guys in from highway first, but he actually gives up that position, and now Pimp swings in. He's able to find Twist. They're down to 3. Molotov's actually going to limit the potential for Shazam to play to a position here, but Relics and Shazam both get kills. Shazam with another one, and then Sean moves in to shut things down. So it seemed like Liquid actually were going to be able to find a way back in, but right at the very end there, they run out of smokes, they run out of utility, and they just go right into the fight where Misfits are waiting for them, and they shut that down. Good stuff from Shazam to fall back and play an A main, as that's where he certainly finds most of his capitalization in that one. Yeah,
a very nice shot onto Nitro there. He was specifically jumping like that to try to avoid that from happening. But end of the day, it's 10-4 for Liquid, and Misfits finally able to get around, going their way after what seems like it's been a while, right? Nothing has been really going for him well this half. And now JDM and Shazam might be in a duel here in just a second, as JDM is consistently op B. He hasn't really changed his spot much, and Elise getting the counter boost at middle. Might be able to make something happen there.
Elise just timing this one, very much so waiting for the appropriate moment to try and push himself through here. At the moment, nobody's going to be watching out for him in that spot. If he went for it now, it would be clear, but obviously he doesn't know that, and the rest of Misfits are spreading themselves across. It's JDM that gets up aggressively, moves in against Shazam, shuts him down. He has not realized a twist moves in, but he doesn't really spot that either. He's walking around with a nade in hand currently, so he's allowed to cross back freely, get himself over to the bomb site. The rest of Misfits are now moving into the B hall, since they did sort of push JDM back, but he got a kill. And now the CTs just smoke it back off. So if they commit to this, it is still going to be hesitant. And it's not only this, too. Stanislaus allowed to push directly through. Lige got denied, so they handled that at the very least. But still, there's a lot more work to be done, and they're not accounting for potential flanks, and that's where Stan's going to move right in, take down Relics. Pimp's waiting in the one-and-done spot. They got destroyed from here before, and it's going to happen again. Pimp drops the bomb. JDM got the first contact kill, so it was very easy for Pimp to pick up this second one, and Twist is hunting for him. He doesn't know where to look. Checks the corner this time, swings in, gets that kill, and a second one. Nicely done here, but he's still got a lot more work to do in the 1v2, and JDM chimes in for his third on the round, and it puts Liquid up to 11. We repeat the scoreline as we had back on Cobblestone. They will hold a big advantage, and with some shots like this from JDM, you're not going to want to miss the second half. Stick around, guys, and we'll be right back with more of the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, guys, so we do are prepared now to move into the second half of Cash between Team Liquid and Sean Garris' new roster, formerly TSM, now the Misfits. And well, unfortunately, things have not started off very well. The first two maps, both halves going 11-4. They almost rounded the comeback back on Cobblestone, but just weren't able to close it out there. And now we go over here towards Cash, where at the moment, it's Stanislaus and JDM just styling on them round after round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take anything away from, Liquid's performance. I think I'm really, really impressed with a lot of their setups, the very small things that they're doing, the rotates that they're making, how quickly they're rotating, and things like that, and their general overall CT side. But Misfits could put up more rounds if they just, again, man, it happened on Cobble with Nitrous 3K in the drop room, or outside the drop room, I should say. And it happened again with 4 USBs and a FAMAS, and I'm pretty sure the FAMAS only got 1 kill. So pretty much losing the full USBs. I mean, if that doesn't happen, you're looking at a completely different landscape of that half. So now they're going into the CT half with a huge hole and a very tough task. And one of the things that I've noticed about Liquid is how conservatively they're buying on the T side. That's very different than how Optic bought. So Stanislaus maybe changing up his strategy a little bit, because Optic would force buy all the time with Tech 9s. They were very, very good at those rounds as well. But now it looks like Liquid's being a little bit more conservative. It might be because Liquid has been, in control on their T side, so that might be why they did it. But I'm curious to see. That's something I'm going to look for, is how they buy. If they buy very aggressively, or if they're going to keep a conservative strategy when they have closer games than this.
Look at how aggressively the Misfits are moving here into the mid-garage. We'll have to find out in a moment if anybody from Team Liquid is actually watching out for this. From the look of it, no. JDM is remaining in the open. Sean just missed his chance, but they still have a very, very early flank to punish upon here. They'll be smoked off for the most part and aiming into it's a clean take, but there's Sean battling it out. JDM spots it, though, so it's not as big of a surprise. I think they would have hoped that second player is, though, but they still managed that one. Shazam trading out 1 kill, but then JDM lining up the final shot to take him out. Elige with the Tech 9, working things against Relics here. It's down to Twist and Sick. Twist thought he had snuck up here without being spotted, but not the case, and Sick, he gets knocked out as well. It's a quick 12 from Team Liquid, and they only lose Pimp in this pistol.
Yeah, just milliseconds there, man. If they're able to snuff out that A push a little bit earlier, they probably could take that round victory. But JDM very smartly looks to the flank immediately and is able to shut Sean Gears down. And then they were able to get that kill on Shazam. And I'm telling you, Shazam is like a top 3 pistol player in NA for sure. His pistols are ridiculously good, and he's able to not even get a frag. So Misfits have been unfortunate there. They almost had that, just a little bit too slow on that push.
Well, we do have the rest of Team Liquid now spreading out. They're not going to go for anything super aggressive into this second round since the Misfits have forced their way into it with Deagle armor purchases. Sean being able to support a little bit more with utility there as he opts down for the 5-7 and adds his own bit of flair with the HE and Flashbang too. But again, not seeing anything decisive happening for Team Liquid just yet, but they have that mid boost getting prepared. They've kept the bomb in mid, and beyond this, keeping one player in the squeaky hall and one more just outside of those B halls watching for aggression on the CT side. So things really could go either way. They want to play it by ear. If they can grab some picks to be able to get easy control into one of the sites, that's great. The good option right now, just judging from the current layout of Misfits' players, is obviously going to be to head towards B, and they've even moved Shazam away from mid. So mid's wide open right now. B is basically an open site, as they only have Twist to defend it. If he goes down, they're not going to be able to do anything about that. Thankfully, quick rotations are moving back over in the other direction here. In a moment, Shazam's going to be joining the party, and a few seconds later, we'll have Sean up here too. But he'll have to go towards Heaven. Shazam waiting for this one, though. He's looking for the crosses. There's one for him. Continuing to pop up the shots, but he lost Twist in the sight. That's his eyes. Gone to the wind now. But Sean moving in. They're not checking towards Heaven right now. A quick adjustment to be able to take him back down. But still, we're even. We're in a 3v3, and Sick and Shazam just snuck out 2 more kills. It's down to Elige now in a 1v3, and only 20 more seconds to be able to get the bomb onto the ground. They'll back up. They'll weigh the pressure away from this one for the time being, and they actually still have Relic sitting on A, so they have yet to move him back down. I'm not sure if he disconnected. Yeah, it looks like he might have lagged out. So as they move in, Elige finds the 1 kill. Shazam, however, will trade that, so thankfully the disconnect is not going to hurt them too negatively. Misfits will still be able to clutch this one out and take control of a 5th, and maybe fight back a little bit here, just like they did on Cobblestone.
Yeah, and I mean, they win a 4v5 eco round off the back of their Deagles. And, you know, that's what happened last half. They were able to win that second round. So you're looking at it, and if you're Misfits, you're saying, hey, you know, they did that to us. They won, you know, a round that, you know, they were saving. Obviously, it was a little bit different because they won with USPs and they won that second round with Deagles. But, you know, that's a momentum swinging round, and that is something that they needed. If they weren't going to win that second round, it would have been just so difficult for them to come back into this half.
Yeah, and this will give them the momentum to do so here. But I imagine we will also see an aggressive buy-in from Team Liquid to counteract this. We have seen more passive buys, but I still think when it came to this, and it happened in the last map too, they did try to go against it aggressively. And we can again see the stats being pulled up here, as we are going to have to wait a moment to get Relics back into the server. But very clearly seeing Stanislaw lead the way in the server at this point with 123 ADR. Unfortunately, JDM lagged behind a little bit there, but just in terms of impact, he's definitely second for this team right now, really shutting down a lot of these B pushes back on the CT side. Still very early on in the T half, so we don't really judge that one yet, but those have been the 2 stars for me, at least, looking at Team Liquid so far in this map.
Yeah, and for Misfits, you always think Sick is going to be leading the way for them, at least statistically speaking, down to 3 and 16. So not really pulling his own weight when it comes to his impact. You're looking at him to be the star of this team. I think you're definitely going to look for him to be very impactful on the scoreboard, and not having a good go against this Liquid squad.
It's actually Shazam that's been showing up quite well on this map. And Twist, well, he has fallen off back on Cobblestone too. I think he was the big pushing force that was allowing him to stay in the game for as long as they did. But now falling off a little bit here on this map. We're still seeing him help out in a couple of these gun battles here and there, but certainly not as much effective as he was having on Cobble.
But those gun battles that he's winning are generally just when he's last alive in a 1v4 and he gets 2. I think that happened 2 or 3 times, right? So it was like he's not even really in a position that he's going to probably win the round. But yeah, he ends up getting 2. That's great. But I mean, he wasn't even really damaging their economy because Liquid had so much money. So it was just like the least impactful kills possible in that scenario, you know? And that's what I'm talking about, though. When we talk about this Misfits team, it's just so many times you'll see them, 2 guys will die, 3 guys won't even try to capitalize or trade off those kills. And for me, that's the most frustrating thing. Like, I've been in that situation where I go in first, you know, and then other guys are like hovering, and I'm like, what's going on, man? I'm running out there, I'm putting my life on the line for other people, but it's not happening. Putting their life on the line in order to get that trade and open up the round for everybody else, right? So it's a very, very frustrating process, and sometimes it's a little frustrating to watch.
Well, we do have a replay to take a look at here. I believe it's the big JDM clutch for anybody that did miss it when we had it live. Not really a clutch, but just the big play from him. Just picking off these guys in their push one by one. This is the double right here, the beautiful shot, and he's able to chain together one more directly after this one as well before he finally goes down. Massive damage being done, and once again, just illustrating to how dominant he was along with Stanislaw back in that first half.
Yeah, JDM, I mean, he just opted to be like every single round. Pimp was always there to support them. The thing about their setup is 90% of their adaptation and any type of change of where people were was not JDM or Pimp. Like, they were pretty much always on that B site. One time they got aggressive, they did like 60 damage to Twist, and then they fell back, but almost everything was off of, you know, Stanislaw, Nitro, and Elise kind of changing their position, putting some A main control, putting some middle pressure, you know, putting Nitro in the door the one round. That's where they were really changing their setup up. But B, it was pretty static. You know, JDM was almost always off in there, and Pimp was almost always supporting them.
Well, we got Relic back, and we're going to get right into the action here for Misfits. They push very aggressively out of the B halls. Damage to JDM, but that's about it. They'll have to pull back pretty quickly, as they do not want to stick around in those B halls for too long in case it was a big stack. Again, Team Liquid are on a bit of a half-buy situation here, so they may just end up grouping together and trying to push into one of those sites. For now, of course, that's not the case. They're split up pretty evenly across the map currently, but we may see that in the later round when they do go for the execute, as they have bought in smokes, so they do have the capability to go for some type of an execute. We can see that now. Stanislaw and I imagine some of the others are trying to line up smokes to deploy, and in they go over the top of the roof in between mid and the site, and they'll start to flood back in here, giving these guys the room to push back in. But keep in mind, this is all a ruse. The actual take is not coming in here. It's just these two in Squeaky Hollow. They're going to try to sell it, but the guys from Misfits have read it beautifully. They haven't felt any of the pressure at A at all. They're still focusing on mid. They've got guys in B, but hold on, maybe they're shifting away. It's very indecisive right now, as we haven't seen the commitment from Team Liquid towards B yet either. They call it off. They're swinging back through mid, and they're going to head back to the original plan on A, but those smokes and whatnot have already faded, so you only have the one player that managed to sneak in through them before, Nitro, sitting in this position. It's been enough, though, to force players like Sick back. He's down at 5 HP in some sort of a gun battle that I imagine happened a few seconds ago. They've still got one more smoke that they can reapply, so it's going to let them through. Shazam unloads that entire clip and is not going to be able to connect really any shots at all. Now the bomb goes on the ground. They're in full control, and this is a 5v5 retake. The Misfits have not been able to find anyone at all here in the course of Team Liquid trying to push their way into the site. They've remained very passive until up to the very end, but now Elige, he'll strike first. Sean Garrett's moving back in though, looking for the trade. Nitro misses his chance, but Elige comboing it with 3 frags together on the Tech 9. Relic's trading it for 1. Sean's the last man standing. He's got a 1v2. He knows where one of them's at. Elige is about to ace this if he can get this last kill right now. Wrapping around looking for it. He's down very low at 21 HP. Sean Garrett denies it. Now he's got 1 more to go, but Pimp is going to waste as much time as possible. Sean doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have enough time, and he's going to fall away and yield this one to Team Liquid.
Wow. They do an A fake. Nitro goes out A, doesn't see anybody as it's just a complete A retake, and it looks like they're going to run into a B stack. I mean, all 4 players from the T side are coming towards B, and then all of a sudden, you know, they backtrack. Pimp stays alive at middle to get on any type of alert. Elige just destroys them all from that forklift. And that is crazy, man. That was a really strange round to see. Coming out of these Misfits guys, how they had nobody trying to cut off the B push or anything like that. But beautiful Counter-Strike from Liquid. I mean, that was great by them. And I am very encouraged from what I'm seeing from this Liquid team, just as far as like a overall strategy mindset. And I think they're playing very good Counter-Strike right now.
Well, we can see an even split again from Team Liquid as they go essentially into the opening default. Molotov being tossed to the back box in case an Opper or another player wanted to hide in there, preventing a very fast play in through mid, like just a mid to B split. From being able to punish that in the later portion of the round. They won't catch them, of course, as the Misfits are based on a full save. They haven't gamble stacked either. We can see that JDM gets brought down to 49 HP on that peak against Shazam, but ultimately still gets the kill, and now they're going to be able to regroup just outside of A main, and I'm pretty sure push directly into that bomb site. There's 2 players defending it. The rifle itself, I don't think is positioned here. Yeah, it's over on the B-bomb side right now. So Sean is going to have to rotate that pretty quickly if they want to have it, you know, really bring any effectiveness to the table. As beyond this, everybody from Misfits is just sitting on either the default pistol or one of the 5-7, or in the case of Sick, he's working with the Deagle here, but they're held up a little bit here. There's a good amount of utility still sitting on Sean, and he arrives in time to be able to support. When it comes time to frag, though, the Misfits guys are not on point. They've lost that rifle. Relix is hiding back in quad. A nice tap there to destroy Twist with the AK. Relix finds the 1 kill from quad, but is then destroyed after that one as Liquid continue to trudge forward, now at 14 rounds.
Yeah, 14-5, and Misfits just looks a little bit like they're falling apart here. I mean, almost no impact from Twist and Sick, who are supposed to be like their young gunners and they're 2, you know, real frag players, and just really struggling against this Liquid team. And now they're on pistols again, you know, at 14-5, most likely going to be a 15-5 scoreline here.
Well, we can see Elige again testing the waters at mid very early on here, as Misfits still do not have enough cash to invest. Sick is already been spotted. He's brought down to 13 HP, trying to peek into here. It's Shazam, actually, that's still finding a somewhat decent amount of impact, and there's the kill from the Z position, despite the gun he brings to the table. Whether it's a USP, a Deagle, or an Op, he's able to usually pick up at least 1 or 2 kills here. Unfortunately, the rest of the team, that's just not really showing up right now. Stan finding Sean Garris there, again, trading out the kill. We still have Sick down at 11 from his white box peaks that were happening a few moments ago. And it's just slow play from Team Liquid. They have no reason to rush this. They're continuing to capitalize on the over-aggressiveness on the CT side from the Misfits, and slowly just whittling them down 1 by 1. Still a minute on the clock as well, so not even being pressured by the timer currently. They'll sneak in. We'll see if Twist can do any damage. Flashbang is great. He can't spot anything at all. He doesn't even get the kill. JDM combos in for another one here onto the B-bomb site. The last 2 are rotating over really quickly as Relix and Sick will try to get into a position, but odds are not looking great right now, and more than likely this is going to put Team Liquid up to match point.
That was a beautiful flash. Something you always want to time whenever you come out those vents, as Relix is able to pick off Elige and probably be able to take that AK. Sick creeping out of the heaven, looking for any type of a kill that Liquid might give him, but Stan is just too aware, man. Just sniffs it out, gets that kill, and Relix gonna hightail it out of there to try to save that AK, probably going door, I would guess. But, you know, Liquid 15-5. Misfits not putting up much of a fight.
Yeah, unfortunately not, and much like back on Cobblestone, where we did see hints of what could be a good game and a good playstyle working out for them. Ultimately, as we see rounds 1 from Liquid, which they have no business doing so, they fall apart and just never are really able to ever recover from it. And again, we can see Shazam still being able to do that damage with the USP from Z, being a consistent pain in the butt. But for the rest of these guys, again, they're they're just not really finding any impact beyond this. And now this goes up to match point. Misfits now need to win 10 straight to be able to try and take this into overtime. The investment for Misfits, of course, is there. We have one more gun round coming out from them, but it's Team Liquid all the way so far, and it's going to take some big stuff from Misfits to round this back now. Very quickly into A main as well at the beginning of this one, and already seeing Nitro on the peak. They've spotted the guy at quad. It's going to be Shazam this time, shying away from Z as he's finally got the op to work with. Finds the first kill. Nitro just out on his own, actually. There's really no one else to follow that one up. They'll smoke it to give them a bit of room to try and chain this over towards the forklift if they want to try to do that, but it's called off. They just decided to back up from A main now, and they're going to regroup around the garage here. But if they go out towards mid, you got Sean in the corner too. We have to hope that they check him now, and it's also just relics by Whitebox. Flashbangs go out. Sean's not affected by that one at all, but there's no push. This flashbang's going to hit. Pimp sees it. It's Elige that gets the kill. Relics with the trade, but he doesn't last long. A 3v3. Things have now been equalized here, but Team Liquid don't have a lot of control. Thankfully, the time is still very high. A minute left for them to play with here. They've got mid if they want to try to push towards it, and they've split up all three of the remaining CT. Shazam fully committed to A, Sick kind of backing away and hesitantly playing into both sites. And for Twist, well, he's your B player, as it does seem Liquid are going to be taking this over towards B, and Sick just watches out to see if they recommit themselves to mid.
Yeah, 3v3 and a 1-1-1 setup coming out from Misfits. So nobody has any type of map control. You know, Sick coming towards Heaven, it looks like, so they're overplaying B a little bit. And look at this read by Liquid. As soon as he goes over to B, Stanislaus calling them to go back towards A. He feels like it's too obvious that they're there. Shazam quad all alone, and all of a sudden this is looking like, unless he multi-frags, it's going to be around for Liquid.
They bait out the first shot and it misses. Flashbang from the tease actually is going to do good damage. They only have 8 seconds on the clock, but with that kill, they've been given free access to the site, and there's going to be no risk to putting this bomb down. Goes to the ground. It's a 2v3. They're not going to be able to trade any of these kills instantly as they are smoked up. Another smoke is applied. JDM with that shot out of nowhere destroys Twist. Sick will have to 1v3 this to keep them in the game. He's going to push for it, but it's not going to pan out. JDM shuts it down, and it's Team Liquid 16-5 that take map number 2.
Yeah, just an absolute dominant performance. I mean, and it really wasn't even close. I mean, I'm telling you from like an overview standpoint, Liquid was so far ahead of them just when it came to flashing for their teammates, all the little things, all the rotations, the T-side calls. Were so far ahead of these Misfits, of the Misfits team. Like, it wasn't just the kills that they were getting, it's how they were getting them. It was the overall structure. Liquid looked very, very impressive.
All right, guys. So to talk a little bit more about this, we're going to send it over to the analysis desk. Stunna and Bach, your thoughts on that second map?
Thank you, Blue. As always, I do appreciate you as well. A blowout.
Yeah.
That was not, I mean, not even remotely close to, I think, what we anticipated.
I mean, I gave Misfits a fighting chance. I really thought that Misfits would come out swinging on cash. The map plays to their strengths in players like Sick and Twist. Sick just basically absent throughout that entire map. Never really seemed to catch his stride. And Stanislaw, I mean, he played out of his mind. You normally don't expect the in-game leader to pick up the number of frags that he had, but he was leading the chart for a while for Liquid.
I mean, even with Misfits on their T side, they looked, slightly disorganized, but more than that, they looked very much like, hey, we're not going to check this angle, and they're going to be punished for it. That's what ends up happening a lot of the time.
And on top of that, Liquid just had a good read on it. Like the whole game, like Dave's even talks about it in that very last round, they start working towards B, and Stan clearly makes a call. He says, this is too obvious. We need to go, let's go back to A. So they rededicate back to A, and it worked out beautifully. And that felt like time and time again, that was what was going to happen. Like, there was a play early on, they go for the aggression, the fast play in mid because nothing was working, and Stanislaw called for a counter. They had like 3 or 4 players in mid.
Let's take a look at a very pivotal round here in this matchup. We've got round 4 loaded up for you guys. And basically in this one, this is the point where Misfits they're setting a bad tone. Like, they're in a bad place after this round.
Very reminiscent of Kabul. It's an eco round. It should be an easy win. They work towards A initially, and they do great damage, but then they're like, okay, they're starting to stack up on A, and you can see it by the minimap. 4 players are there. So 4 players on the A site waiting for Misfits. So they think, let's go back towards mid, which is a great call. Really good read from Misfits to fall away, knowing that they had stacked the site. They send 2 players up on the boost, and they get ready to push out mid, and then all hell breaks loose. They get into mid, and At that point, Liquid has actually rotated back around. They go for this nice boost up in the Z connector over top of the smoke, and damage starts coming out. You would think, oh, it's just pistols. Like, what are they really going to do? It just works out wonderfully for them. They find a couple of kills here. Stan's going to get one. Elish has got the FAMAS. He actually falls off, but Stan gets the other player up on top of the boost. JDM's in the A site. Quickly goes down, as is to be expected. But it looks like the round could still very easily go their way. Sean Garris somehow ends up in a 1v3. Elish just carves him apart with the FAMAS.
I think the storyline here, too, on the CT side here for Liquid is they're a team that will punish you. They will get in your face. They will take the fight to you, and they're not afraid of it. And what would end up happening is they would end up capitalizing on a lot of the, just the little miscues, the little mistakes there that Misfits would make, and ultimately that would end up costing them a round.
Yeah, like it wasn't terribly misplayed by Misfits at all. It wasn't like they were playing a terrible CS. It just felt like every time they made a change or made a call, Liquid made a call that countered it perfectly. Like that mid play. Nothing was working, they go fast mid. There's 4 players or whatever it was from Liquid waiting for them on the other side. That happened time and time again.
We're going to pull up the graphic now here of Stanislaw and his stats across this one. I mean, his ADR spoke for itself, I believe.
Yeah, 26-9, 25 ADR. Absolutely unreal. Not really the performance you expect from him. Sort of like a selfless player, fades into the background, willing to put himself on the line first to give his team an opportunity to win. I mean, we saw it on Cobble. There was a fake play they did one round where he goes B by himself, and the whole purpose of him going B is just to keep the other team on B while the rest of his team goes A. Kind of that selfless play style was what we saw throughout the first map, and then the second map he came to life.
Okay, we'll talk about coming to life here. We've got the clip that I think would probably be one of the fraggier highlight clips of the match. JDM around 13 right here as he does get a double no-scope into that vent. Kind of walk us through the situation that's happening that allows this to happen.
I mean, this is an eco round. Misfits is trying to go fast with a split B. They send 2 players into the vents and 3 B main. JDM hits the first shot, and let's be real, that second kill is pretty much just pure luck. He dies after picking up the 4th, but at that point, the damage has been done. It's all up to Relics, and the bomb is probably unretrievable. I'm not sure if he'd be able to jump E grab it, but just this no-scope, you couldn't repeat that if you tried. Just absolutely unreal. Just, you know, sometimes the planets align.
It was a good shot. I mean, in the chance that he doesn't get that double kill right there, he's in a bad position, right? They're moving in on him fast. They've got these pistols. We all know how pistols are in CSGO.
Yeah.
He's in a bad position. But the fact that he does get that no-scope double kill, it kind of keeps him going, you know?
I mean, it was like a 3-player swing.
We have the JDM graphic up right here. Let's talk a little bit about him and Cash.
Well, let's say he misses that shot.
Yeah.
Then that first player kills him. Now it's 3 players versus, because all of a sudden those 3 guys he was gonna kill are now alive. So it's 4 players moving into the site. Even if he kills that first guy, realistically speaking, the second one should be able to follow it up. But JDM really came on fire on Cash. That op really took over. It was a huge piece of Liquid's defense on the CT side, and it helped solidify B round after round. Now he had a couple rounds where he missed a few big shots, but that round kind of sealed the deal and just made a really frustrating situation for Misfits.
Okay, so we've got another matchup coming up after this one. We're going to go into Luminosity and Renegades. We're going to see them go into doubleheader here on Cobble and Dust 2. The farewell of Dust 2, might I add, in case some of you guys at home are QQing more than you normally do in your downtime. Yeah, it's going to be the last time we see Dust 2, and we definitely have, with Cobble, we've already seen it tonight. What can we anticipate between these two teams on Cobble?
I mean, we saw Renegades play Cobble the other night. Did not go well for them. 16-5, they got shredded by Optic. They're going to need to adjust and fix some of the problems they had last night, or it could very easily be a fast night for Luminosity.
Well, we will find out when we come back from this break. Let's go now to a nice preview of a JW highlight clip.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL 1 is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
All right, we're back here on the Pro League. We're about to get into our second doubleheader of the night. It's going to be Luminosity. It's going to be Renegades. It's going to be Cobble. It's going to be Dust 2.
A repeat of Renegades' first match in ESL Pro League that did not go well for them.
Well, that's a common theme online. It seems to happen every now and then to just about everyone. So, with that being said, let's take a look at the rosters we've got here in front of you. And I really think a key player that steps out right here would be Yell.
Yeah, Yell being the opper for Luminosity, he's a big piece of the puzzle, but you've got Destiny, PKL, SHG, and Showtime surrounding him. Destiny's actually a very capable rifler as well, as is PKL, a strong clutch player. So in general, a lot of potential for Luminosity.
Absolutely, and we're going to switch over right away over here to the Renegades. Still looking at this JKS fella, and only because he's got that cool last name.
Yeah, we talked about it. Mr. Savage would be a much better in-game name, but you've got Azza, JKS, Ustillo, Yam, and Ricky. Azza and Yam really had a rough night last night. At one point, Azza on Cobble had 0 kills, finished the map 1-19. Not an acceptable performance. If they're going to win this map, they're going to need him to step up.
It's not too bad. Could be a lot worse.
Well, yeah, he could have finished with 0 kills.
Which
is technically, mathematically impossible. That's how much worse it is. You could not calculate the difference.
Well, to calculate this one a little bit further, let's throw it to the Bears who's standing by.
Thank you, Stunna, and welcome back to another Let's See Who's Going to Play Out this round. And what we're going to see is we're going to see Team Renegades. They're going to start off with the 3-2 default. And what this really does is they send 2 people towards this A-bomb site to put pressure, to make sure the counter-terrorists don't flank them that fast, to really keep the at least 2 people towards that A-bomb site. As this is happening, Ustillo and his teammates are working the drop, they're throwing nades, they're making noise, they're trying to make the counter-terrorists, oh, they're everywhere, they're spread out, they're doing the default, whatever. And so the magic of the strat is, though, once Ustillo gets down into this drop area, his teammates are going to start lurking towards that platform area. And so what's going to happen is if they peek on Ustillo first, the people on platform are going to hop out and try to flank him. If the people, or if TSM is looking towards platform, this is when Ustillo is going to be peeking, as you see right here. He gets an easy kill, and it's pretty much a good game for Team Renegades as they sandwich the people in the B-bomb site. A lot of communication, a lot of teamwork makes this strat work, and good job to them. Back to you, Stunna.
Thanks, Eric. As always, appreciated. All right, Bach, we're gonna get into this one really fast. So give me a quick prediction.
I look at this first map and I think LG takes it. Based on what we saw last night from Renegades, I do not have faith in their cobble. I think that LG wins this one all the way.
There's definitely always a chance. Let's go, Renegades. Let's see what you can do. But to do that, let's take it away here with Blue and Dazed.
All right, yeah, thank you very much, Stunna. We're getting prepared to jump into yet another Cobble match. Remained flawless in that record for the entire week so far. Every single match had at least one of the 2 maps played on Cobblestone. And now this one has been interesting because it's we're in the North American League. We're in the North American studio. Yeah, we have 0 North American players in this game. What is up with that?
They're taking our jobs, Blue. Taking our jobs. No. Yeah, but both teams are very, very good. Both teams are probably going to... Well, obviously, Renegades fell flat last night. They didn't play well, but I predicted both teams to be fighting for a playoff spot. You know, I think Luminosity is very, very dedicated. You'd assume Renegades would be very dedicated being in America from Australia, right? All living like a gaming house together. You'd assume so. So I figured, you know, both teams would have a good chance of at least fighting for playoffs. We'll see, though.
I mean, we saw Azur getting off to a rough start, but he was able to recover a little bit there going into the second map. Again, I don't think he really like exploded or whatnot, but we did see him obviously, you know, impacting comparatively to I think only ending last night's Cobblestone game with like 1 or 2 kills at most, and they didn't even get them until like the very last couple of rounds. So he was really struggling last night. We have to hope he shows up. Meanwhile, on the Luminosity side, again, you know, we've been seeing them in the scene for a while now. Like, who's your highlight player out of that mix, and what, like, is there any unique players I think that are on this team right now that you want to highlight specifically? This is the first time we're seeing them on the mainstream here.
Well, playing with them in Rank S, I think they all seem very, very solid, individually speaking. I haven't particularly watched them enough to really know if they're going to have like a star player carry them or anything like that. I do think Yell is very, very, you know, skilled with the op. He can make a lot of nice highlight level plays. But as a team, I'm waiting to see, you know, what we see from them. I predict good things because they put in a ton of time into the game. Their improvement from the start of Premier until now, I think, has been exponential. And I think they're going to really show people that, like, even though it's their first season of the Pro League, first season of Professional, that they could turn some heads and come out with, I think, a winning record. And I think they might even make LAN playoffs.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to find out on that one, of course. There's a lot of teams jumping into it now. A lot of change-ups, again, in North America, though, and it's sort of shifting the dynamic around among, like, who is the best here. SK, I think they're still a safe bet to make it in. Same thing for the Immortals as well, with the way that they've been able to perform consistently, especially with, you know, just online playing, being able to qualify. They do drop the ball sometimes in the online play, but, of course, there's plenty of time to discuss that later. It is now time to get into the match, and, well, we have the flags correct today as well. The Aussie flag flying high for the Renegades and the Brazilian one for Luminosity. It's back under their banner now. The legendary organization which kickstarted the previous SK, and now it is back with a new squadron here in the ESL Pro League. Showtime, Yell, Pickle, SHZ, and Destiny. We'll have to see how they can perform as they start off on the CT side. Right at the beginning, however, the Renegades kick it off really fast, but Pickle right over here on the backside, he's going to be able to find 1 and 2 before being traded down by Yam. After this one, SHZ moves in, able to trade that back onto Yam. Ustillo and Ricky, the last 2 standing, but they're pushed outside of the mid-connector right now. LG's in full control of the situation.
Yeah, and just, again, every single time Renegades rushes on their T-pistol, either air or B, they just rush. Every single time they 5-man rush. It's freaking crazy to me. It's also so cold in here, Blue. What is going on, man? I wish I had that tracksuit that the Bears had.
That was
seemingly he just wears it every day. It's pretty crazy, huh?
It's, you know, got to keep the clothes consistent. It's outerwear though, so it doesn't get that dirty. So
true.
You're able to wear that from day to day. We changed it up yesterday a little bit. He had the ESL hoodie. But now these last two, they're trying to push their way up to the site. SHZ waiting for it, however. Wrapped over here around the backside. Destiny actually having some trouble finding the finishing blows against these players. As SHZ was in, Ricky's found another one. Ustilla's found a second. Destiny does trade out on Ustilla, so it's down to Ricky, but he's been on point with these pistols before. There's one more. Somehow this goes down to a 1v1. He's looking for Showtime. He's found him there to the left of the tree spot. He's got him at 8 HP, and somehow the Renegades pull that one off. Ricky with the big clutch, the 3K, and they're going to control the pistol.
Wow. So from a 4v2 into a T-side pistol round win for Renegades was looking really bad for them when Pickle, who I don't even know if he wants us to call him Pickle, but we all call him Pickle in Rank S because it's a great alias, all right?
It's pretty good.
Pickle is a good alias.
The problem is if he doesn't want to be called that, we're setting the precedent now, and then I'll have to fight against that.
Who's gonna say anything about it?
I mean, he might.
He might? No, I think he likes it.
All right, well, we'll stick with it for now until someone says something in the other direction. As LG go on to their force-up round here in the second. Just the usuals. 5-7 CZs in the Deagle for SHZ. Yell buys up lighter with just a P250 to save for the op, and it's a big 4-man stack on the B-bomb site, only leaving Yell to defend A. And obviously the Renegades not going to be doing any real rushing here. They'll just be sitting back and playing into the default, running the timer down so as not to run into any big stack.
rage comes into it, maybe a little bit down the track, maybe a couple of months.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome, everybody, to another evening of the ESL Pro League over in Europe. We have some phenomenal matches today, including this week's Hot Match of the Week. It's going to be really good stuff. I'm joined again. They ended the show yesterday. It is Sponge and Itasaticus. How's everyone doing? Sponge, I know you told me a phenomenal story about a muffin earlier today.
Best muffin ever.
Ever.
Butterscotch.
You want to stick to that?
I do.
This is apparently a muffin where it's not just the muffin top was excellent. The whole
thing was good.
Bottom,
I
right?
had the same one we had for dinner. Yeah,
we were talking about it before. We had like full breakdown of the muffin.
I wasn't talking to you about it.
You know how you eat? Well, no, me and Mitch were.
Oh, okay.
You know how you eat the muffin top and you know like the rest of it's just going to be dry? This had like some butterscotch, like caramel kind of. It was great.
This is the kind of
Tasted
god tier
like
analysis we brought you in for.
I'm surprised you didn't fly home after yesterday.
It tasted like cottage pudding.
Well, we were on top of you. You know, we were making you work for it yesterday.
Well, speaking of being on top, we can check out the standings from North America and see exactly who's on top over there, because we are about 3 weeks into the season.
Canada's on top of North America, just in case you're wondering.
Yeah, it's the worst loft party ever. Cloud9 is there up on top, 7-1 at the moment. SK is going to be following that up. Team Liquid still in the running, and so is Optic. Those are kind of the teams that you'd expect to be up there. Immortals as well with their recent good form. But
that looks normal.
Yeah, the Australians down at the bottom still. That definitely looks normal. CLG a little middle of the pack.
Well, last season they actually qualified but couldn't go to the finals, Jason. So, you know, it's unusual for the Renegades not to be performing well.
Yeah, well, I don't know about unusual, but we'll move along over to Europe, where we do actually have a lot of unusual standings. Astralis down at 10th. You got to expect that'll surely change. G2 Esports, they got their first win of the season last night. They have 2 more games coming up today. And then obviously at the top, Heroic, they're in good form. Envy, Mouse Sports, Kingwin. That's the top 4. I don't think anyone would have predicted that.
Definitely not. These are the teams, if we stop the season right now, they would be at the finals, right?
Yeah.
Like, I know we've only very few matches in right now, but it's just crazy to see like so many upset wins across the board. Like Envy has had that massive game where Scream, he just went off against his old teammates of G2. Heroic, you know, they're getting those upset wins to put them out at 4-4. So it's a bit topsy-turvy right now.
Quick yes or no for the two of you before we go on the schedule. Is NIP making the playoffs, yes or no?
No.
All right, well, today's match is coming up. G2 is going to take on North. That is going to be the first 2 matches. Following that up is our hot match of the week. That's going to be Virtus Pro taking on Astralis. All 4 of these matches on just 2 maps, Inferno and Nuke. So the most recent 2 maps to come back into the pool, that's what we'll be looking forward to today. That is going to be some good stuff. You guys excited for that?
2 of my favorite maps.
Yeah, and actually the big news coming out, obviously, is Zonic is going to be playing tonight for the Vice.
Yeah,
Whoa!
that like just came out very recently.
Yes, that's true, actually. His
hot match looking even hotter.
It is, man. Bionic Zonic. The thing is, so they, well, I think we have a tweet about it. I don't know if you want to bring it up now, but obviously Device tweeted out about his.
We'll bring that up later.
All right, fine then. All right, carry on, host. Do your thing.
Yeah. Well, later on, we'll be getting to what Matt was talking about. But for now, let's go hear from Mitch.
Yes, thank you very much, Moses. Before we jump into the games for today, though, I do want to remind everyone at home to keep track with what's going on our social media. Facebook.com/ESLCS and Twitter @ESLCS. The poll for today is related to our hot match of the week. Quite simply, who is going to win, Astralis or Virtus Pro? We've had that one before, but some things have changed, of course, since Katowice. We'd love to know what you think. And now with the ESL Pro League Season 5 finals coming up on June 3rd and 4th, you can join in and enjoy some fantastic CS gameplay at the Verizon Theatre in Dallas. Check out the ESL Pro League website for more details and how to get your hands on some tickets.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Yes, and that will be coming up later on, just to the end of the season.
Do you have fond memories from Dallas?
I do have fond memories from Dallas. I have a lot of fond memories from Dallas. Used to compete there back in the day in CPL. It was a little bit long ago.
Do you ever meet Debbie?
Did I meet W? I have met W, actually.
Okay.
Good story. Thanks for that. Well, let's move along right into G2 because we have G2 versus North coming up. We saw them play yesterday. They went 1-1 on the day, but I think the big surprise, the big thing is just their first win of the day, which was big. So yeah, now we're gonna have a tweet. This is up here from Smiths. You can see 1-1 tonight against Heroic. Lost on that overpass, and that was the incredible Yugi clutch, the spam through the planning boxes.
Anders is always so proud when things like that happen. He's like, well, I theory crafted it, so I came up with this. I am the god to Counter-Strike. But yeah, that basically turned that match, and young Yugi being very proficient with the AWP in Pro League so far. He's has some really good stats. I was checking them out earlier today. He's in quite a few of the top AWPing stat categories.
Yeah, and then we see one from NBK. Good start to both sides. Check. Hold the good start. No check. Win the important clutches. No check. So 2 for 3. That's not bad, is it, Matt?
You mean 1 for 3?
1 for 3.
Yeah, it was awful.
2 for 3 missing.
Yeah. No. You need a number of those things. Definitely, definitely the clutches. This one's on point.
Well, I can't say that, I think, but we could show it.
I can say it if you want.
No, it's all right. Still can't win the crucial clutch rounds. We drop over past 13-16. Frustrating, but got to be better. And they do. I think it's got to be a load off their shoulders that they at least get their first win. No more goose egg.
It's interesting to see how they're approaching the game, right? Because so far at the moment, it's like they're going for this structure. They're going for a bit more strategical game plan. They actually look like they want to put pressure on certain parts of the maps to get reactions later on in the game. But in certain situations, they might be playing too scared. I want them to loosen up a little bit, take a relaxed route.
Yeah.
Or route.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. I mean, it would be awesome. I remember yesterday you mentioned they need to find that middle ground. So
yes.
maybe going hard in one direction, which they've always been deficient in, just to kind of get the hang of it, and then they'll find that comfortable middle ground. But they'll be taking on North today. So that is going to be get some good stuff. At North just feels at the moment like they are just, despite all the names on that roster, they still seem to feel like a little bit underwhelming come some of the big matches. They lose the close ones at the moment. They haven't gotten over that hump the way that we saw Astralis evenally do it.
Yeah, I guess that's going to take time, right, Matt?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, we saw obviously midsummer last year, late summer Epicenter, the win. That kind of put them on everybody's radar. They've been improving for a while. We know Cajun brought a lot to them, but that's all days gone by at this point. They need to make that more consistent. There's undoubtedly an issue closing out. I think kind of showed us that despite the fact that they did very well to get through the group of death, which was a very hard group, they got battered by Immortals, I have to say. And they didn't really look composed. They didn't know how to take the right duels. They weren't winning with individual skill, which is showing that they're off form, because with individual skill, they have Magician and Config, who are two of the best.
They are an incredible duo. And then you add into that the increased individual level from MSL has been very impressive.
Yeah.
Chad, as a former gamer yourself, what do you attribute that to? Is that something that he's doing individually, or is that something having to do with feeling comfort within his team?
There's a bit of placebo from him changing the sense and having a good game. I think more so what's helped is the addition of AZ and having a load off his shoulders, right? There's no language barrier anymore. I know, from Norwegian to Danish isn't that bad. But in the sense of he has a more skilled player, I suppose, than AZ, and you can focus on your own game more a bit as an in-game leader, take a few more risks, do things you might not normally do, and that's why you're going to find yourself a few more frags. If you're too busy trying to stay alive in the mid-round, waiting for people to do their job so you can be the lieutenant, you're going to put yourself in a position that you might not be comfortable in. And I think MSL is one of those guys who makes really good, risky reads. Like, he'll walk through mid doors on Cobble as a T, assuming no one's there, where other players will jiggle peek, maybe throw a flash or whatever. And that kind of stuff from an in-game leader if it doesn't work and you put your team in a 4v5, that's what you'd normally blame your teammates for. In the situation of being an in-game leader, you kind of you can get away with that.
Right.
So,
well, I mean, we're gonna stick with you, Sponge, as an in-game leader, because I know you have something that you think we're gonna be expecting tonight on Nuke.
This is just a really good strategy on Nuke that they're doing late round. So if we bring it up right now, that you can see the guys from North just posturing in lobby or team main.
Really fast.
I've sped it up. Basically, they're waiting out the utility of the CTs, and then they do a late round. Top execute here. So you're going to see a smoke going into mini or annex, as we call it in Australia, and a Molotov behind the CT vent. Now, what's important is the lines that they run going into the site. So you see Config's going to run out below Nico here, and then Magix is instantly there for that trade. It pops out, takes him down, and the lines they run into the site is to open up the CT, so they have to face multiple angles. That Molotov used at Heaven stops the rotation coming in, and they're able to get the bomb site and win the round with ease. So when you have late round executes like that, which we don't normally see, it's good to have a clean idea of how you're going to exploit the angles the CTs are holding. So I like the fact that they've got that in their arsenal.
Yeah. See, Matt, it was all planned. That quick speed, that quick pace.
Yeah, I did it intentionally. Me and Rush, we sat there for ages just working out how to speed it up.
How fast should we take this clip?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the decider. Good stuff.
He's a speed hacker.
Now, this is a map that North is very, very proficient on. This is a map we talk about being a very strong map for them against G2. does G2 here, do they have a fighting chance? Is this going to be a map that they're able to compete on?
I think this has to go the way of North. If they have any form left at all, this is the map that they created a lot of the meta. Now, I don't think they're the best in the world. I don't think Astralis has surpassed them. I think NIP at times has shown weaknesses in their defense. They seem to have, as well, one of the only teams that still, for whatever some reason, has consistent issues getting a gap in the smoke towards Secret. That said, their rotations are really, really good. And their CT side is very dynamic, which is something that strings well for them.
This is something I don't want to see happen to North. G2 can counter-strat them right here and go, hey, we know Config plays aggressive on Yard. We know the lines that Cajun likes to AWP. I think North should come out and play their game to begin with, or maybe have an aggressive move early on their CT side to catch G2 off guard, because they're going to come in with a counter-strat plan and expecting a certain type of gameplay, and then you're going to rock G2. What we're going to see from them is the complete unknown. We haven't seen this lineup on Nuke really, especially in big matches. We don't know how they're going to approach it or who's going to basically be doing what roles. So for G2, it's the unknown. For North, it's not getting counter-stratted.
Now, is this a G2 that we saw? Do you think coming into this, because yesterday you've mentioned they were doing some good things. They were starting to get a little bit more strategic. Is this in a G2 that we're going to see come out and rely heavily on guys like Shox, on guys like Apex to get the entries on a map like Nuke? Or is this something we're going to see a little bit more structure like we did last night?
With their T side, yeah, I think Shox is going to have a lot of freedom. If he can find his way into Warehouse outside or Secret, he's going to have some good mid-round decisions to find openings. It's just hard to brute force entries for a player like Apex. A top rush or a ramp rush is so difficult to do, right? So it's about getting Apex territory to then find the jewels. So I'm going to expect probably more from players like Kenny. To find opening kills with the AWP, and then Apex is going to have to follow up later in the round. He might find himself feeling a bit awkward early on.
Matt, if G2 lose this, I mean, they're going to be, what, 1-5, I believe it would be after this? Are they out of the running? At what point do we say, because you guys both said no when I said, is NIP going to recover and make the playoffs?
Well, the thing is, NIP's form is consistent, and we've seen trends of it. It's not something that's new and it's going to be a switch that's turned, whereas G2 has that potential. They have the potential to just become the really good team. It's the fact that they're new, that the unknown, that from some point everyone expects this to be the buzzword super team, right? Like, so I didn't expect them to be fast out of the gate. By now, I would have expected them to be catching up to finding maps, to finding form. Now, Inferno is something that maybe they could throw a wrench into and be a little bit proficient on, given that they weren't at Katowice. They've had some time to work on things like that. They've watched some other teams play it as well, so they've got a good amount of information. But the threshold in this league is so close that when you have a slow start, it's very hard to recover from. So if they go down tonight, if they lose 2 tonight, I would say they're very likely out of the playoffs at this point.
That would be unimaginable, I think. Is that G2 team being gone? That'd be like a repeat with NIP gone as well.
I figured it would take 4 to 5 months for them to get up to speed, which would put us right to the end of the league. That's just the way Counter-Strike is right now.
That's a long lifetime, right? You have to look at the games that they've lost. They've lost to Envious, who I predicted that Envious would be no-hopers, right? And that G2 would just stomp all over them.
Well, that was the match where like Scream got like 50
he just went
kills,
nuts. Yeah, like you can't really bank on that happening, but you just look at skill for player, and you would never expect that to happen. And then you look at, they lost a map to Heroic last night that we saw. They did manage, they lost to Fnatic as well. So you don't expect them to pick up the win against Fnatic, but you expect them to pick up a map against Envious, if not 2, and you probably with Heroic as well. Even though Heroic have shown better form, just the teams looking at them on paper, you would expect G2 to be better. So they still have hard games, you know, they still have to play against the likes of Astralis, VP,
right.
Even like Na'Vi is throwing in some upsets.
Now you've bailed me out again because you have their schedule up here. So I mean, after North, it gets much easier. They go down to Mouse Sports, they go down to Hellraisers, Kinguin, and then LDLC after that. So at least there's a chance here for them to pick up. I mean, is the thing about picking up speed in the middle portion of the season?
Well, they're going to have to, because he just switched the page to the rest of their games. Then they go Astralis, Virtus Pro, FaZe Clan to close out the year. Yeah. Which, if they lose tonight, they're going to have to win at least 4 of those games. I'm going to say it right now. So that midsection that looks easy, they better breeze through that and use it to build the team.
The problem for them and all the teams is when we do get to the end of the season and you have your harder matches and you've lost games that you shouldn't have lost earlier in the season, the pressure's on. And that's like when we see teams not making it to the playoffs, and that's when they get a bit disappointed.
Yeah, well, then that's usually when the tweets come out that say, you know, we'll be back a little bit stronger next time.
We'll start practice at 9 a.m.
Yeah, it's about that time we start practicing again. Time to try is what we usually say.
I'm busy playing rank S. Can't make practice tonight. Sorry, guys.
No, that's North America.
Edgy. We're coming in on that hot.
Speaking of edgy,
do we have his soapbox?
Razor, my clippers, they're good.
My soapbox? I don't think we've brought that yet. We haven't got the props out.
Oh,
yeah.
We have props.
We'll get there eventually.
Do we have the black thing that Olaf high-fived?
Let's talk about Matt's haircut.
Matt,
so after the disaster last night, I decided I'll just
So Sadicus here decides to go home and try and cut his own hair.
That's not what happened. I was trimming up my sideburns, got a little carried away. All right, it slipped.
So sideburns, Matt, sideburns don't go that high normally.
Well, I stopped here, but then I wasn't paying attention because I'm ADD.
Is that your sideburn?
What'd you call it?
I'm going to have a sick fade tomorrow.
Yeah, he comes in, he's like, I'm just going to go for the triangle fade. I don't know what that is. I think he kind of has to go for that now.
I think I might just go Henry G.
It's a forced haircut. If you go Henry G...
You can't pull that off.
I definitely can. Oh, that's bait. You just want me to do it now. You're right. I can't pull it off.
That's right. You're too smart.
Look, I'm already halfway there. They just got to finish up a little bit, and we're good. I should get a discounted rate. I've done half the work for them.
You should be thanking me. I got you a close-up today. Must be feeling mighty happy.
Don't really care.
Okay, let's move over. Let's get back on track, at least a little bit, back to North.
Sure.
Now, what's up with this team? Because even at the end of the year, they won Epicenter. Remember, they got all hyped. Everyone got so excited, and they spent the end of the year so many events. I think they traveled to like 7 of 8 events or something like that. They kind of crumbled a little bit, didn't perform up to expectations. This year, I mean, they've had some tough losses. They lose in, the quarterfinals of the major, the semifinals of Vegas, and then the quarterfinals again of Katowice?
Yeah, quarterfinals is the toughest one because they got battered in the first game. Cajun especially was very slow to get started. I think he was like 0-15 at halftime. They made it kind of close toward the end. The scoreline was not indicative of the game, but then they had this great second map. They had a huge lead. Magisk puts in the best individual half of anyone in a major all of history. And then they crumbled to Virtus Pro, who go on to make the finals. That was, for them, a really good chance in that tournament, and that's a bitter pill to swallow. The rest has kind of been downhill since then. Even though they made the semis in Vegas, they didn't look as convincing. They weren't quite the team that we thought they were. They didn't have the poise. They were just kind of hanging in there and playing average Counter-Strike. Then, of course, the quarterfinal at Katowice, that was very poor. The cash duels they were taking, they weren't even
Mortals, correct?
Yeah, so they did do well on their T side. To be fair, they made, I think it was 16-14. It was a surprising comeback, and you could say the same for Immortals. But their CT side, they weren't even having utility used against them. They weren't even using any themselves. MSL kept trying to take duels out toward Checker, or Toxic, excuse me, from Checker, and they just weren't finding any map control. And to me, it was really, really poor adaptation because they didn't do anything to change it. They called 2 timeouts and then went back to doing the exact same thing.
Yeah. All right, overall, I still think North are a top 6 team in the world. Okay. I think maybe they had a poor showing, but that's not indicative of the way that they actually approach the game. I think some of their players may have had some off moments, but I don't think you can count these guys out for being a top 6 team in the world.
I won't say I count them out. I just think they have to get back on form. That's all.
I definitely agree with that statement. I think
it was all the other ones he doesn't agree with.
It's fine, Chad. I'll cut your hair tonight. Don't worry.
I definitely think that Config and Magic's now with the addition of AZ, Cajun being solid, and MSL playing better. If these guys not get back on track, I don't think they're off track. If these guys are able to innovate a little bit more and maybe fix a few little mistakes that they have, they're going to be even more dangerous going forward. And I think they're definitely a tier 1 team who need to be feared.
I think both of our statements are true. I completely agree with all that. I just think as of right now, if you look back, it's not been good.
Well, Matt trying to find any way to make himself right in this kind of a situation.
I'm not wrong.
He's
not wrong either.
We
made future versus past tense.
Do you want to do predictions?
My prediction is...
You said 6 seconds. Hurry up.
All right, you go.
I'm not making a prediction. Let's throw.
All right, yeah. Well, there you go, Matt. You blew your chance. All right, well, we're going to head over to the casters.
G2.
It is going to be Pansy and Uber.
Are we on yet?
It's one of those days. It's one of those days.
I'll tell you what, that family is probably more dysfunctional than the Osbournes.
You reckon?
Yeah, that's some interesting moments from them, but it's a nuke. It's nuke, and sometimes a nuke is dark and full of terrors, but North have got the better of it for the most part. G2, we haven't seen them win this map against a top team. Okay, yeah, it's a different roster, fair enough. But we haven't really seen this team, this name, succeed on this map since Oakland, actually. So we just have very little info on G2 in general.
No, and G2's big story for me is how they're improving recently. They've taken time away. Of course, they weren't at IEM. They weren't at the events that people have been looking at. So they've had time to work. We saw it yesterday. Kept eyes towards it. We saw some pieces looking better, but still, it's an interesting idea as to what they've been up to. And I'm hoping maybe they have refined a little bit of their nuke play here. I'm hoping we get to see a bit of that, see what they can bring. Because we know that North are one of those teams that come in with that full idea. They have a very, very well-scripted piece for their T side. So hopefully we get to see them bring that one to the forefront. Mollies and smokes certainly indicate that's going to be the case already. But yeah, G2, if you've got a great opportunity here. These teams like North are great to look into to, you know, quote-unquote anti-strat, and it looks like they've got a bit of an aggressive start from Shox. He's going walkabouts over towards outside.
One of the first teams to really start working nuke when it was released at the qualifiers for ESL 1 Cologne last year. It was North. Back when they were Dignitas, but Shox is going to start this off nicely. It's a very cutely played shot to the head of AZ, and Body's got a great position on Rafter there. It's 3 for 1 so far in kills, and Apex with a quick double to close things out, and North hardly leaving a scratch.
No, and you can see the confidence in Shox just walking outside. I'm pretty sure, I'm hopeful that G2 have put some work into this to read how North like to approach this map, and catching someone so early is a massive benefit for Shox. That kind of just set up the whole piece for the rest of going, yeah, he's here, guys, you know what's coming, right? So you can just kind of bound off the back of it. North going straight back into the Tech 9, smokes galore. Could be that line of smoke towards outside, get down towards Secret. Plenty of options for them to run towards. And SMGs completely and utterly, and actually Magic has made it down towards lower. So yeah, that's pretty, if anything, going to encourage the players who are going outside to get down off that line of smoke all the way down towards Secret. I'm wondering if there's anyone down there already. I don't think there is. Kenny S is already, he stopped playing outside?
I think the closest is NBK in ramp room.
Yeah, Shox might be down there as well. I'm pretty sure he's going to be behind that kind of, he's in dark,
yeah, he's
right?
in dark.
So he could have some fun here. It depends if they check it. I'm hoping they do, but they don't have any utility to clear it. But they still have to plan, what we're going to do with that bomb. And that's in MSL's hand, so keep your eyes on that one. There you go, it's gone. MBK quickly got himself to a nice relevant position. Shox takes his time to finally pop out, nade in towards vents. Not going to hurt, but certainly shows that they can't go just walking in there.
I could have heard just a bit more if Magisk hadn't stepped forward of it. But it's 3v2 right now. UMP's in hand for 2 of these G2 players, and KGB walks straight into it now. Magisk very low on HP. Has very little to work with as well. Bomb is across the map from him. So now it's all a matter of seeing if he can get something for this now. Picking up a couple of bits and pieces. MP7 in hand, about 40 seconds left. Going to be very, very tricky for North to orchestrate too much here. It was brought up by Sponge earlier on. We saw that nice little 4-man pour out on towards upper, and they double face pushing out of hut. But again, you need a decent amount of arsenal to orchestrate something like that at all. Lauren and NBK will put things to bed so far for North. So G2, decent start. Nothing much really shown.
No, this is all just good for G2 as well. We know what this map can be like. It's incredibly punishing if you don't get the full utility behind you, especially the Molotovs, especially ways to deny North doing quick upper hits if they fancy going towards it. They know that North will have nothing this round, so it's free farm time, ideally. North shouldn't be able to take too much away. I think only Magic's the only one to buy anything.
It's got to be an inner hit.
Yeah, it's do what you can, maybe just rush it. Just get over, don't maybe get down vents if possible. Try and get bomb down. And it's probably not going to go too well. 8 bullets still, even with Apex, if he needs to follow up again after that. But yeah, this is what to expect. Not too surprising. Conflict's at least going to find one, but anything's good here.
I mean, for AC, with the way he pushed out there, it was already a foregone conclusion that he was trying to vent dive, and he wasn't ready for the G2 player to be so close up to him. You see, even after opening the door and ostensibly seeing the G2 player there, he was firing at the vent first.
Straight up onto a double AWP. First, big gun round coming in. The other 3 sticking on SMGs, maybe? Okay, where are you going to take these? So you got Shox and Kenny, maybe one going towards ramp.
Can he be assertive on outer here with one of these AWPs? There should be a wall of smoke for North here.
This is the thing. If it's Shox, he can do whatever he wants. He's going to have a quick look, see if anyone's going to be trying to come through towards the vent fast. No one is, but the smoke's there. That's going to keep him guessing. And Kenny S, where is Kenny? He's just boosting someone up by ramps. He's going to back away now. He's done that, so job done for him. He can start putting that AWP into play, but that is big. Magic's finding 2 out of nowhere. That's opened up a huge opportunity now.
And Shock's in a position, well, it's going to be a one and done, to be fair, if it gets dropped on. Doesn't quite go for that no-scope. And G2, as soon as North able to buy up some decent weapons, they're crumbling one after another. 2 AWPs brought up in this round for G2, and they only won just the 3. So, yeah, decent enough money to buy them, but not enough to survive if they if they get crushed in this round. And Shox is trying to stave that off as best he can. But a 1v4, only an AWP to work with. Now, talk to me about this line, because G2 buy up 2 AWPs. There's no interest for them to try and contest outer, so North can access the lower part of the site. They can access their B site pretty comfortably. Are you still okay with double AWP there, or wouldn't you rather contest outside or play some arm's length CS?
I think we should ask Shox that.
Yeah, perhaps.
I think we should ask as well why he's picking the AWP up over Kenny S on this. Could have dropped him out. I'm not sure if maybe he had a better spawn, possibly. But it looks like KGB's going straight for the fight against Shox here, and this could be fun, and it is for Shox. Connects perfectly well towards KGB, and that's the start you're going to be hoping for. They can recover the AWP if they need to. Smokes there. And Magisk again, claiming 2. Apex and Body getting destroyed. Playing on the hut, but Shox is the raid boss. He's the final member of G2 to be really trying to hold on towards that upper bomb side. But down to 3, it's going to be tough.
MBK. Spot, it's pretty hard to check. It's a hard angle to see. It requires a boost up in most cases. In fact, all of them, but it works out. Now AZ. Does have options, but the bomb is a long way away from him. Back towards even radio, if I'm not mistaken. Shox is in position, but AZ takes the pick. Shox not quite connecting on that one, and now shots towards Rafters. He gets it. Now it's a 1v1. NBK, full health, 2 flashes to his name. He has better positioning. It should be done, but North making it costly.
Yeah, the money's going to be kind of on that like edge.
This is weird money.
You got 3.8 for Apex. They can spread the wealth. They can still get a buyout. But they're getting to that point where it's like, it's not perfect, it's not ideal. And you kind of almost feel for North in a way because they didn't know of NBK's positioning on the boost, weren't able to check it. It was just purely not going to happen. And you can see Magic's trying to turn that one around so well and still having so much power towards upper, even though they lost out on that first player of Cajun B. Is quite impressive. But onto 3 rifles now, 2 Tech 9s. Still can make something happen with, but the main man for me is Shox right now. He is putting on a bit of a display, let's put it that way. But so is Magisk. He is so potent at doing this.
And he's facing first in towards upper every time, opening the door and banging out the first person to show. Last round it was 2 people through smoke, no less. Good start for him. Rubino used to be the orchestrator of a couple of that kind of play as well for North back when he was in the team, that real aggression onto sites like Cobblestone and the like. But Magisk almost giving an upgrade in that regard.
This is great. They know the Shox have been a really quick rotate towards that lower side of things, and they've got control room control, so they can sit there and kind of deny anyone playing back into this. Like Molly completely denying Kenny any sort of play further. Config going to sit towards Dark, but where's the bomb? Now it's planted. Now we see this 3v4 retake attempt from G2. Going to be tough if they don't get a quick kill coming in pretty soon. They've got the kit on Kenny, so timing isn't a huge problem. They're losing out HP, and Config going to make it worse. Body going down means this looks impossible, and it's time to back away.
There's just an impressive fluidity about the way that North are playing this map through. Kenny S in trouble. Tries to go for the point blank and gives his AWP up to MSL. With glee, he takes it.
And now the breakpoint comes in. North were on the cusp of being able to break their money for quite some time. They've had these close back and forth rounds, of course, and now it's broken. This is where you can see T-Sides really starting to run with it. We see Astralis being so good at that. One of the teams that I personally feel that T-Sides are just phenomenal at the moment. Yet to see them fully struggling to deal with anything. Once they get control of the economy and they can just run it, they do. Now I'm wondering if North have that sort of, I guess, power to their play. We'll find out pretty soon, I can imagine, in the next couple of moments. And G2, how are you going to turn this one around? Shox can certainly achieve some obscene things in these sort of rounds. So, you know, I'd never write them out, but it shouldn't happen.
And look at this complete paradigm shift for North in this round. No aggression towards upper, playing to receive.
And I wonder if we're going to see, you know, that late upper hit. You know, Chad pointed out on the desk, it's something they can go to. AZ's getting so much room towards outer, though. This could change things up. But Shox is occasionally checking on it, so we'll see what they go for. Keep your eyes on North. They have that full utility play, so you might as well use it all. There's no need to kind of risk anything. Cajun B going to find Apex, a beautiful start.
I think Cajun was waiting for someone to come through door as well. He was sat there from the start of the round. So North playing this completely differently. Full understanding of G2 esports' economy.
Where's AZ right now? How far did he get? I think he's actually down in towards the lower side almost. So this could spur on the rest of North to try and join him, or maybe he can try and find room towards ramp, possibly. He's a bit of the thorn in the side now for G2 because he's kind of behind enemy lines, isn't he?
And AZ's had the scenic tour of the Cedar Creek plant in this round, by the way. He went smokeless towards Secret, now under. A lot of information given over to North now about exactly where the weak points are going to be to hit here. G2 have invested heavily in an upper setup here. They've stacked it, and they're not going to be able to stop this plant.
Yeah, AZ just did the perfect scouting work then. Absolutely perfect. Just found the room, took his time, was careful, and North just followed the route that he kind of trailblazed. But the problem now is Kenny's not going to miss the shot. And here comes Kenny again. Oh, timing on this. I was like, all right, I'm just going to have to do this, okay? Oh, that's not fun. And now
no.
Kenny comes out. Look at the time. You're down to 9 seconds. Indecision is the problem, and he couldn't commit to either. And now G2 are tearing them apart. This is a very disappointing round for North.
And you can see MSL just playing Danish roulette there. There's no one to cover his angle. He thinks he's safe for the smoke, but Kenny S just moves out the side and has a shot with the Desert Eagle, you know, and pressures him down so hard. North had everything. They had the economy, they had the utility, they had the information, they had the players. But G2, sometimes fortune favors the bold.
North had players up, but no one was watching MSL's push, which is kind of surprising that he was kind of left to deal with that and just hope that no one came through contamination, which is, it kind of sucks for him. I'm not going to lie, you can be frustrated with that one. And now you've got the hero rifle towards Magisk to keep you the money even, I can imagine. G2 are back in the runs with this, though, because they've got, you know, they were able to stave off the wolves at the door so well with their money. And this is the angle that Magisk has been punishing G2 with so often, and this time Apex has changed. He's adapted, and he comes out the picture on that.
For whatever reason, Cajun B was just trying to get a few shots towards Shox there despite the smoke, and he took a lot of damage. Didn't trade any of his own, but Config had found Apex earlier on, now in lower with the Desert Eagle. AK swings through as MSL actually to help him out there. MBK down. Now Shock's going to be pressured a little bit more. Config in midair tries to land the shot. It's not going to be enough. And now Shock's starting to put his seal of approval over this side at the very least. Pushing forward. Received by another AK from AZ. It's 2v2 and the bomb is down.
All right, Kenny. Oh, AZ's found AZ. Just didn't leave. What? What? Did he think he killed him? And he was expecting KGB to there to just trade him out, but now Body's left in this strange 1v1. Has no out. Oh, this is it. This is done. KGB played it so well. Just waiting in the vents. It's a little unorthodox and very weird then from Body to snap so quickly, but I guess he thought the kill. Yeah,
there was another
exactly.
contamination.
Yeah, that
the
was
way
weird,
he threw that smoke, you know, he could have smoked the side itself and then moved away if he didn't quite know where anyone would come from, try and get a sound cue or something. But you can see he thinks someone's there. Otherwise, he'd smoke his feet.
All right, but this has opened up a chance. What are these back and forth rounds, Mitch?
It's just messy. It's the late round executions that are where teams are winning and losing. In fact, both of them.
Oh, is this gonna be a quick hit? I like this. I like this a lot. Let's see if this works out. It's kind of it's dangerous to play this game, but Magisk is such a master at hitting the upper bomb site. He's so good at it.
Just like Austin Powers, his middle name is Danger. He's more than happy to smoke and just go straight into that one. Again, into a relatively well brought up G2 team, but they were taken completely off guard. And Magisk is bringing that explosiveness that North really need to have these successful takes on upper.
They didn't have the mollies, they didn't have that instant stopping power to deny North going for the shocks. Just wants to warm up a little by the fire, but that's going to give away a touch of position. Body looking for an angle to play back in on. Config is low, so it's very possible they can play this one off now. And the question is, where is Magisk? He is the one to save the day here, if anyone, and he's waiting up for Bomb. He runs out of bullets. He runs out of options, but time is ticking, and they know they don't have this. They do not have a kit.
Yeah, nicely drawn out there, my Magisk there. No kit despite the arsenal on G2. It's going to be another North round coming up there, and we see sometimes the conundrum faced by that individual player playing Rafters. It was talked about earlier on, and Sponge sort of illustrated it on how North like to hit that site. There are so many angles that North force you to cover with 4 players there, and you can see now Magisk had his own situation there where he had to go, okay, there's so many people facing right now. I'm in a dangerous position against so many.
And do you know what the other good thing is? That Magisk is on my fantasy team.
Oh, God.
Yes. So's Config, so I've got a lot riding on this game. Oh, lordy.
Well, two North players is not a bad investment.
No,
right?
but the talk of investment, only 1 molly, and you can see what the problem is. They're not stopping this. North, they're so good at this. I'm a big fan of this, right? The Danes seem to have this down, that quick upper hit. If they know the other side is going to be even just slightly off that perfect purchase, they punish it so well. You look at Astralis, they do it down to a T. North has the same thing.
And there's an element of risk to what Magisk is having to do here, because he has to smoke Annex, right? As soon as he walks in. So sometimes you can be at risk of being caught with a grenade in your hand if the player in Annex is actually standing a little bit closer to the door. We've seen that happen before. But Magisk faces down after he throws his smoke and gets the kill. Now, Shocks again, it's just a save here. He's going to upgrade his weapon. But this is excellent for North. Excellent. The strength of their hits on that upper side is forcing G2 to save with 2, and we might even see 3 players saves at some stage. It's so hard to retake once the T's have rafter control.
Shame that AZ goes down. That would have been nice for them to keep 3 alive. But for North, they're getting to the swing of it, it feels. And for G2, money becomes a big problem. Now, we saw Kenny. The thing is that Shocks actually had a bigger performance with that AWP not too many rounds ago. We saw the power that he came through with and what he provided towards denying those upper hits. A couple through smoke, just retained that positioning. They've been able to kind of pull together this buy, but this is very, very much on the cusp of losing that money. You got, you know, a Galil there for... A Galil? A UMP even, should I say, for MBK. I should be used to saying that by now. So, I don't know. I'm not 100% sold on G2's hold yet. We don't know that much about them on this map, so the T side could be something to look at, but at the moment, it looks like they're on that very fine line of losing out on this.
And this is the other side of North's nuke coin. This is the slower play. This is the more, I guess, reactive play. We see them start fairly slow. They're not trying to, you know, get any molly executes on towards your hut or anything like that. They're purely waiting for G2 to present themselves. KGB got the first kill on a round earlier on there, but MBK's going to catch now. They're going to try and get a trade, but he gets 2, making it very costly for North here. A third? No, won't be forthcoming. It's going to be MSL to get it, but the rest of his team's already been decimated. It's 2v4.
MBK just won that round for G2. I don't know if he'd been watching the demos, knowing that they like to take that kind of radio room control and work their way back towards lobby and then do the hits off the back of it, but he read that timing so well and just made that brave play. Now, Kenny going to close out on KGB, and it's just left MSL alive. Now, he's on 5 HP. He's had a swing up in performance, but I don't know if you can call it a 1v3 swing up in performance. There's Kenny, just to finish it off. And G2, pull it back in line. You can thank MBK for that one. Even with just that UMP, he does the work.
a less aggressive opening to the round means that North were eventually sort of choked out of opportunities there. Maybe they even thought that G2 wouldn't be coming in with a full arsenal as they did. But that fast hit on towards upper is just so successful, so...
Nice,
Don't really have the tools to go for it this time, but the Kraken has been unleashed.
And what do you mean they don't have the tools? They've got the Kraken, Mitch. That's all you need.
I'll believe when I see it.
Look, he's essentially JW on Cobble right now.
See, it's a shorter smoke he throws now.
Yeah.
It's not towards Annex because he wants to vent dive.
It's the same one that Dupree does. The Astralis guys to do the same sort of control, same sort of players come into this. And this is fine for the shotgun as well. If it just sits in these vents, you're pretty good. This looks like the split towards lower. They've got the kind of line of smoke as well to trail their way out, but I'm not sure if North are going to be able to commit to this. The smoke's already dissipated to a degree. They had to re-smoke it, so they've changed up. They're going to hit upper,
I like it.
Coming in from outside. But the problem is there's a player by the old vent, and I think that's Apex. And yeah, look at him, just really destroying this. And now Magisk. All right, the shotgun was useful in the vents for about 20 seconds. Now, not so much so.
When you switch approaches and want to go aggressive on upper, and you're in vents with obviously a sawn-off shotgun, it's not always great. Kudos to Apex, though, for that quick 2-piece. That would have made it a lot harder for North to actually get running because we did see the push from Cajun, I think. With the Tech 9, it enabled him to get 2 kills, so a matter of timing there. 47 seconds in the round. And for Majestic, there's no real reason not to try for this. Again, looking for players that might just be waiting on the periphery. The bomb is a long way away, closer towards Annex, just near the vent when Magic dived earlier. He's taking the long way around.
Just trying to find a way to be relevant, especially with this. Kenny, I guess. No, there we go. Kenny's fine. Of course he's holding the close-up angle against the sword-off. He doesn't know it, but...
Yeah, I mean, and how is Magis going to know to shoulder peek every second corner when Kenny's going to be waiting?
You can't be second-guessing yourself the whole way, so... This one, just going to be North on the Pistolas. Nothing more, nothing less. Maybe an upgrade to like a P250 or a Deagle or so. But no, they're going to be pretty chill on this. One of the most money is KGB, so he's probably looking towards the AWP more than anything. And see, Apex knows what's going on. He's going to go on the farming machine.
And for North here, you know, in terms of how they're saving their money, they're probably not too concerned about picking up an AWP. They haven't been really working out of much except for one round. They'd like to hit with 5 AKs if they can get the money. Speaking of money, Apex trying to make some of his own. 1 kill comes out with an MP7 and shocks through the door to claim MSL. It's going to be very, very hard for North to make any inroads here. But Shocks tries to face there with the USP and is not successful. It's going to have to be a messy spray down for Body to finish the round off here. So North, another round for them in the half would be excellent. And 2 would be a jackpot. Yeah. Which is obviously possible here. So 5 AKs, Shocks, no one cares about an AWP.
Shocks for a second had the AWP then. I guess he's got quite a nice spawn for if he wants to maybe take it somewhere. Nothing massive. It's not like you have a massive advantage going for it, but he's going to be running that just on the M4, no utility. So what is the plan with Shocks here? What is he going to do? Is he going aggressive somewhere, or can we check on Shocks, see what he's up to?
Shorter smoke from Magis
there as well. Yeah, he is probably going to go slightly aggressive, I can imagine, because...
And he can bait a vent dive. Yeah. You can try and imply a vent dive by throwing the smoke short like Magis did then and backing away. So, you know, Shocks had to go down and check that just in case he was going to be lurking.
Look at that flash. It's so well set. Shocks could come around here and catch them all out. He just a second too late on it, which is a shame, but really nice idea. And they've seen the whole picture now. North's game plan has been unraveled. Now, G2 can make an early call, but are the rotates going to be good enough to be able to really hinder this before it even begins?
Depends on North's setup here over towards lower. If they can actually check more of these atriums, these entries, then they'll be fine. Door open, Config doesn't see a lot on the side. It's all happening above him there, and MPK going to be able to use the height advantage to get himself 2. Cajun responds and evens the score, but the bomb is loose on the site. There needs to be challenges made to recover it, and now the 1v1. Magisk on his way through ramp room finds NBK. Smoke preventing him from seeing his assailant, and good timing for Body getting lower just before the smoke clears.
Ring a roses. We go round.
I like Body in this.
Body, not be able to see it unless he... Yeah, Magisk might just walk into this. This could be the problem. Who sees him first? And it's Magisk. He just turns around, he hears the shots, and it's his. Those sort of situations, I guess, is, you know, pick the safest bet you can, stick to it, and hope it works out for you. But yeah, at the end of the day, Magisk gets one on the board now for North.
Yeah, and look, no plant there for North, which means that they don't have that extra little bit of money that might have, you know, allowed them to go up a little bit. I mean, at least maybe have meant the Config could have a rifle instead of just the Tech 9. But this is still good for North, especially the way they want to play towards upper, especially lends itself to more mobility in their weapons, so no dramas. Another round for them, and like I said, will be absolutely sick.
Magisk almost fluffing the smoke there. Kenny does have the AWP though, so trying to find somewhere where he can utilize it on this map. The line of smoke outside has been there every single time though. North aren't going to miss that and not going to mess it up. So Kenny gonna have to try and be relevant elsewhere on the map now, find another way to play himself back into this, because you know what's going to be happening. Magic's going to be down the vents. The 4 others are going to be working their way through those lower halls, checking towards control room. Config doing the same thing. It's rinse and repeat, and it works. Well, it's worked so far. This time G2 are going to play clean retake, it seems like. Just give them the lower bomb site and play back into this, because otherwise it's going to be an uphill struggle. That's not ideal. MSL already finding a kill towards 1 is brilliant. Now it's a 5v4. Now they can get these nice after plants, not be too worried. I think Magic's pretty good at the first point of contact. He gets 1 and trades it out, but a good reply from Cajun B. But there's Kenny, and this is back on now, but
just
Kenny
body
going down is an issue. It's just down to body, but body's been good in these situations.
1v2. 1 player just across the silo from Config. You should have heard Body drop down on his head. He is going to finish it off there. The Tech9 board into that round was just enough. And North get the best possible situation from 5 rounds to get the last 2 of the half to make it far more competitive. And now it must be G2, not only to reciprocate, but to exceed in the second half. We'll be back with that in just a moment. A very respectable first half from North, off the back of what their performance in Katowice was pretty impressive, but it's time for online CS, and so far it's a good T-side for them here on Nuke, and G2 Esports are going to be under pressure to try and show what they've been working on in the interim.
G2 are a very capable side. No one going to dispute that for a second. Incredible potential. You saw glimmers of it there with Shocks coming in on moments. You saw Body having some nice performances mid-round. MBK turning the tides when they actually push towards ramp as well. So there are the elements in the right place. Now they need to put them on the board on the T side. A close game to start with though, but you know what's going to happen. If North get those first 3, they get that money building, there's going to be a problem. G2, if they can stop it now, it'll be perfect.
We almost saw G2 switch to a bit more of a passive CT side towards the end of that last half, just almost playing for a complete retake on both sides, very passive positions on upper. So now might be time to just to get the engines revving a little bit and try and put some rounds up here to start with on the T side. Pistol now, straight towards the unit. We'll see what North has set up here.
G2 not a single smoke, flash or anything. It's full armor, so maybe the Glock train's coming out and Config fancies to do what Shocks did to him, but look at the difference. Shocks is ready and waiting, but doesn't matter. Heads will roll. Cajun B manages find more, and Apex is wondering where the hell his team went, but he will try and claw some people back here. That's 2 for him already.
And a decent pool of health to work with, and the bomb at his feet is a decent omen for Apex. And he's still got 30 bullets, so that's also a good sign. Always a concern when you're running a USP. He's getting picked apart a little bit here. Config playing with him.
Just buying time as well. At least they know where he's going. Apex is doing wonders though. 3 kills, still decent HP as well, 48. Gonna fake it out, making sure no one's too close. I think he's just spotted MSL though. He has, and now it gets a little bit worrying. You wonder where AZ is. Okay, what's the position I want to fight out of probably could be Vents, I can imagine. Now Apex! I almost believed then. If one of those shots had hit that crisp little headshot sound that you hear every now and then, it could have been on, but not to be. 3 kills though, respectable. Keeping North humble, gonna remind them they can't just do what they want. Good start for them though, leaving it just down to Apex, but you know, it was controlled in the end. So we're back all even. And let's look at the investment here from North. So 2 players going straight on the mollies, the UMPs. We've got a rifle on Cajun B, and the rest just trying to kind of even the odds. And the Tech-9 purchase on the other side, again, 0 smokes, flashes, or anything to play with, so they're just going in dry.
I do want to see if the G2 are going to bring some of the blistering pace. Again, I understand that this is you know, more of that forced pistol round, so shouldn't be expecting too much from them. But if they bring the pace that North managed to on upper, it might be able to unseat the Danes. But at this stage, Majestic's going to be content to sit behind the smokes after another. G2 said, no, we're not going to wait for one more. Going to push forward. Majestic is forced to pay dearly for that 1 kill, but he buys a little bit more time. Tries to back away, but bodily catches him just as he tries to pivot. And now North have to respond to this.
Yeah, Apex has got himself a rifle. Kenny's going to find the vent control, and now there's a problem. North are dwindling in numbers, but Config and AZ aren't going to let it slip too far away. But you've still got Shox, you've still got Kenny. And should I make that just Shox? He's a big player, and he can come up with moments like that, but not in this situation. Bombs get defused. Good retake from North. They're keeping 3 alive. They can recover the other rifle if they need to. It was only a FAMAS. I guess UMPs are still just as good at this point. So, debatable, obviously, if you like CSGO balance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big conversation, obviously, around that and around some pistols at the moment. But the mobility that you get with UMP and the penetration that it gives you, especially at the short range you're often employed in, makes it quite the choice for people strapped for cash and still want to have an impact on the round. Now, for G2, 2 kills, a bomb plant, could be a lot worse, but the thing is, North are eking out a lot more than that. And this is their giveaway. If North don't see any smokes early in this round, they know that G2 are probably going to try and execute on inner or try and drop in a ramp room.
All right, Apex has got the hero rifle, so he's the one to wonder where he's going. But yeah, I don't know how they intend to get through Nuke without any form of anything to play with to kind of, I guess, cut the map how they want it to be. You see, this is just going to be easy picking, surely, for North. They shouldn't be peeking into it too much. And now the surprise is there. Okay, they know that Apex has a rifle. Now, KGB is going to see the angle of him running back, so he might try and encroach, but Apex is actually going for a slow walk back too towards T-Red, so that could catch out KGB. He'll be expected to be further than he is. Got to be a little bit careful, and you've got to wonder where Body and Shox are actually going to go here. I guess they're just going to allow Apex as much room to work as they can.
I like this from Apex, though. He makes the 1 peek, sees his opponent back away, and then says, right, I'm going to take some real estate here, move further down towards Secret, but doesn't drop into there. He's actually in the warehouse right now, and that allows him to actually get the flank on towards Cajun B off screen, who was sitting up on the rafters. Says goodbye. Apex doesn't just drop straight down. Just trying to vary his pace of play a little bit.
Yeah, it was a wake-up call for North as well to kind of regain control into this round, because it started getting a little bit problematic then. When you're down to that 3v3, you don't have that information, but I like the double push towards Hut to just try and claim back some real estate. You're down to Shox being last alive, so never ride it out, but at the end of the day, the high ground's covered by North, and MSL was playing up on those rafters, so he was always going to be okay. And North kind of stem the bleeding, and they deny this build-up. And again, the money's still so shoddy for G2.
Look, G2
I don't like the way they're playing this out so far.
They're buying the 3rd instead of maybe, you know, as some teams have chosen to, just take a full eco round. And they fancy and they value just having rifles over that utility. Now they can have a bit of both, but it's still not great. By this point, you want to have, you know, pretty much be armed to the teeth here and need to start bringing rounds back, especially on the T side.
But this is the big round, right? This is the one that they're meant to be able to make the impact and kind of slowly chip away at North's economy. They built up through the first 4 of this half. So I'm just a little uncertain, but they've got great control towards outside, so a bit of a pinch could be coming in, which could be problematic, but AZ's got a nice angle. He did have support, but they actually fall by the wayside, but he's doing so well here. Back and forth we go, but it's left in a 2v2 now. MSL has to come into play.
Behind the silos right now he was, and Majestic actually just backing away through Squeaky. Gets just a glimpse of Genny, and that's enough. But during the furor, the fire, and the flames, it was Shox that dropped down in towards lower for a cheeky bomb plant. Not always the best room to sit in. Again, if he wants to try and play for time or anything like that, it's going to be quite difficult. And even, he actually can't see the bomb defuser. I think it'd be hard to see him with the bomb directly behind the silo, but he's got that molly to try and deny.
I think they just put out a smoke as well. Now,
well, that's ballsy.
Here we go. Early smoke came in just in case this was a possibility in Shox. Yeah, it's not going to happen for him. He's going to have to sit in there and wait this one out. He actually might be able to keep hold of the rifle. He does. So a bomb plant is good for them, though. It gives them a little bit to play with.
Yeah, you have to wonder about Shox's decision-making there. I think he plants in the safest spot possible, but where he plants the bomb doesn't actually allow him to interfere directly with the defuse from that position in Toxic. But still, bomb plant. And we're talking about G2 struggling to get quite enough money to give them the full suite of utility. They come into this round with plenty of smokes to work with, so they want to go for outer. We do have 3 players going there now. That wall's going to come up. Config, though, wants to be the spanner in the works.
And we know he likes to do this. MSL as well, both like to push towards this outside T-red area, but Config is going to be behind enemy lines, and just in between them both. KennyS was still slightly further back, as was MBK. They didn't quite push up with all those smokes going down, and now Shox is just a real spearhead for G2 here, finding opportunities that aren't often gifted to you.
2 players now for North in the lower site. KennyS can't do much about that one. MSL catches in there. Oh, a team Molotov, though. Needs to be careful. Maybe not even great communication there, as MSL was the only one in vents at the time that was thrown. Now, 2v1. Magisk managed to catch MBK on the site. Shox heads in from the lower levels, but the bomb's a long way away from him. Still gets himself in that 1v1.
That bomb is in a really awkward spot. And AZ, let's see how you play this. You've got the 1v1, you have a little touch of utility, you've got...
Does he know where the bomb is? Probably
I think someone must have seen it in the vents at some point, but they don't know if Shox has picked it up since then. So AZ's going to be left kind of guessing at this point, and you might just put your eggs in one basket and be like, all right, I'm just going to hold low, I can rotate up through vents if I fancy it. And Shox is waiting to see if AZ's going hunting for anything, if AZ's going to go looking for information. Now, that actually buys AZ time, but it also kind of puts doubt into your mind. Is he actually going lower? And we'll see if Shox makes any form of sound. This could be vital. And AZ going to be listening out for this now. Shox, if he drops to that site,
he's got a safe angle, to be honest.
There we go. This is perfect. AZ, there we are. Nicely done from AZ. Not second-guessing himself, holding the angle and staying calm.
And it's not only the presence of AZ that Shox is waiting for. I mean, we'll have a look at this Rafter play earlier on here. And this is a bit of a staggered push for G2 on towards upper. Not as explosive as we saw earlier on from North. And you can see relatively comfortable there for control to be exercised from the Rafters if he keeps safe. Now, 21st round coming up. And G2, again, still able to buy into this, but again, really lacking utility. Kenny, that's what they want, though. Quick face, minimal damage taken for the Molotov there, so definitely worthwhile. And AZ is cut very short. There is still an AWP on the side of North. That's in Cajun B's hands, but he's watching outer, and now G2 are going to filter in onto upper.
Yeah, actually, MSL's in a nice spot to find body. You can see Kenny having to pay credence towards that for a little bit of time, but Apex found MSL, so now that threat's removed, and the adjustment begins. Cajun B, positions to be noted by, you can see the utility being put out, and Magic's finding Shox is big. That's brought it back to an even situation now. This becomes quite hard to hold for G2, but with Kenny in this spot, it denies Cajun B the play in, and there's MBK finding Config. Nicely done in the end. Even though they had so little utility to make a play with, they just brute forced their way through it, and that's broken North's money. This is where G2 can bring back these rounds.
Yeah, it's quite astonishing there. One round, one is all it takes for G2 to break North there. We've gone to 1v1s in probably 4 of the last 5 rounds, or close to that there. And I wonder if North maybe would be better off, instead of putting the rifle out towards outer, just try and challenge KennyS on that first peek as the door opens from Annex. But we'll see if that's going to be an addition they make later on. For now, though, they don't have a lot to work with. 5-7, there's a scout there. And MBK is cut short very rapidly. AZ with aggressive push into a squeaky as well. And this is that CT-sided aggression here from North. That'll make it hard for G2 to get a foothold. And Apex at least finds Cajun. That's the scout down.
But Apex took a tag, so that place in the pistols again, that becomes a little problematic, but it's about where they take this bomb, and that's when the MAC-10 might come into play that we just saw there. If they actually go towards Secret, then maybe there's a bit of play, but Body and Apex don't seem to have that in mind, so Kenny's the one to be curious about here. You can see AZ just down below, so I'm not sure what his game plan is here. I'm looking towards Kenny to see if he's going to actually commit to this or back away towards upper. Because it's, you're depending on the others to find the information, and you just have to kind of build off the back of it. But a 3v3, 58 seconds left. There's a lot of ground to cover here for G2.
Kenny waiting just to see if North want to play close angles, just at the opening from Secret. Again, that lower site can definitely have a few opportunities for players on pistols or less than ideal arsenal. And AZ with the MAC-10 will be the first to receive this. So a 1-for-1 here will be excellent for him. Apex is very low, but he's at the back of the pack here as well. Headshot comes in, 3 kills for AZ. He catches G2 just to try and push towards. And North, they lose that 1 round, their economy gets broken. But it doesn't matter what they're using, apparently. It's how they're playing it through, and the pause comes through. Again, not sure why. Perhaps G2 just need to take a breather.
Oh, AZ. Why aren't you in my fantasy team? Look at that. The MAC-10 hiding in the corner. I expected 1 to come through from that.
If you get a trade, you're happy with that.
Yeah, you're like, all right, that's not bad. But 3 kills. If you're G2, I would be depressed. That's those moments you just say that, like, all right, guys.
Especially, you know,
Good job.
we talk about UMP being good. It's good because it cuts through armor quite comfortably.
Yeah.
Mac-10, not so much.
No.
Got to be very close.
Yeah, and the rate of fire is pretty decent on the Mac-10, I guess, but it's just ridiculous. Do we get to watch that again? Yeah, look at this. And I guess like they did want to shoot each other in the back of the head as well, but so the first one I was like, okay, that's fair. And oh god, the rest.
And they're not headshot kills, by the way. That wasn't what they were. Just got completely slammed.
Yeah. Got bodied. All right, G2 now going to buy what they can. They're back into this game, though, so G2 showing that they do certainly have some bite to their bark, but we are live, so we can go back to spectating the players here, which would be lovely. And Cajun B can be watching from outer, and the smokes are up. G2 trying to forge their own path towards maybe that blow bomb site, or just going to split towards upper. Shocks.
When one of the vent dive, he
there
almost walked into Annex there.
Yeah.
That would have been really awkward. That's wouldn't exactly have been in Kansas anymore, but still, on the lower levels, it's G2 starting to make some progress. Config was caught out. Now straight in towards the vents for G2. Should be expecting a drop fairly soon. MSL is just above. And I don't know if you want to jump in there, really. It's the chimney sweep's worst nightmare, but MSL goes for it anyway. Takes a little bit of damage, but favors it in terms of getting to the site nice and quickly. 2v4.
Yeah, this retake's looking tricky, though. There's still 3 players alive. 2 of them have weaponry, but MSL just leaps in. But the fine line between brave and stupid, right? Fine line. Body gonna stem the bleeding and get G2 another shot. They're just clawing back on those very, very tricky moments. And look at the money again. North have never fully stabilized their economy here. They've been playing on life's edge. We saw a couple of rounds, of course, being picked up in these situations with that Mac-10 buy, for example. But it hasn't looked dominant yet from North. They are still in the lead, though, and G2 have a good shot here.
And this is something for those at home, in fact, if you do have those string of rounds where you are, maybe losing, 5, 6 in a row, but if you're doing economic damage, you can still break back so easily. Magisk has to do it with nothing but the Deagle here as well. He gets his first now, hoping for more, but no, G2 are there in numbers and in force. Quick overwhelm. On the other side of that one, AZ comes through. It's the Scout again doing its work. Apex already tagged up from the earlier firefight, and he falls.
What are these rounds? How are North getting advantages in these? Okay, bombs down. Please, G2, stabilize. No, MSL, what is that shot? MBK gets absolutely decimated. And now Kenny is in the 1v3. He's got the bomb planted for him, I guess. That's something, but 3 players to find 3 different angles, but he's found the first step.
Kit.
And he's gonna have to find more. Kenny is holding this one together, and it's down to Cajun B now. Nothing to work with but a P250. And surely Kenny's gonna do it again?
It's fine. He has like 10 seconds, so he just needs to... Okay, Kenny. I do think KGB is running out of time here, though, as well. He realizes that, so... Kenny happy enough stalling him out, doesn't really need to connect the shot because he knows it's keeping Cajun honest and moving him off the bomb. So that is going to be a G2 esports round coming in now. They can actually start to develop a bit of an economy off the back of this. And they have done so, generally speaking. A lot of players above 6K. And around where North were not able to make much bank.
Yeah, no, it was double eco territory, so they might just get a couple of pistols down to like 2.7, maybe 2.5 at lowest, but they'll just stick on what they have here. Cajun B can be the one to do anything, or he's the only one with the rifle on that CT side, so he's the one looking for maybe creating chances. And G2 have been really exploiting that lower bomb site, so maybe you can make a fast play through ramp, try and catch a little bit of the flank, almost get around the back of them. That's certainly a real viable option. For G2, they're doing what we kind of have grown to expect from them, kind of hitting that lower bomb site. They've set a bit of pattern, but they can always kind of divert from that route as well. They could easily switch up and just kind of work the outer yard and then spin around. But here's Cajun B trying to find the angle, and MBK read that really well.
And that's that rifle down now as well. It's a slightly off angle that MBK was holding. I think it was sat up on the balustrade, actually. So a little bit difficult to read into for North, and yeah, that's the rifle gone for them at this stage. Again, working outer when your opponent doesn't have an AWP does make it easy to hit that B side, and that's why North are actually shoring things up here towards 6 a little bit more. But MBK reads this well and knows he's going to be receiving a little bit of aggression from North, and now only with 2 left here, the Danes, dire straits for them. It's Magisk on upper with the USP and nothing else.
Funny enough, I think this will be the round for G2, you know? I'm going to make a very bold prediction there, Mitch.
Well, at least you're making predictions. The desk won't do it. They get upset when you ask them to.
No, Matt will, but no one wants Matt's prediction. That's the problem, you know?
But you know what? He gives it anyway, and that's all that matters.
You can't blame Matt for trying. Kenny, we didn't see it, don't worry. We were definitely not spectating you in that. Magic will go down. So, When's the interesting round coming in now? This is where fun begins. This is where I start to actually turn my attention towards what North can do to stop this, because G2 have brought the game back. They're starting to look a little bit better. They're starting to build up their money. You've got 9.2k on Kenny S. You've got Shock sitting on 5k. You've got 5 on Body. They've got that little bit of a buffer, whereas North, they're playing it to the line. They're playing to the wire. They're doing that dangerous, you know, see how much money I can take out of an ATM before it says denied. So, Cajun B, having a little peek, Config doing what he likes to do. Get up close, get personal, see if he can unravel the plan that G2 are going to bring.
He's tried this once already. It's definitely a tactic in the North wheelhouse. The last time Config was caught out because G2 was staggered in 2 groups of 2 and he popped out of the smoke in the middle of them and got shot in the back. But this time, G2 don't opt to make much use of out of there, which means we should see the rotation back from Cajun B with the AWP. You should be watching this door, hopefully. It'll be MSL now, playing it and dicing with death here. Body moves out into the open, though. Instead of just trying to deal with MSL, he ferrets himself away in the corner. Now Kenny S is forced to wait, and that's enough time for Config to get around the backside. He took a long walk around the side, and it's paid off so far. Straight into Hut, he spots Apex immediately. The bomb is loose, and Shock's it on top of it. And that will be the round. North, again, you're right, playing it close. Didn't have much of an economy to build on. G2 probably can buy up for most of the rest of this game of regulation time. So North still need to dot their I's and cross their T's.
Yeah, for North, keeping 4 alive is really important as well. They needed every kind of gun they had so they can then supplement it with everything they need to stop if a quick hit comes out or something, whatever G2 are planning. That's what they needed that for. So we'll see if Shox goes something fast here. He does like to have a little look through Squeaky as well. No one nading out the door, but straight away looking towards this. See if anyone's there. Not going to spot anything, but now the next piece of the play. Oh, now AZ's actually joined out there with Config, so this is a new crossfire. The problem is that Config could be in trouble, and no, he just outdoes MBK. Going to get the rifle, because why not go for those one taps, get the AK going for him, but Kenny S is up there, so you've got to be a little bit careful, but he can't really back away from this. It's down to the other players from North to make the most of what Config can bring, either trading off him or being able to just kind of keep him safe.
There's an element of risk to putting 2 players towards out of there when you've got 2 of the T's up on the silo, but it pays off for North. They stay safe and alive, and this round's looking pretty darn good for them at this stage. Shox holds the angle. Would require a slight flick to catch Magisk if he does peek from that right side. But we know what the man can do. G2 are going to have to get to lower the hard way, Lauren. And good timing for Magisk there. Easy cleanup. Kenny S with the AWP now, the last man, 1v5. And it's a very much unscathed lineup of North here. Just going to dig in and wait for Kenny to reveal himself. And look at this, they've got presence all over the map. This is that early round, 2-man stack towards outer. North had control of the entire perimeter of Nuke, and they can work their way in and finish the round.
Yeah, match paused. Maybe time for just G2 to have a quick chat as to like what they can do. Yeah.
I misspoke. I honestly thought that they'd still be comfortable. They might have made a really relatively large investment in the previous round.
Well, the problem is they didn't make much impact as well. Even the last 2 rounds, really. There's been like 4 alive for North in the one prior to this that they just won. So they haven't really been making the funds. The bomb plants haven't been coming in as much anymore because, you know, they were starting to really run away with that lower bomb site. They were starting to really get some presence down there to have some sort of consistency to it. Now that's not the case. So
this is really interesting as well because Kenny could have dropped ostensibly like something like a, I don't know, UMP, but he actually goes for the AWP himself.
Okay.
No helmet. So obviously you can't see it on screen right now. I'm just giving you a bit of an update on what G2 are deciding during this pause, which I assume it is of their own design, given they're on the precipice of losing this first map.
Yeah, this is tough. Because G2 have had success hitting that low bomb site, but it starts to be, there's been that aggression now coming out to play from Config. You saw AZ. I don't know where AZ actually was. I don't know if he was on the kind of, I guess, the CT red sort of box, or if he was playing from on the upper balcony, but there was support there for Config. So Config couldn't just, you know, wasn't just isolated. You could see the support coming out instantly. So again, it feels like North maybe has an answer now that they have a decent bit of money to back it up. This is a buy though. This is what G2 has to work with going into what could be their final round. 15-12 it's a respectable scoreline, but G2, you've got to feel if they'd be able to string a couple of those rounds together, didn't go those losses against Pistols, strange things, it could have gone better, but the molly stops the rush before it hits, and now Shox has to just hold for a second. Get an idea. Look at G2, they're all close. This might be an upper hit, and it might be coming in fast. Shox gonna actually back away, allow Apex through. Flash and nade comes in, but AZ backs away, but doesn't completely unhinge himself from this round. But the hit came in well. MBK and Kenny finding those two means the bomb should be able to go down.
If they decide to hit upper, they do need to be careful because they ought to know that there's a player up in heaven and Config. The timing there for him and MBK to butt heads just as he picks up over the ladder. That molly was intended to drop down. It didn't. It will still prevent the player from coming up the ladder. He'll have to go to the other side now and potentially have to shoot the vent out and give himself away. But North sitting back on this. No bomb plant yet from G2. NBK still trying to get in position on upper. Didn't feel necessarily safe. Oh, God, this is a gimme. Oh, surely. Okay.
Got a little bit worrying, and KGB actually gets hit there as well. KGB's now down to 35, and he just runs in. Okay, now Magis, are you going to save the day here, or are G2 really going to pull this back to being a possible round for themselves? Magis worried now about Shox. Bomb's been planted. There's 2 on the site. Shox can now get himself towards upper. He can go towards Crows. He can do this, though, Magis. If there's anyone, and he's got a flash, he's got a nade, he could try and make a little bit of play here. What is your game plan?
Bear in mind as well that North get enough money even from a round lost here to have a decent buy in the next. But I've got to say, not bad from Shox to go for that shoulder peek through Annex. So that really outgamed Magis. That could have been an easy pickup for Magis. Just one bullet connecting would have been enough. And now he knows there's 3 players at large instead of just the 2. Very hard to shut down angles here. NBK presents himself, though. But Magisk has a kit, still doesn't have enough time. The exit, though, will help him greatly as G2 are trying to solidify their economy. And it won't even be that great going into the next, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I want to see the money on G2. Shox is able to stay alive, but the rest, yeah, if they had those 2 other rifles that have been so good, they could have maybe, maybe dropped a rifle or dropped something. This means that it stays problematic, but well done to G2 to stabilize, stay, I guess, keep afloat at this point. Somehow making it work. A little bit of a feed there, and Shox finding such a nice kill towards Config, who was trying to adjust through Secret and support them any way he could, but G2 just hit the brakes in that round, slowed it right down, and made it count when it really had to.
It's like a syncopated push, like, a stutter, and then they all exploded onto the side.
Ooh, but this might indicate that lower hit, or at least a tendency towards it, just finding Apex so early. But KNS has pushed up towards T-Red. KGB not quite watching this angle. He's looking a little bit deeper, but I think Config's coming around towards Secret now.
How do you navigate that as well if you're Kenny S? You don't have any utility to get in towards Secret.
You hope that North feed.
Config. Is he feeling charitable? Clearly not. Very patient from North. No, again, if they lose this round, it's probably overtime given their money. That's going to hurt. Cajun B took that first pick towards outer and then backed away. And that's really annoying for G2. North are not giving them any ins in this round.
No, but Shox being damaged is a good start for them. That's the play you want down if you're North. He's the playmaker at the moment, but AZ's still on the side, still going to hold strong. And there it is, shut down in a blink of an eye. North finally closed this one out. And I think we had a nice GG being shot.
Yeah, it needs a little bit more, I don't know, whiskey, you know what I mean? A little bit more throat in this. But yeah. There it is, North again showing they know how to play around Nuke. Although G2 for the first showing in quite some time, it wasn't too bad at all. Room for improvement for sure, but still, they're going to have a chance for the rest of this season. But for now, we're going to pass it over to the desk. Moses and the crew will give us their thoughts on this game.
I heard Mitch say whiskey. Now I'm really excited. Really, really happy for this stuff.
Only beta males drink whiskey.
Well, yeah, we just see the first map there between G2 and North, a 16-13 win for North. Got a little dicey there, both halves. A little crazy.
What did you say the score was going to be?
16-13.
Did he? He doesn't actually know anything, though.
I said G2, unfortunately.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Look at
you
this
obviously
guy.
meant to say North.
That's true.
Do you know
Absolute
what's
mess.
really weird about G2 still? They're able to win the rounds they shouldn't every time. They have like the Tech 9s or the pistol buys, and they're able to pull it off when they should actually lose. And then when you see them on the gun rounds, they have all the utility and stuff they need, and then they're making these really interesting, I think interesting is a really good way of putting it, decisions. Like Kenny S jumping into the vent when they had players underneath. Had a lot of utility. I'm so confused.
Well, I mean, we can talk about one of these interesting rounds because I actually had him pull one up. This is the 4th round from the first half when G2 is on CT side. And I remember we talked about this. I mean, it's just a little bit crazy. We saw it yesterday as well, G2 loving this double op setup, going right into it on the 4th round. CT nuke. I mean, this is something we don't often see as 2 ops on this side of the map.
Yeah, and then later in the half, they went to what I was expecting, which was Kenny S in the yard area a lot more. But just it seems like Shox is super stubborn to get that AWP up. Now, when you have a player like Kenny S on your team who is one of the best AWPers in the world, you want to give him the freedom he wants to go wherever he wants to dominate.
Well, now look at what happens here because there's 2 entries come out, and this is why we don't often see double ops on a map like this. You just can't position yourself with an AWP well enough to recover in that kind of a situation.
Yeah, unless you're going to hit all the shots and lock it down, you have no hope of getting anything done. Being stuck in the vent with an AWP, yeah, sure, you might grab one no-scope, but you're not going to get into the round. And
That's not bad, though.
It's a good shot.
Yeah,
It was
that's
a
a
good
nice
shot.
Yeah.
You get Shock sitting up close, and you got Kenny, who basically uses the opposite shotgun.
But that kind of idea, that kind of buy opened up G2 for what North does. So one of the things that North does so very well, which is from there we saw the fast-paced upper rushes come out from North, and that's just punishing that investment of economy, no utility to stop those kind of rushes.
The way that Magus like nades open Squeaky and then just runs with smoke out, like no one's going to challenge him. Just the balls on that kid is huge. Like the big Stagots, he's just launching out there. He's taking that bomb site, and he's really not afraid. He was a huge factor for them. Getting down the vent a lot, that opens up a lot of room because it forces the CTs to react. They have to either drop a player like under from the top side to chase him. The ramp guy has to follow him. The outside player potentially goes down secret. There's a few options they have because you can't just leave him down there. He's going to be able to find a way to get an opening or pester you. So that's when you need to have like your theoretical Counter-Strike up to scratch because you need to work out how you're going to react to that territory being taken away and how you're going to flush him out. And it didn't look like G2 had that sorted just yet.
Yeah, and okay, so 8-7 in the first half. That's not bad.
Not
That's
bad.
North just recovering, and their T side. We switch over. This is just G2 not really making any great progress on that other side. I mean, did we expect them to have some kind of a good T side?
Not really. I know they had a cool pistol strat way back when they smoked off Heaven, but they're one of the teams that they don't play it that much, so you don't expect them to be that innovative. And it seems that their tactics are very, very standard to the meta right now. There's nothing that they're doing that's What, Jason?
Nothing.
Okay, you're chuckling at me. I know you're jealous that I even have hair, so don't make fun of my bad hair.
Let's get off the hair train because
you're right.
You've been on it since about noon today with this guy.
Listen,
heavily.
the point I was making, if you would let me finish, is that they don't do anything overly creative. I still want to see, by the way, just in general for the meta, I want to see more teams be able to push back the ramp player, take over Turnpike, and split upper without just going outside to upper every single time. Like we're talking about how North is really good at getting to upper, and they don't even do that. I think there's more to be exposed at ramp that teams are not taking advantage of.
Yeah, I think so too. And that you have to get secret control first to force that ramp rotation and weaken that guy up. Soften him up a little bit, Matthew.
I mean, but even if you look at how teams are playing it without that, if they can't find the first pick, which means you do still have to win a duel or force him off the position, he'll drop down and they rotate a player in from Heaven, which means you're moving Heaven already, which means you're strengthening your upper take from Hut. So, or you can take outside with that. So there's lots of options just by creating that movement toward ramp, which I think more teams could utilize.
I do want to touch on one thing very quickly before we go to break. That was we saw G2. One of the things they heavily invested a lot into what seemed like bought in the second round after losing pistol, bought in the third round after losing the second round, bought in the fourth round again, and each time they had like a little bit of broken buys, like they were obviously missing critical components just because of how frequently they were buying. The only explanation for that is that they're trying to keep the economic pressure on the CT side and eventually grind that down so they can have the hard reset. It took them 6 rounds to finally break the economy. Is this a viable tactic moving forward?
Well, they did break the economy, and then there was a bit of the blunder, right, where they won a round and they lost a round, but it paid off. But there's a certain point where you're either just all in or you call it quits, and this is the type of team that's just going to go all in, you know. And it actually probably works better if you don't have a lot of strategy. It's more viable if you have team play, because then you can use the lower weapons and have good chemistry and team play. So that's one of the positive things, I guess.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can recover, have a couple more positive things into the second match. Remember, at the beginning of the day, Matthew said that if G2 loses both games tonight, they will not be able to make the playoffs. He doesn't think they'll make the playoffs. So we will see if they can win this second map against North when we return from the break.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code!
Superman shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for him. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
First map goes to Team North, 16-13 on DE Nuke. Next up is going to be in front of the second match of the evening, and we're going to see this is a map that G2 absolutely has to have. They still are stuck. One win on the season that came just last night. They have to get going. They have to pick up some kind of speed into the middle portion of the season. Guys, I mean, we talked last night when we saw, I believe we saw last night, we saw Inferno as well. Can't remember for some reason, but we have talked many times how Inferno is still a little bit of a random map. You don't really know what you're going to read, what's coming.
Inferno, random map indeed.
Well, you know, like how the teams perform on the map.
No,
so.
you're right. And in this instance, G2 haven't even played it yet as an official.
Exactly.
So
and that's where I think the random. I'm sorry. I thought you were. I'm reading the adulation in your voice. Carry on.
Once more, we don't have any data on G2, so it's going to make it very difficult to predict how they're going to play. But I would not like to see double AWPs. One AWP's good. What do you think, Matt?
I can talk. I don't think it's the worst idea on Inferno. The problem is that the rotations are so long, so that if you get picks off the start, it's great. As soon as you have to play a retake game, it doesn't work at all. You kind of have to be dynamic with the one that you use on the CT side. I don't even think a T side op is relevant in this. I think you can still play at 5 rifles without a doubt. As for randomness, I don't think random's the right word. I just don't think there's a default that's been established as the primary one yet, because there's not been enough information to read teams. There's different styles of teams. I did mention it last night. There's more of an influence to go over toward alt mid off the start of the round than try and contest banana. Teams aren't exactly comfortable as of yet as to how to control that point.
So here is the, we were talking about this. This is the late banana control by the lads from North. Now, the Molotov was a little bit off there, but this was the one from, I think, the second game we ever saw on Inferno and official against Gambit.
Las Vegas.
So that's a little cool initiative from North, and we actually saw FaZe do it better. With Nico and Carrigan, I believe it was. They had a better regiment, and they were using 2 HEs towards the log/tree area. It's a great way to clear out the banana and get late round control.
Especially because that once you throw those 2 Molotovs down, that's the only pocket you really have a safety as a terrorist there.
You got nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's always fun, trapped with grenades.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that without the smoke going down, it does take a little bit more utility to get a presence that deep in banana. So we're still seeing teams anchor with 1 guy down low toward mid to get the information early so they can leave the 4th guy, if you will, the 2nd guy in B, to rotate to A, but it just takes longer to get there.
When we get to the Astralis game a bit later, I got something nice for you, Matt. You'll be over there casting, but you'll still see it. I'll show you something nice that Astralis do.
I'm not going to pay attention at all.
Does he look like the kind of guy?
Sitting beside you, I'm not listening to you.
He doesn't look frazzled one bit.
Yeah, he looks entirely
It's crazy that someone can possibly have crazier hair than me, and he's done it.
He's working for it, though. You know, it comes naturally to you.
You said, Chad, we weren't going to mention hair this segment. I think you lost the bet.
Look at yourself, though. I mean, who's the real winner and loser here?
I always win.
All right, back to it. I mean, now we're going to see. We have seen North. You just showed that clip of the delayed banana control. We've seen them have a couple matches. They did lose to Optic on it, but then they've won matches since then. So they've kind of fixed things up, and they called it first a Joker pick.
Yes.
And now is it less of a Joker pick for these guys?
Yeah, because the first time you play it, you're feeling it out. You have no idea how it's going to be played. They were more than happy to embrace it early. Now it's established a little bit more. You can see how teams want to play it. I agree with Matt in terms of the T's using the second mid default and going and getting the boiler and holes control first. So some nice little meta changes early on. It's going to evolve very quickly. I think we did touch on that last night, much quicker than Overpass, Cobble, the reintroduced nuke, that kind of stuff, because of how important it is.
It's also clean.
Well, and it also hasn't like changed very much fundamentally in its layout. Is that actually, can that actually help G2 since they've, you know, obviously they have so much experience on it as players? I mean, is that going to be a benefit to them at all?
Yeah, I think timings and rotations are still the same, and basically positions are. It's just the utility and how to get map control that's changed.
And you can have more heads-up duels, I think. You know, you're not going to be as gimmicky. There's not this little, like the car peak in Banana and how Imber that was, right? The thing was like a tank.
And Crim's little one-way smoke on top of the cart, stuff like that.
Haven't seen many one-way smokes just yet coming out, but they will exist.
I actually think there's potential for one.
The nightmare is coming.
Yeah.
No, yeah, well, I think there's a potential for one at the top of the half wall at Banana where they CTs boost into it. It's not a full one-way, but it's really hard to see from the bottom of Banana.
I would really like to see the Frenchmen reinvent this strategy they were running on 4 spies, where basically they had, I believe it was 4 players going second mid, 1 player from like T-Stairs smoking the top mid, and they'd set up these smokes and flash execute that was super well run. They'd smoke off the boiler side of middle, they'd smoke deep jungle, and they'd actually run through it, and they had this really good set routine of flashes and then pincer onto the A bomb site. If they could reinvent that, I haven't seen anyone come up with it. It was a French strat, however, inspired by Existence, but it was a bloody good one. I stole it, won a couple rounds with it. It was a good time.
Yeah, very, very good time. We'll
Bloody
see.
hell,
I mean,
Kaba.
that's the double-edged sword that the French teams have always had, though, right? Is having like, that investment into those force buy rounds and like obviously winning some of them. But if they're not winning them, then obviously that's a little bit of a struggle. So, I mean, is this now? We saw it a little bit on Nuke, that crazy like force buy to open up their T side. Is this another trap they can fall into? I mean, Inferno's not nearly, I guess, as CT sided as potentially it used to be.
It's definitely not. But I didn't fully listen to the question, so I'm going to let Chad answer.
Yeah, I think we'll see the force buys again because it's much easier to get openings, right? We don't have the same level of distance like a train or something like that where you can't really take those duels unless you're going to hit the Diggle 1Bs. And you can do a lot of force buy executes, which is a bit contradictory because we know that G2 don't have a lot of executes, or at least we haven't seen many. So I think we'll still see the force buys. Whether or not they're effective or not.
I think CTs have better chance for force buys on this map.
Close quarter combat, do you think?
Well, it's just because you can get inside a boiler, you can get inside of apartments, you can contest those choke points quite easily. You can get there without really much risk, whereas the Ts obviously have it. And Ts want to play a range game where they're trying to pick down banana, pick inside of the side toward coffins. So for that sake, I think the CTs have a better chance to force buy than the Ts do, which is actually a good thing in a way because we know CTs, it's harder to build economies. So
now, one thing we've seen on Inferno that's been very, very cool lately, obviously with FaZe and Alu, we saw in the Katowice Grand Finals how aggressive he could be down mid. We saw it from a couple other teams. The obvious name that comes to mind is JW, but who on these teams is going to have the chance of doing that? Kenny, obviously, on G2. Is Cajun going to be going for something like that? Is his style as an AWPer to be able to be that aggressive? Because we've seen how effective it can be.
Yeah, I think Cajun's more of a passive AWPer, or at least, holding a line and moving to another one. There's still a lot of options for players like Magix and Config to open up aggression with rifles.
We'll just see how that pans out for KGB. So we're going to go over to Mitch and Lauren to take this game away.
16-13, North.
Oh, God. It'd be great one time if Matt didn't just do that. You know what I mean? Like, one time, Matt, just let's... All right. Wow, Matt, way to go. All right, we're about to jump into this one. Mitch, I'm going to steal this from you because we are live into the game and we can kind of catch up with what's been going on. It's been an awkward situation because it kind of started a little early because Matt wanted to get his prediction in. So you can blame him because Shox might just be unleashed now as he somehow won 80s out of the apps, gets pick control, and goes to the BDP.
Right, so G2 want to try and establish as quickly as they possibly can. There's not as much cover on the side as there used to be here on Inferno, but the sooner Body gets there, the easier it's going to be. Cajun B is on the wide flank. It's going to take him a little while to get there, so that's going to allow the bomb to get planted. And Config, you'd think he'd wait a little bit until Cajun was in position, which is now. Up on the balcony, gets completely smashed by Shox, though, right in the pit. And now Config needs to face and deliver here. This is nigh impossible.
Normally, a 4v2 doesn't really work out, but Config's got a good idea as to how he wants to get around it. What a beast. What an absolute beast. Config. I love that. It was like, all right, Shox has given them hope. He's given them like a way back into this. And then Config just shuts it down. Good work on the retake from him individually, considering he didn't even have a kit. That's actually pretty impressive. But we didn't really get to see much of that pistol round. It was more just Shox playing out of that, so we got to catch up on. So we'll have to kind of take stock and just see what's going on. And the topic of double AWPs might be answered by G2 on their CT side. We've definitely seen a couple of teams going for it. And what we didn't see yet was, when we were watching Fnatic, we didn't get a chance to see them do it because they never had the money to even get one AWP up on their CT side. But I know from their prac games, they do like to run it, so there's the team that will often opt for it. But we'll see if North, I don't think North ever would. They're not a team that really runs it. But we'll see what they can do with Cajun B on the AWP once he gets there.
I'm still reeling at how Config gets himself 2 1v1s in that scenario.
Oh, wallbang from Config. That's nice. That's from the
I haven't
other
seen
end
that
of
before.
apps.
That's nice.
You can wallbang a lot of apps completely and utterly. I know a lot of teams have been toying it. Rain was one for FaZe. He had some nice pieces down towards quad. You can kind of jump up by the window and shoot straight down. But this could be a quick hit here. Straight out apps. And actually, Config's so blind here. He couldn't handle it. But Magic is quickly on the side to wait and deny them the push up, but can't hit the shot towards Kenny. And that recovered rifle sits perfectly in his hand.
This is good pace for G2 now as well. Wasting no time in getting on towards a side and a good smoke to screen. It means Cajun B just has to take 5. He's going to have to wait probably at least for a little bit for MSL to get around the corner now. The smoke doesn't completely cover that orifice there, but it's enough for Cajun B just to say, we're going to back up.
Yeah, they had no kits as well, which is a bigger problem. They didn't have a single one on the players left. And to be fair to G2, they seem really proficient at hitting through those apps. I want to see if we see more of that. There was a smoke actually that helped them out there. It didn't go quite to the balcony ledge. It kind of went before it, almost maybe by the cart. It did kind of, I guess, block some of the push out, but you're just depending on those flashes to be on point towards that player in pit, which was Config, who was completely blind. So I'd love to see who threw that flash. I think it might be one that comes off that chimney that you can now do through apartments themselves. So it looks like G2 have put a little bit of time into this one, so I'm very, very much excited for it. And let's remind ourselves as well, Kenny's had some of the biggest individual moments on this map. As a shot,
I remember the AWP clutch.
Yeah.
Yeah, over on the A site. That was dumb.
These guys have had some of their biggest plays. Shox playing back in on B, that retake, and like it was a 1v5 or something obscene. They've all had incredible moments, so this could sit very nicely for them in their map pool if they've actually picked it up and run with it a fair bit here. North as well, shown that they wanted to get this map early. They did lose out to Gambit, it was, but most people know that Gambit had put a lot of time into this map, into that, you know, learning it very quickly. And nades up mid, CajunB just gonna have to suffer through it, and this is a very quick hit. I like this a lot. Just gonna wrap towards CT, go straight through it. Now CajunB's gonna get fed a couple of kills here, actually. So that's a bit of a problem. Now, they've had to slow down a bit, and now there's a bit of an issue ahead of G2. They don't have complete control here. There's a lot of smokes and a lot of angles that could contain some of these players.
Something we've seen in previous times on this map is particularly CT's unable to get a lot of information if they sort of turtle up on A. Now, Magiska's in a similar position. He has no idea about apps, excuse me, he has no idea about who's going to come around from what side on him there. Eventually he's going to fall, it's going to be G2 to collapse on towards the site. Again, North, in a position where they'd have to consider saving if the bomb had been planted maybe 10 seconds prior. They can still go for this now, but it's going to be so hard to get G2 off this site.
Good positioning from MSL there to lock the two players into the site. He's very vulnerable. If he'd maybe found an angle to work with, he could have played on the retake there, but not going to happen. Now, Config fancies his odds here. Maybe we're trying to get their money down a little lower, maybe just find an angle to work with, punish one of the players, and there goes the element of surprise, and there's the back away. He's got armor, he's got CZ, so really, what are you going to do here, Config?
We saw a similar situation to this last night. Config managed to get him something with the CZ there, but no gun to be recovered, no chance for that. At least AC has an M4 into the next. But a lot of times, teams are forced to save in many of these rounds on their CT side. Sometimes the bomb sites are utterly unassailable, and in this case, obviously, North coming in with no kits 2 rounds in a row. This is CajunB receiving that very quick push there. Now, it's costly ultimately for G2, but they stabilize and control that site. And North are forced to filter in a couple players and then back away entirely.
This looks like another apps piece, probably just because of Shox, unless they're leaving him on his own and the others go banana. I'm wondering what he's going to do with that sort of. We've actually seen it twice now coming out, so I don't know. I'm not going to doubt it until we see it in full effect. AZ is the one with the rifle on this, and Config, of course, the one with the CZ. So those two are the ones that can do damage for North. On the other side, it's pretty much down to the SMGs. They do have the support of the rifles there as well. I like this angle. It can do work. I guess they're trying to play in AZ, give him a chance, an opportunity to turn the tide, which isn't going to be simple at this point. You can see them baiting out here. G2 know what's going on. Nicely played from them.
It's a passive way of trying to exert some control over Banana as a CT, but G2 are expecting that. You can see very slight peaks. That wall, a lot of players have spoken about it recently. Maybe in more of a problematic sense. It can be quite frustrating to play against, but North are unable to utilize it in this case. And Shox has had no one push towards him. North playing a long way back, and again, means that those streams of information are going to be that much harder to come by.
I like this so far, though, from a G2, that slower, more cautious approach, just purely because they're going to clear corners, they're going to use all those mollies, all those smokes, try and bait in North to do something, to walk into it, to try and find that angle to play with. A little bit of a nice pop flash there, setting them up.
Config's been back and forth, deciding whether it needs to rotate now. And it's going to be too late as far as G2 start to make the push on towards this side. Magisk in the corner, body gives him no chance to breathe. And Config screened out by the smoke. Flash comes out just as it dissipates, but no one is there as it clears. And this will be a long-range shot. He kind of has a sense that body might be there, but you'd be crazy to go for it.
Yeah, Config, you're hoping for something, but you're probably going to get nothing. Same with MSL, just the USB. AZ's a long way off. He's hiding over in dark over at B, so just wants to keep that M4. Can't blame him. Good work there from Config. I wonder if is there a rifle drop? Apex did have one, so he must have swapped that around, actually. He must have gone hunting, because he killed someone on the site with the AK. So, so far, so good for G2. This looks well-constructed, well-made T-side. It's quite clean. It's got plans. This is what we wanted to see. They've had the time to put hours into this map to refine their approach, not just play that same old style that we've seen a couple of teams just kind of copy and paste over it. So this so far is a nice indicator of that maybe they've been doing some work on this.
North played 3 people towards B in this round. Config maybe sat a little bit back towards CT, but he was definitely there. And the indecision on him, this is something we actually zeroed in quite heavily on it from LDLC last night, is it an early rotate? Is it too late? The rotate is so long on this map. It's incredibly long. So you really have to have a good sense and have your finger on the pulse to know where you need to be.
Yeah, it is a long rotate, vice versa, even if you're looking at A going over to B, because most players will sit towards quad, one towards pit, diggity. So it is a very long rotate. Here's the boost over the smoke, though. This is something we saw in the last version. Players already pushed up towards bench. That could be a problem now. They need to back away from this and just be careful of a quick response. That could have come through. It hasn't. So again, G2 getting apps control very early on. No one really contesting that from North either.
At all this map, really.
No, this is quite strange. But they've exuded the control elsewhere. They've got the banana control. MSL can be played into this smoke deep, so he can kind of control the angle. Ooh, the smoke's off. That's a problem. He's going to need to back away from that. And now Shox, now we saw yesterday it was Maniac doing this. He just kind of like ran out on the balcony and basically the player behind him was the one to get the trades. Nice flash in, Apex checks the angle, no one there. They're forcing North back quite deep on the site and it's going to make it hard for them to rotate quickly. And look at this, they've drawn MSL over and there's still 2 players at the bottom banana and that one player has the bomb. Now this is a problem, MSL needs to run back. He needs to get there to be able to help out his teammate. And there's very little utility left, barring Config. Now he is all the way over at pit, so he's the last person to be useful in this one. Shox to be fed. He can just keep people on A, make the rotate hard, make them second guess, because the hit's about to come in towards B. MSL and AZ, you better be ready.
Good from AZ to get the boost on MSL. We'll have enough time to do so there, but MSL has to turn the flash. Somehow finds the head of NBK. Fortunate perhaps, but it's going to bolster North now as they try and hold on to this site. MSL has to stand and deliver eventually with 9 points of health. It's just not going to be enough. Body puts him in the grave. Now North again save. 4 rounds in a row. They need to sit on A and hold on to their guns.
Yeah, the rotates have been denied so hard. Shox has been basically, selling them hook, line, and sinker on. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going A, guys.
We had a Tech 9, he just flashed and then backed away.
Yeah, a bit of a smoke came out as well towards the balcony at some point. That might have been configs, to be fair, just to buy time. But at the end of the day, what they're doing, G2, is completely running North on their own game. It's really, really nicely done, showing how hard it is to predict the right side to the right time. Something that people used to, I guess, credit Fnatic with, something that they used to say how good they were at it, was the fact they always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. This doesn't seem the case right now for North. They are finding it very hard to put themselves in the right position. Even with that early control on Banana that they had that aggressive CT start, but it just didn't pay off for them. And we do have AZ rejoining us, so that might take a pause and a readjustment. But yeah, Joe, I like this map, and we're starting to see teams get accustomed to it, which is what I enjoy. We're starting to see that kind of, I guess it coming down to being in the right place at the right time. If you're stacking out towards quad side or diggity side, in pit and such, you're costing yourself a very long rotate. So we might see that changing up soon enough once they get the weapons they need. They're back on a good buy for North. They did save 3 of the guns, so they're fine on that. But it's G2. It's the approach they have. We are live into this, so we can get back into game here and see what G2 can do now. They have complete control of this game, and there is no technical pause. We are live, so let's get into game.
Okay, North would like to establish themselves more in this map so far, but this is as close as MSL's going to get. He sees a lot of G2 coming, brave as he was to stand and spray down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and now AZ knows he's going to be in trouble in a second. Config and Cajun B were close to B. They're going to be able to get at least towards CT and try and have some impact on this, but AZ, 1 point of health, just gets away from the Molotov, but it's going to be hard for him to hang on.
But they finally have the rotates in the right place. Good flash as well to Config. There's the player behind him, though. Shox was over there by Paul, so now it's just Shox in the 1v3, and he's not going to relive those magic moments they had on this map, but it's the first real reply from North, having the players in the right place at the right time, finally starting to pan out for them. I was a little bit worried when the player was so pushed up down towards Banana, just one of them very isolated. It
was MSL.
It was MSL. Getting caught out there.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, yeah. Do you think it's enough, in your opinion, for North just to purely guess the right bomb site? Do you want to see a little bit more attempts, at getting that deep smoke down Banana and taking control, maybe some apps play from the CTs?
I like CT aggression on this map. It looks incredibly gutsy as well. You saw Orpa's doing it a lot, so Alu. You saw Dupree doing it, surprisingly. The teams who picked it up, I like that sort of aggression. Hobbit was one of the players who did it as well. I think it's really enjoyable. It does take a lot of guts just to bomb it down mid or try and play in towards apps, play it deeper. You saw JW being a bit of a master of that in the past. I think you have to get those small bits of information. It's not like you get the whole picture, but taking map control somewhere gives you an idea of everything else. Now, this is something that I guess Keo really ran with during the major phase, put himself up on these unorthodox areas. I don't think you can do it yourself. I remember you used to be able to do the jump off the balcony ledge up here. I think you need the boost on towards the porch, but still, I think it's a really nice adjustment. It's just a hard angle to hit, and you can still fall back quite safely. So they can bolster the numbers here, and I'm a little worried that they're stacking towards A so much with, I guess, a limited amount of information. AZ's starting to play down Banana, but if G2 get wind that MSL's already pulled himself over, this could be problematic. But this last time was almost hindered by KGB being here. Let's see how MSL fares.
Gonna try and back away through the smoke. Does just get the flash and able to escape towards Library. He's expecting the wrap and he was correct, but he's not able to make the right decision in turn when it came to the firefight. But the bomb still being held by Shox in towards A. That goes down. Magic catches him. He gives the call. The bomb is there, back in apps. So now North can turtle around this one and hold their ground.
Exactly that. Now, as soon as the bomb got picked up, Shox was so isolated, the rest of the team has to play back into this after they gained so much ground previously. Body turning it, you know, you're accepting your fate, but really well played in by Magisk then, dominating that. He put himself up in that good spot previously as well, up until his boosted kind of like new plant pots or new position that's up there, even though it was in the last iteration. This one seems far more utilized after the back of that boost. So really nicely done. We are going to see Kenny S on the AWP on the T side, so hoping for a bit of action from him. I can imagine KGB still going to be by his. Yeah, just dropped out for him, or he just dropped out a gun for someone else. So this is the battle I want to see, but it looks like we might not be getting the head-to-head fight, but again, G2 are quite exciting on this T side, so certainly no qualms with them just taking themselves towards another side of the map.
If North can get a bit deeper in Banana and actually spot this out, it's going to help them a lot. In fact, one of those 3 plays towards B should be rotating back now, and he is. MSL backing away as KGB and AZ have sort of given the green light in terms of any B pressure. It could come later in the round, but it looks like G2 aren't willing to wait that long. They're going to try and jump on this A side with only 2 players on it. It could be a good decision for them, but Magisk is able to get himself only the 1 kill. MSL and AZ are just now coming through from CT, and G2 are already establishing themselves on A with Body in position to plant.
Yeah, a bit of a team flash then actually gave them an opportunity, and MSL almost caught Shox in the heels, but the bomb can go down. It's in the hands of Body. He's got so many teammates around him to keep him safe. Yeah, this is almost, you know, written off. This is so impossible for KGB to play back in on, especially on just a AWP. So we're going to go over to T-Apps, get the save on. But G2 making it difficult, right? As soon as G2 set the pace of, we like to wrap CT Arch, we've been getting that Banana control, we haven't really been going that side for a while. They switch it up, hit it right back over towards it, and it works out so nicely. And
now is obviously Cajun probably just runs away here. If you're Shox in mid, he was playing loose off for the rest of G2. The moment you hear that smoke come deep down Banana from the CT side, your team knows that you need to go pretty soon, because one player's already rotating away on the CT, away from B, you know, especially if they stack it. Even if there's only 2 players at B, you'll often see one head back once they've got that good established control on Banana. So that's the go signal for G2 to say, if we don't push now, we're going to be up at potentially even or even worse numbers on this A side.
Now, I want to see what MSL does. What can he get? Can he get dropped out? I'm looking at the money. I'm pretty sure they can drop him over something. I just don't know what yet. It might not be an M4 at this point. Maybe just an upgraded pistol. Someone help him out. There we go, UMP, that'll do. That's fine.
That's totally fine.
That's totally fine. But Cajun B, you're going to feel gutsy this time. They've been doing the boost over mid, but this time just going to be playing towards CT Arch. And Shox again, looking for that early control. Probably going to build up towards Apps. He's so good at doing it too. Individually, you can kind of leave him to that sort of thing. Doesn't hear Magisk jumping up onto this, and this time, you know, this worked out really well for them before. They can loosen up someone like Cajun B as well, I guess, that they can, you know, play how they want to play. It does leave a bit of a gap open, though. They have no one watching the Apps push out, so they're leaving CT Arch very, very open. MSL's going to pull himself back around, yeah, because they have no one watching it otherwise. He could just sit in Speedway, I guess, and just spot the cross, but maybe don't feel that's enough. Maybe they've got a read on this. Maybe this is how they feel this is going to go, but AZ is very, very integral to this round working out well for North. Just purely if he gets pressured, if he feels, you know, under threat, then MSL needs to go back.
And that's just happened there. You can see at the top of the screen that number 1 is MSL. And AZ didn't necessarily see any gunfire. He saw a flash expended from G2. And that was enough for him to sort of back up and say, nope, I need help here. AZ going to sit passive on B while MSL takes his place pushing forward, but this is the real story. Magisk now in position. He wasn't there to get the trade. He actually dropped down, and that's not going to be good at all. G2 haven't even set foot on that A side, but they've still got 3 kills out of it.
AZ as well, in such a sick spot. They've really shaken G2. They were so ready to hit that B side, but now it's all down to Cajun B. He's going to push forward. Push. I guess you had to commit to that angle once you were there, but at the end of the day, it's brought it back to maybe a manageable situation for AZ. If he really wants to go for this, he's got a kit. But playing back into this when you know Kenny S is up, Shox is up, these are the 2 heavy hitters, and you've got to assume that Kenny's going to be holding this angle. Lovely shoulder peek from AZ there to draw out the shot. Now he can get a little bit more room to work with, but there's the utility put down to hinder his approach, and Shox is going to be watching the push here as well. So AZ, if he pulls this off, it would be phenomenal.
up on the card now as well. 2 players and 2 different angles from him. Manazy has a good idea of where both of them are, but he wants to try and get 2 1v1s. He gets the first, but not the second. It's Kenny that peeks from the same angle that Shox had just gone down from. Good little bit of mind games there, and the Tech-9 will secure it. It's 6 rounds on the T side for G2. An admirable performance so far, and the money's good. But despite that, Shox is more than happy to go for a Sawn-Off, and even Apex for a Mac 10.
When you're Shox, I guess you might as well.
If you want to play that Apps role, that's fine. But
yeah.
I don't know. We just don't see North really try and take that real estate. We don't see him push off a balcony inside the halls yet.
No, this is just a let's get it over with, run down mid. USB only. Config's going to find a kill. That's nice. You're not going to recover these guns either, but it's just embarrassing for Kenny at that point. So please just die. There we go. So 4 alive. No worries. All good. They recover a rifle as well, so Apex can pick up the one that MBK dropped. They can just spread it out. But yeah, this is good from G2. I'm really liking their T side. Their approach is nice. They've got a good bit of pace to it. They've clearly put some time into how they like to play it out. We haven't seen many full-on B hits, but they never leave it completely unattended. They'll always put a little bit of pressure there. They'll keep AZ on his toes. They've been trying to cheat MSL over quite early on a couple of times, but every now and then he's had to go back, has to pay his respect towards, you know, keeping control of it. So again, G2, I'm liking what they've got so far.
Config went early to B with the Mag 7 and then backed away pretty quickly. So North fairly content with the foothold they have in Banana at this stage of the round. Again, Magisk. That's the kind of angle where a Mag 7 player can't really mangle. You're a Sawn-Off player in the case of Shox. So he felt confident being there. And now Config can do good work with his weapon. But now Apex is playing cannily. He knows what he's dealing with here. Lovely little peek from the other side. And the shotgun of Shox is going to be the better one. Still traded out by Magisk though. That's a peek off from balcony. The forces Apex out. 2 players per site for North now, and G2 are ready to make their move.
Good timing from AZ to come back around then, though. He's already there by Paul. I think he can readjust towards Ruins.
Dear.
A little unfortunate for MSL, but the timing as well is atrocious. MBK just takes a stroll through the smoke, a bad smoke towards CT, but he's going to make the most of it as he
You
can.
got to save, surely.
Yeah, it's going to be save time for North. It should be, at least.
Oh, Cajun. I'm not sure how I feel about that. When he went in towards CT, I was maybe hoping that someone had his back turned, but Kenny S was already waiting for him with the AWP.
Yeah, AZ's not happy with that either.
He's done.
Like, why have you done this?
It's a waste of an M4. I mean, 1v4 retake on B, you know you're not going to win it. Maybe he was just hoping for something. You know, look, take a risk. That's fine with me, Lauren, but again, that doesn't help North now. I've only got about 3k each.
No, but the problem is as well with G2 that their money's so sound, it doesn't matter if you get guns away. There's, you know, a couple of players sitting on above 10k or around that marker, should I say. So, yeah, I'm not feeling that. I think it's a frustration play. This map can be incredibly frustrating because if you're just not in the right place at the right time, the rotates are the most punishing thing in the world. So it is kind of tricky, and it is probably one of the most annoying maps to play sometimes if you're just called out in the wrong place. So for them, this is a frustrating map, and North are being put through their paces. The map that they've had in their pocket for a while, they're not afraid of to pull out, whether it be a Joker pick or not. They do run with it. So they're kind of being reminded, they've been put on notice here that you've got to be able to kind of relock these ones down, because G2 have got an idea and they've got a great one as to how to play this out.
Boy, I don't really feel like G2 are being pressured that much at all, especially in the early to mid round by North whatsoever. I mean, Magisk was sitting in apartments with an M4, but it was a passive angle. He was just waiting, just in case someone like Shox thought he'd barrel his way down there. And then they decided, okay, well, let's send Config close with the Mag 7. Maybe he can actually get something done here. He gets taken down. At least Magisk can trade that. But still, if you're a team that is not in position to get good information and you have even trades on the CT side, that's probably not going to be enough. Especially when G2 can group up and hit A or B and always have a man advantage if they take the entirety of their remaining team. And with the rotates being so long, you're often forced to save with the 2 players that are at the site that wasn't hit.
It has been a little underwhelming at the moment. It's kind of curious to see how this one pans out, because B doesn't seem all that kind of let's say locked down by North yet. It's hard to do it unless you have those mollies and nades.
Well, that last round was rough. They were sort of caught on the back foot.
That was unfortunate. But even prior to that, you look at how it's been going down, it's not been fun for them. They've been outdone here. They seem to be the middle ground. Like, they haven't committed to either style yet. Either we fall back to side play quite passively or play the normal style or the super attentive style. We saw Fnatic having a little bit of it. The one I want to look towards is probably Virtus Pro more than anyone. I really like the way they played Banana. I think they lost the map overall, but I think it was Neo playing it, and I can't remember who else was with him at the point, but at the end of the day, I loved how annoying they were. They never gave up the top Banana control. They were constantly being a presence there, constantly being a nuisance, whereas North, it feels like as soon as G2 gets any control of Banana, they just fall right on back. There's no real contesting. I guess they can't at the moment. They don't have everything they want to be able to kind of do it, but at the end of the day, they need to change something.
There have been rounds where North have had enough money. The fact is the only time North gets control of Banana is when G2 allow that to occur. There's not been a struggle. It's very rarely it's actually been a fight for it. We see some teams that will, you know, while I don't necessarily agree with this all the time, brazenly have two players play forward of the car at least where they can get a one-for-one trade and then back away. You know, we're not seeing that really at all from North.
It was Olaf and Crims, the infamous duo doing it. Olaf, so aggressive down Banana. He, you know, halfway down Banana even before the round starts. You know, these sort of plays where he just wants to get right in their face.
Yeah.
It kind of works out for them. That's the thing. Like, obviously the game didn't work out. They kept getting reset. They kept, you know, winning, losing. Never had the full money on the CT side to bring out the double AWP they like to work with, nor the, you know, molly to nade corners. It was very tricky for them to stabilize, but still they showed that they can do it.
And sometimes the only time that North goes for that Banana controls when they've already got 3 players at B from the start of the round. And G2 don't care about that because as soon as that deep smoke comes down Banana, like I said, they just jump on A 5v2. Impossible to win that out in so many of these cases. So some, you know, proactivity from North perhaps to gain control of this part of the map might set them in good stead, but we're back in case you didn't realize, round number 12. But G2 have a very luxurious lead mounted now with 8 rounds.
Yeah, and this should be a cleanup round for them too. You can see the passive nature coming out from G2 just purely because they know there's going to be pistols. There might be a stack. There might be the kind of nuke with when you get 5 nades and you just chuck them somewhere. You try and get that pinch. We saw last time North going on the USPS, kind of just running straight down mid. So fair play to G2 just to kind of play out a default almost here. Just hold the angles on the map. Don't feed in the kills. Try and feel out where the stack might be if there is one. And so far they've done well by finding config.
And with that being said, that was obviously Config trying to push deep in towards apps. I mean, I guess it is along the same tune of some of the CT, you know, proactivity we were hoping for, but not with the arsenal to back it up and definitely not with the timing. In fact, Shox was waiting for him. I think G2 are reading North really well. Again, like I said, keeping their finger on the pulse of this map in each round. Never really at a disadvantage in most of these rounds. So KGB now, again, Shox, that's a second player to push into him. He has moved about a meter since the first time he got into that position. I understand his pistols, but again, G2 playing this appropriately.
And again, look at it. They've still forced Magic to rotate over towards B and walked up quad. It's just like, guys, please. But then again, Magic's got armor, so he might just want to keep hold of that or play, you know, at the back of library, hoping to get a couple of exits. But G2 showing pretty much they are the better team so far. I know that North can play their T side, but you need, personally, I feel you need more than 3 rounds to give yourself a buffer for it. They need to close out with a good few. They picked up the pistol and then got turned, but look at the amount of bomb plants that have come in as well for G2. It's why their money's so robust. A lot of the rounds have been clean as well, keeping a fair amount alive. North constantly having to save weapons and save players back. AZ are going to get the rifle, at least from MBK, which is a nice pickup for him. And they can stay alive in the corner.
Yeah. We saw the same last night, and even prior to that, a lot of save rounds forced from CTs because the rotation's too far, and by the time you even rotate to the side, I mean, I'm sounding like a broken record at this stage, but yeah, you're very split on this map. And this has always been what Inferno's like. It's not like anything's been changed. The routes between the sides have always been like this, and rotations and how early you make them, or how late for that matter, have always been a really important, quite a fascinating part of this map. But G2 are compounding this issue for North by mind gaming them on purpose and being very mobile.
It's so tricky. So tricky. But we finally get a good buy coming in. And let's bear in mind, from, like, let's say quad, just running over towards B, it's still 21 seconds if you just pelt it. So it's not exactly...
It's a long time.
Yeah, it's a long old rotate. So if you're caught in the wrong place at the wrong time...
It's a sixth of the round, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, it's not fun. And G2 again, let's see what they can do. We've got the kind of default style they like to go for. Shock's kind of building through apps. Molly's it out. He doesn't have a shotgun this time, so he's actually going for it. Apex with him. Just trying to exude a little bit of presence towards Banana. They've got MBK just ahead of the smoke. He's going to back out of that, though. Body's there as well, just making basically North go through all of their utility here, keeping them back, keeping them bay. They can do a nice deep smoke now if MSL wants to push up. They still have one over there. But G2, again, getting ready to jump off towards A. You've got the 3 players. The flash comes in. This is straight up pressure towards Cage and B. Going to just flash it out, back away in towards Library. But still, nice angle from Matchday. If this works out for him, oh, he just leaves it a little too late then. I think he couldn't quite see the player, but this, again, is something we've been seeing constantly from G2, and this pressure's worked really nicely so far.
Yeah, again, another ramp sort of being anticipated. This time, Shox isn't holding the bomb in Boiler, and MSL is able to get 3 kills. A good turnaround for him, and the bomb is at his feet now, switches to the AWP. He's got backup as well. There was a player in Library. That was Magisk, was taken down by MBK, but that man is in a 1v4 now. And again, will eventually be leapt upon. Good couple moments there from North. I thought it could have gone downhill very quickly after Magisk failed to, make that shot as the smoke did clear.
Well, the one thing that worked out in my eyes then is that when they were rotating, one, MSL was in the right place. That definitely helps, right? He was already there by kind of speedway, just watching the arch push through, but they had the crossfire at the back of it. So as soon as G2 try and push through, even to get that CT control, or even just, toy with library and such, they lose out. It was just a really nice bit of play from the two players. I think it was Cajun B and MSL just both sat there. Magisk got the whole idea of it. He saw at least two players kind of pushing around towards Arch. Call came through. Finally, it feels like North have a bit of an answer for this. But again, we haven't seen G2 under that much pressure, so we're waiting to see what they come back in now with. It's like, okay, well, maybe North understand what we're doing here, and they found a response. Where do we take ourselves now?
Half of the rounds that G2 have lost in this half, 50% of them, have been a result of them trying to wrap through CT. Yeah. And a majority of the ones that are winning are quite often when they're getting early advantages. Yeah, the money's not really been good for North. It's been sort of very back and forth, and that has necessitated some kind of plays like deals in towards apps from the CTs, trying to get some sort of advantage. But this play didn't work before from G2, and it doesn't now as well. As North keep themselves at 5 players, whilst G2 are pretty much pushing into their house. So it's not like they're doing anything crazy about it. G2 almost, breaking like waves upon rock if they try that sort of attempt at a wrap, because at least there's always the player that, like MSL who's already on the rotate and able to set up to receive that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that pause was actually G2's, just to come up with a new idea. That's what I want to see.
Something a little bit different. They've gone through quite a few different iterations of different approaches, though.
Yeah. This looks like, again, somewhat of the default beginning, but it doesn't mean this is where they're going to end towards the same idea. You can see Config this time going over very early. Back towards A. He was the player. He was being the third wheel over at B. Just put down the additional utility, put down the nades, the mollies, the smoke, whatever he wants to.
It's a deep banana smoke there.
Exactly, and that will allow MSL and AZ both to stay around this sort of area as well. But G2 have only really committed to getting apps control so far. You look at Apex, you look at Shox, they both kind of had a little bit of a peak down there. Apex is just running through the halls. He can make a lot of noise, which will keep players like Config and Magisk dedicated to these angles. We might see the same sort of hit we saw before, that very, very quick bit of pressure coming through. Here are the smokes. I wonder where Apex goes, actually. Is that a molly he's just hit up there? Ooh. I need to go look. You can cast.
Okay, thanks, Lauren. It looks like it's set up on the porch there. I'm not really sure. Not too bad if it catches those players, but if they're in the Keo spot, I don't think that affects them at all. Banana was deep smoked twice in a row when now AZ is out of those, so he needs to be a little bit careful, and chooses to back away. So now he has to seek that control, but it's worthwhile because 1 minute and 20 of this round has been burnt where G2 have not had any inroads. Now they're forced to have a player deep over here, and Cajun sitting back, comfortable, is able to get the pick.
And now G2 are in the same problem. They can't go B with the bomb. It's almost
25 seconds.
Too long now. So it depends how much they pull this rotate. It takes 12 seconds to get over this bomb, so they might just be able to make it there. But yeah, G2 are now stuck. You've got Config and Magisk over by A. Shox has to go here. He knows his time is running out, and Config's holding the angle. He's going to hear it all, but Shox goes through it.
Only Shox.
9 seconds now. Bomb's going to go down. And he's actually got a bit of time on this one. He's covered himself off from the apartments. He knows Magic's there. And you almost felt that Shox could do something with that. He can't in the end. He will be dealt with by Magic, but yeah, that was a bit spicy. A bit spicy. And I want to know where Apex's molly goes. I'm really curious.
So here's another round where we might have this molly for you. No, this is MSL. This is when so you look, he was in position well beforehand. No way you have information about it. Almost fluffs it as the shot goes into the pillar. And at this point, G2 are so committed, they have to go for it. They have to try and face him down, but not quick enough at all. Slower round. North managed to buy a lot of time, especially on the B side of the map. When AZ was playing that on his own, when the first smoke gets thrown deep in Banana, then you can leave one player at B. Because AZ's got a smoke of his own. When it clears, he throws one, and then backs away into B, and then there might be a rotate if needed. So North played that one well, knew how to give themselves comfort and confidence as the map went into the later stages of the round.
I think G2 might be doing the deep smokes, one towards the library, I think, and then a fast hit through towards quad. You've already got a close smoke towards CT Arch, and we're just going to see the hit now coming through. They've already got decent players up here, Body and Apex, and you can see the jump point waiting on maybe MBK and KNS, but they've been smoked out, so they're kind of stuck here now.
Yeah, they're going for it. I think they have to at this stage. MSL, again, now making that rotation. Just on the other side of that smoke for Apex. And Apex has to be ready for it this time because he knows there's always one sort of loose lurker that likes to hang around that part of the map. But Magisk and Config are about to be tested. Molotov comes through. This forces Config essentially out into the open. He's preparing to turn a flash, but it doesn't actually come. Now, spray down on towards the balcony. This is good from North. A good opening. Magisk with 2. patient play pays dividends here for North, and it's going to be 4 men still up at the end of the round. At the end of the half, they bring it back to 6 on that CT side. Lauren, not ideal, but a decent recovery as they started to read G2 better.
There's breathing room for North, but not much. G2 looked very good on their T side, so I'm very excited what they can bring on the C2 side. Will we see a double AWP? There's a lot of questions. I'm sure we'll find out a very good answer.
Now, after the break, back with the second half. We'll see you in a moment. Colourful and varied play gives G2 a bit of an edge coming into half-time on their T side. Some very fast-paced plays put North on the back foot, but now they're starting to bite back a little bit more. It's 9-6 at the half, Lauren, and North, they have a chance to go on that T side and see what they can bring.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how robust G2 is going to be. This is exciting for me, but now North have a plan, and they are going to be going quickly towards B, it seems. Flash has come in, Body's blind, but he's going to at least get the swing out now, but there's already a lot of those North players, well, at the door, should I say.
Yeah, not very elaborate from North, pretty straightforward. The blunt object now swinging on towards the B side. Cajun Config doing well to respond after Shots got the first kill, and Apex not being allowed to get into the site. There's a lot of headshots this round, but Kenny needs to make 3 consecutively to win it out, and he can't. So good opening from North there, just to Glock train straight on towards B.
Yeah, that's simple. Simple and does the job. Simple and effective. Fine with that. The first flash was really nice. Well, no, excuse me, the second flash. The flash into the site was nice. Just purely because it completely blinded up the one player. I think his Body was just sat there at the old coils or coffins now. Just blind. Couldn't do anything really with it.
They had to drop back and back away completely.
Yeah, it allowed North to kind of get up close with the Glock. So it allowed the play to really come through. So G2 have a decent buy with, you know, Deagles coming in, still got some smokes and such. They can make something happen with it. Very talented players on this, but on the other side, of course, North have a far greater bit of weaponry beside them. UMPs galore, a Galil for Magisk, and Cajun B on the full-on rifle. So Body can be probably played in by Shocks, I can imagine. Or Body's just going to turn play anti-flash. I wonder how they're going to do this one. Just waiting. Nothing really coming of it. Yeah, just testing the waters.
Smoke still stands. There was 2 of them, but Body just takes his perfect moment to push forward, the 5-7 to claim the head of MSL. Still 3 North players are quite intent on working on towards his B site. Apex and MBK are still over a day. Not too worried at the moment. Majiska's in a weird spot. We'll get to that later on, just in case there's a push down from mid. So now Kenny is in position. Flash out on towards the site, but Body's just caught out in the open for a little bit too long. There is a Kenny S. Deagle at work.
And Shocks.
Shocks, 5-7. Now the Kenny S. Deagle. Both of them chiming in harmony, but it's 2v2. NBK and Apex are trying to get towards his B site here. And he won't get close enough. The AK is going to make it very, very hard for Apex to get purchase. And NBK is not much in a better position. It's just the Desert Eagle for him. Still no bomb plant, interestingly enough, with 23 seconds left.
All right, MBK, what have you got? You've got a shot at this now. Gets the tag towards Cajun B. If he'd hit one of those deagles we've seen recently, that could have changed everything. But Magis should get this kill, and he does. Just holding the push up there as soon as the position was known. Felt good about it, and there you go. Now, the problem, there isn't a problem. I guess North losing out on 3 is a bit of a shame for them. They could have stuck on the UMPs further into this, but they can go on to the farming guns if they fancy it. They know G2 is going to be very light for anything in this round.
No, you're right. It was a costly round, though, as well. I think you had Shox and Kenny S pretty much set up on that site. Them getting a kill each set them in good stead. Sure thing. Yeah, farming guns is exactly right. I've got MP7, I've got a MAC-10, UMP, Galil.
And G2 gonna just run down Banana. Off we go. So, Ring of Roses begins. Body around the back. And North gonna power on through towards A. Now, you've got MBK towards Apps, but the only... Hello. Hello. Magis. That's a little bit of revenge from last round. And now Apex making me confused with gun sounds because he takes the silencer off. And Shox is the real danger man here because he's the one with the deagle. And you can see why. Cajun B's head gets torn off, but there's still 3 players alive. You shouldn't be losing out on this one. There we go. You're fine. You're fine.
I don't mind that from MBK. That's maybe not the expected positioning for someone on that pistol round, especially if you're already seeing G2 push 3 deep down Banana. The player wasn't looking anyway, so when he made that peek, it was pretty comfortable. 9-9 here. North able to even things up there. I mean, that's expected. They win that pistol round out. Now it's where things get a little bit more interesting because AC and Config have held on to those SMGs. They're the only 2 players in their team not to upgrade, whereas G2 are ready to roll with those rifles.
You can either go fast up mid, get a smoke towards quad side and just go straight through. Flash goes there. They're going really hard into this one. Look at this, playing ahead of the smokes. Kenny's going to be in trouble now because North have complete mid control. He's actually quite isolated on his own. If they go through that smoke, if he just feels uncomfortable, there is problems afoot. But they've still got Apex and MBK holding towards Graveyard and one towards the new kind of like area in pit where you can just kind of crouch there and make it really uncomfortable for the players against you. So North giving away a lot of the game here as to what they want to achieve, but they can still back away from this. They didn't commit much of that utility, so the counter boost doesn't really work out. They try to put themselves up on towards that little edge, and it doesn't really pay off as Apex finds Config.
Yeah, there's been that kill on towards Config, and North actually haven't made any more real progress on towards this site. Magisk falling. In fact, now we've had reinforcements here for G2. They've got all the players they need, and MSL has to fight his way out of this one. Apex got a kill from this position early. You can see the blood splatter on the wall, but he wasn't ready for the push from balcony there. Maybe a little bit of an oversight, but it was enough for Cajun B to sink his teeth in. And now a 3v3. Body slowly making his way over. There won't be any wrap here from most of North. Maybe even MSL just to check that. There's a smoke towards Library, and Kenny S needs to dig in on this site.
MBK can still be a real pain in this position. Just buys time. Sets up for Kenny.
No mollies for North.
Yeah, nothing to clear with. Kenny going down, though. MSL wrapping around. Such a good play. Alleviates all the pressure off A, and there it is. Body, you're going to be forced to save here no matter what you want to do. Bomb is down, and really nicely done by North in the end. They got such early control. They're so brazen playing up mid there.
Yeah, so far, I think it's safe to say that G2 on their T side were able to be a little bit more, quicker or I guess flashy on the way they pushed in. We see now that this is quite a costly round for them on that T side to try and get purchase up on that A side. It does work, but they play it through a little bit slower. The smoke that was thrown out that sort of blocked MSL as he wanted to work his way around for a potential wrap or whatever, stopped him in his tracks, whereas for G2, they were pushing those. They were more than happy to push the smoke with 3 people and go for a 1-for-1 trade as long as it got them that positional advantage or got them more real estate. Just small differences, at least so far.
Yeah, and for now, North have the lead in this. G2, we're yet to see an AWP coming out really for Kenny. We yet to see a lot of the things that they can actually do in this, so I'm hoping that they just kind of suffer through these rounds, go on that really nice buy. Kenny should buy almost nothing. He's gone for the P250, so...
They're forcing us.
And Shox has gone for the shotgun. Why not play the Nova? You're going to go up onto the blue barrels by the first box, or... Okay, we'll see what he does with this. Everyone else is stacked over towards A, though, so that's the plan from them. Shox is just going to sit here with the boomstick and just hope that it works out.
It also means that he can't get any information about what's happening in Banana aside from sound cues. He's not going to peek at this stage. Maybe small peeks, but it'd be risky to do so. That also means that North don't get to see who is up there. We'll see what they do with that.
They've got the double boost here, and you can spam through that window pretty nicely. You actually do decent damage.
Apex has got a decent anti-flash spot, even with the CZ.
Body's waiting anti-flash. I think it's Apex who's going to be taking contact, and then they'll just swing off it. So as soon as this happens, as soon as Apex sees anything, you might see Body come into play. But for now, this is really... I actually really like this stack. Apex is waiting. He's going to hear some of these steps as well. Here we go. So the first bit comes out. First flash. Apex takes that. And then you see Body coming in. That's the next big bit. But he actually gets outdone. KGB comes back in on the fight.
Oh, you're kidding.
And it just falls apart. Now, MBK, how much can you do? You're in a 1v2. The bomb was there. He can chase this. He can get an M4 and chase if he wants to. KGB, he's staring behind him. He's like, please don't peek. Just let me go. So there we go. This might be all over soon. MBK does have armor, though, but no kit. So timing is everything. He's got to play this one off smart. Configs a little, keeping taps towards CT, making sure no one can walk through that.
Yeah, and look, and this will be a fairly stock standard crossfire that North will put together here. There's no way they're going to allow NBK to get onto this side and be able to go one by one through these North players. They're not going to allow it to happen. KGB will swing out and peek as soon as he has to. There should be no reason, for NBK to win that round, even as good as he is, if North set it up properly.
Well, the thing as well is KGB turned that round back into their hands because they walked into that stack over at quad and it just actually eventually played out so nicely. Just because he got that kind of parting kill, let's put it, towards Body, which is quite surprising. But we do have the AWP now on the T side and the CT side. So Kenny, decent spawn for Ace. We could maybe, I don't think he's going to go for the pick there. No, it wasn't the perfect spawn to go for the play down mid. That's a gutsy one. KGB though, putting it up for the challenge.
Yeah, picks himself up an AWP in this round. Nothing's showing in mid though. Yeah. The bygone era of both AWPers just peeking mid to see who wins is definitely done. Team's playing a little bit more safer now, wanting to make more use of the AWP, at least hold it later in the round. Sometimes a bit of a dice roll to face mid.
It's a dangerous play from Shox to be that pushed out. Now, he does have someone watching his back, which is Body, but Body can't instantly help him. It's
with Shox standing at car, like a flash there, he's completely out in the open. There's nothing to obscure him. Not ideal.
Map control throughout the map here. Now, MSL's shown where the bomb is a little bit, but they don't have to necessarily commit to this. MBK is on the chopping block next. He does have Apex playing in the corner of the site. Now, the rotates are coming. Config is still over at Banana, though, so I'm wondering what North are up to. Why is Config not trying to be more active in helping them out here? Because this could be problematic. G2 have all the players in the right place, but AZ does not care. He's got 3 this round. He might just find 2 more at this pace, but Shox is the ace up the sleeve.
They're back out and go to B here.
Yeah, they will now. Config's got such a
Body
nice
over rotated. I mean, I guess you got to have to, but Config will spend all round in Banana. Oh, this could be nasty. Maybe B. Not the best idea. No, North is still happy to take the 2v1 situation. They've got an AWP. They've got an AK to work with.
Oh my God, this gets a little deadly. 25 seconds, you're going nowhere else. So make your mind up, make your play, and guess, well, pick your poison, isn't it, really? They can smoke off CT. They've got a little bit left on AZ here. Body's readjusted. Making room for Shox if he eventually wants to come over. He's still worried about A slightly if they've just kind of hit the brakes and gone through apps or something. 10 seconds now, they've got to make the hit. First molly goes in, stops the peak towards site. Body can no longer deny the plant. That goes down. Now, Cajun B probably going to go towards Banana. A safe position, I guess, for the AWP. And Shox is actually coming this way. Does Cajun B hold his nerve long enough? Yes, he does. Nicely done by him. And now they know the other player was by this site. So they know Body's going to be around here. It's either CT or Ruins. And Body's got a lot of angles to clear.
A kit is all well and good to have, but a crossfire can be easily assembled here, and it is done. North able to take that round away. I'm going to bring it right back to the start of the round there as well. Something we didn't really touch on is that Kenny S had that AWP, didn't peek mid, but he held the corner at quad. We'll talk about that in just a moment here. Well, this was one of those situations here. The spray down came through. That was Apex and MBK falling just before that. But yeah, Kenny S had the AWP. That corner opposite from quad is actually kind of hard to fall back from because it's quite a long walk. So if you take a shot and you miss it, and the Ts are moving fast, they've got UMPs or whatever, then it's likely you're just going to have to go for the trade. You need a teammate watching you from pit and just know you're going to drop.
All right, fast play from North. Look at the pace they're going in towards Banana, and they've got the bomb with them. You've got Manish towards second mid and Cajun towards, default mid almost, it just looks like they were expecting G2 to show aggression somewhere. They were going to try and maybe make that push down mid.
What do you make of this smoke? That from Body. Doesn't really block anything off. It obscures his view more than anything.
It gives him room to play around with, I guess. It gives him room to play on the smoke, get into the pit. Good flash allows him to do so, but the problem is Config's gone ham while this was going on. Body's trying to pull it back from the brink, but it doesn't seem he can do enough. Now MBK is a mile away, and this one's all but over. So bomb goes down. Config having a bit of a blinder that round, really. Yeah,
I mean, that was the big reason there. 3 kills for him. NBK has to save that old chestnut. It is Inferno after all. It's UMP. And this is North really starting to make some big strides forward here. And this is going to really put pressure on G2. I really think they have to completely eco next round. Like 550, round loss bonus is a thing. G2 haven't won a round this half. So they might just be cobbling buys together until the game is finished if they don't win any rounds. And yeah, that smoke. I mean, it was dropped fairly short in front of that player to play safe over on B. That's MBK there. Magic goes a little bit too close. They want to get this gun away from him, but MBK can probably buy it up in the next round anyway. And he goes down to 80.
Yeah. So currently, let's have a little check in on the scoreboard as well at some point when we come back to this. But this, I think, was Config playing
that was him
through
pushing,
the smoke. Yeah. That was really nice follow-up on towards Apex too. That just denied every bit of support that was coming in towards that side. Left body so alone. Not much more to be said about it, really. It's just one of those, isn't it?
The only reason I brought it up is because the smoke thrown by that one player for G2 on the B side prevents him from actually setting a crossfire with his teammates in CT. Yeah. He can maybe get around towards a statue, but it's almost like, well, yeah, I'm throwing a smoke here. You can't see me, but now you can access CT, and I can't see you do that. So, I mean, look, I'll harp on it. I just find it very interesting that maybe it was not thrown a little bit longer to stop the players sort of pushing straight through from car, but it's possible that they were already there too early.
Yeah, there might be method to the madness that I just didn't see, if I'm honest. It could have been a fluffed smoke. You know, the smokes have changed. They're actually pretty tough on B. There are a couple of lineups that give you the perfect smoke to the top of Banana, but they're just not as easy anymore. You used to be able to just do them on the fly and slow down the T side so easily. Now it's a little bit more tricky, but not too much. So if you put in an hour or so into just like doing your nades, you'll find something that works for you. But it's just the small changes, right? You have a habit. But the big question is for G2, how do we recover this? How do we somehow deny North? North have got so much money now built up. What, around the 5K mark on a couple of players. They're in such a good position, money, across the board. I just don't know how G2 can get back into this. We haven't seen enough with the AWPs coming out. We haven't seen a double AWP. We haven't seen too much aggression anywhere on the map. I want to see more of that, but I guess it's kind of hard to bring that sort of play out, especially when you're losing out on these rounds. It's hard to get that confidence to be like, all right, let's just bang it down Banana. You know, it just doesn't feel that good. G2's T side, though, was something to certainly remember. They did have so much to bring on that, and it's a shame we don't see that replicated into this.
Yeah, and the thing is at North, they're actually not forcing early rotations or playing too many mind games with that. There was one round, I think, that got down to a 2v2, and then they sort of backed away, and MBK had to chase. But
I like this new look of Inferno.
Yeah, their first efforts, their first efforts on the sites for North have been mostly successful. That's where their rounds are being won. It's not as if they're teasing something. They're not really leaving that loose player, to imply something at A like we saw GTQ Shocks for. They're actually just hitting with a bit more intent than trying to skip around the issue. And actually, it's not bad for them if they can make it work, because it gives them more time.
Right. You have a couple of mollies. At the end of the day, I just want to see G2 get on the board so they can finally maybe get something they need, the double, whatever it is. I just want to see it happen so we get that little bit of a deeper game coming out from them, because they've shown so much potential on their T side.
Yeah, it's like they're full loss bonus, right?
Oh, God.
Full loss bonus doesn't always give you enough to get everything, right? Like this is what G2 have brought up, and they have 0 from that full loss bonus. So it's still less than ideal. There's enough smokes, at least, that they can sort of stall and put some, chronological pressure on North, I guess, if you want to put it that way.
You're digging deep for that one.
Oh, God. I don't think there's a better word, really. I'm not sure.
No,
I'll ask Matt.
That's about it.
Matt knows words.
Yeah, he's a very wordy guy. North, though, going towards that quad pressure again, and they're winning out on every aspect of the map. Being able to find Shocks now means the body can't just jump across and try and help out towards A. The rest of North can now start their pressure as well. They've got Kenny S and Apex on the other side of this, though, and Kenny hasn't been playing this close. He normally falls back quite far, and he actually gets flashed in really nicely on that. But at the end, it doesn't work out. Now, Apex is the next in line. Deep smoke towards Arch. That cuts him off. That now opens up the possibility of maybe we're wrapping.
Yeah, they could imply that they've wrapped here. There's no way for Apex to know.
All their numbers through towards Banana. And you've still got MBK a mile away. Apex is now going to be running over. He's got to be a little bit careful in the back of his mind. He's like, has anyone already pushed through speed? Or you can see him checking for it, but no one has.
Apex was pre-firing CT.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's see if Body can control it. 3 HP, though. He got such damage done to him early on, but puts up a wonderful stand, but it's not enough. Apex already fell, so North doing what was done to them, 10 times harder now. They're showing that if you're not in the right place at the right time, if you're not reading our rotates right, if you're losing out on players like Shocks and Banana, of course we're going to exploit it. We're going to make you feel so uncomfortable on this map that this is how it goes. This is a good turnaround from North. They had a bit of a struggle on their CT side. I thought this could be a little bit of a tough one for them to recover from, but they've actually stabilized nicely.
And G2 played with 2 players over towards that Archer's area in front of Library, right? It was Kenny S first, then Apex was not far behind, but as soon as Kenny S dropped, he sort of overcommitted into a 1v2 where he wasn't sure. A smoke was put straight in front of Apex, so he couldn't see anything. It was just really good timing from North. And they understood that there might be a second player waiting. So yeah, this is all you get with this full loss bonus. If you're not winning a round, you are never going to get the ideal arsenal unless you save a round. And G2 don't feel like it's worth giving a round away in that regard.
No, you've got to feel for them as well, because you just want to, at this point, they just want one on the board. It feels like it's been a lifetime ago since they were in the lead, so...
Well, it was literally last half when they actually won a round.
Yeah. Grim times, and North again, going to just kind of saddle up, pressure quad, no one really there. They're sitting quite deep now, G2. Kenny still being cautious of the play towards CT Arch, but he's trying to help out Apex and MBK if required. He can kind of watch that short push up, but they've hit the brakes. And this is where Config likes to kind of tighten the noose over by B. He likes to show a little bit of something, show a little bit of leg towards Shocks and Body, but at this point, neither of them have moved yet, and as soon as he's going to hear the rotate, he can then creep out if he wants to. So eyes on Config. If he does it again, he could just slip through towards CT. North are waiting for opportunities, and none have been given to them yet.
Frustrating for Kenny S. Again, are they wrapping? Have they already wrapped?
This is the same sort of smoke. So if MSL and AZ, joined by Config, make noise, you are going to think this is going to be a B hit. But Cage and B and Magis are just waiting. Now, Kenny's playing deeper this time, so that's going to find MSL quite in the middle of nowhere. But Config, lovely flashes coming through, isn't going to get the job done straight away, and this is finally a shutdown. North overthinking it, running out of time, and just spreading themselves a little too thin on the map. And G2 just staying alive.
Magis now 1v4. Balcony for him, spray on Apex, doesn't complete the UMP, finds the head. And it's such an interesting smoke towards Library, because what it can actually do is reduce the number of CT players on the A site by 1 while they're checking the wrap. If you actually use that opportunity, if you maybe know there's a player back towards Library, you can hit that A site really hard while he's busy in CT. Unfortunately, North decide to go and see if they can find something in CT, and there are a lot of angles to check as you come through those archways.
Oh, you're absolutely spot on. So there's the first smoke going down. That's towards the top of Banana there, just going to allow the play to come in. You used to be able to do the deep smokes from CT spawn all the way down to Banana. You can't do it anymore, but it allows Shocks to get here early. It allows him to at least play this if he wants to. And it means that Kenny S can now back away. You used to even be able to do smokes from the top of CT Arch over towards Banana and such and so on. This map has been a little neutered in that aspect, and I think this is why we'll eventually see it being slightly more T-sided, just because you can't do some of the pieces that you used to be able to do. But this is going to be down the line once the teams work out both sides. Right now
it's probably a little bit T-sided anyway.
I think we're just seeing the T-swing because people are working out how they like to approach it. CT's yet to find that as easily. And just being kind of forced back on the sides. But still, it's hard to kind of judge it as well with these two teams, because North have shown they like this map. They're diligent. This is the first we're seeing the official from G2. They've obviously practiced it, but it's very different. So we see North lining up now towards Banana. 4 players there. Magic's now being kind of the, I guess almost the decoy, the
aggravator.
Yeah, exactly. The player being a nuisance, keeping 3 players dedicated towards it. If he shows off a little bit, puts something down. No more utility with him, but just making noise every now and then, a couple of steps. And then just watching the flank. He can just hold the back. Say, don't worry about Banana, guys. Just focus on what's ahead of you. It's fine. Shocks and Body are here, though. So, again, G2 aren't backing away massively yet.
MSL going to have to go in for this. They're just going to play contact coming through this way. That's pretty nasty. There's a Molotov on the other side, so a lot being expended here by G2 to try and stall this out. But it's 27 seconds. North got to go.
Yeah, and the time, it's run down so far. Great utility put down to slow them. And Body does find a nice shot towards MSL, but it's not enough to hold them down. 20 seconds now. Shocks and Kenny playing both in from the same angle. Can't quite spray the bomb plant.
Unbelievable.
And AZ denies it. That's massive. Now Apex and Kenny S kind of in a troubling spot. Apex still denied by smoke. Kenny looking for anyone, but Config's already playing by dark. You got AZ by Nubox, and then Cage and B and Magic's both watching the cross if required. Apex is already out of there. He knows this one's all but done. Kenny's now joining him. That is frustrating. The first real glimpse of what seemed like maybe G2 had the read in the right place, but they still took down 3 there in the end for North.
And they get reset on the potentially penultimate round of the game. That hurts. Yeah, and this is why a 2-gun save is more than reasonable in this scenario. Those coffins are a really interesting part of the map. I mean, spores were never as permeable to bullet fire back when they were there. But the fact that AZ, who's standing not only behind his own player, not only behind the coffins, but also behind that smoke, can trade and get that kill. Yeah. And the bomb planter is actually able to stay alive is pretty ridiculous. And North are taking some sick angels, by the way, up on that B side. When they eventually decided they had to go, they traded into B really effectively.
I think we're seeing North go from strength to strength on their T side here. I think it's becoming a bit of a more go-to, but we also haven't seen G2 really stop anything. They've seen like a little bit of a pushover on this side, not looking as potent, not looking as kind of deadly as they normally do. And this is where I want to see a little bit of aggression. It may not go well, but Apex,
great swinger,
already starting to just kind of make a bit of a play down mid. Now, no one was actually watching the bottom mid. Kenny was there before, but he backed away and left Apex all alone, which is a massive problem. So 4-on-4, sure, but now A is very light for players.
Kenny S. Shot missed, forced to back away now for another go. MSL tagging each other up, and MSL gets the better of Kenny. Kenny got the first shot. He got most of the health away from MSL, and somehow he wins that out. Now, Shocks has the option to go for that AWP, but he's a little bit concerned. Wants to try and just receive. And playing from this position, G2 have generally been successful when they pull back in towards CT and receive any players that are attempting to wrap. But let's see what kind of bars it'll be Shock spitting now, because North haven't made a real attempt to come forward yet. NBK is in a very dangerous position. This is one and done. And there's no one else to back him up, especially with Shocks going down. And North have so many options. NBK's not going to see any action. That's what he wanted. He had the CZ, prime position to take the head off someone. Cajun B, got to be careful. And NBK straight down the middle will take his head off. Unfortunately, it's a site that is rife with North players. A 3v2 on match point.
They've still got mollies and smokes to buy more time, and G2 have no kits. It's going from bad to worse. NBK got health, though. He can make a challenge on this one. You're going to go for it. Let's see what Buddy can do. He needs to get here fast, easy. Not going to miss it, and there goes NBK. North looking extremely good on that T side. And do you know what else is extremely good? My fantasy team. Everyone else got those G2 players in there. I went for North. Get wrecked.
I don't want to talk about my fantasy placements right now, but I'm incredibly impressed by North. They lose one round on that T side. I believe that was 10 T side rounds won, 9 in a row. Very impressive. And I said they had to reciprocate and improve on what G2 did, and they got it done. Let's go now over to the desk to have this very interesting T side map from both sides broken down a bit more.
Thanks, guys. Yes, it was a good game, and I'm glad you brought up that T side because that was utter dominance from North, and that's what we were kind of wondering if G2 was going to be able to come in and really stop that persistence of Danish Counter-Strike to be able to take map control systematically and really leverage the advantage it gives you, and we saw they could control any part of the map they wanted to on that T side whenever they chose to. Yeah,
I think they needed a few more like flash retakes on the excuse me, on the mid wall. G2, you know, they were giving up a lot of territory, and then it's just a matter of finding the frags for North as they walk into areas as a unit and trade off each other very well. I have to cough, Matt, so if you want to take...
you have a button. Just press the cough button, and that's done. All right. This is me talking to buy you time. No, look, I think that this was quite Okay, carry on if you're ready.
Yeah, so this was one of the things I wanted to point out, that boost over the smoke. Yam was actually the first player to ever come up with that in the history of the world.
I get it.
On the old version of Inferno. And then it kind of got adapted, and now we're seeing it in the new version as well. So we have that boost. I know that Henry and Vendetta also loved exploiting that in some of their ESCA games. Then there was like other innovations that we were seeing.
Are you going to mention any good players during this segment?
Yeah, I mentioned Henry G. So the B-site retake using the pot plant boost is really cool. I think we saw that come in as well. They boost over on the pot plant to retake that B site and find an entry frag there. And I saw Apex trying a Molotov onto Porch from the balcony. He was failing it, but it is possible. So that's a cool little innovation as well.
Go check your Twitter.
Yeah, and you also ran over to the computer to get a cheeky little clip made of that to show it properly.
Yeah,
nicely done.
It's on my YouTube.
Going the extra mile.
Yeah, well,
I like that.
Doing the work.
Matt, I know leading into this, you talked about the rotations on Inferno still much the same, how important they can be on this mat, long distance between each one. We saw G2 really struggle with, I'll let you take that away.
Yeah, decisions. I can't remember what round it was. It was obviously the 2v2 where they went back. AZ got 2 kills over toward Pit. They looked like they were going A, but then Body actually beat Config, who got aggressive for no reason. He had the B site. All he had to do was hold off the rotation. Got a little bit too aggressive. Body was able to take him down, deploy a smoke. Now, that all looks good for G2, but Shocks needs to take more risks in that situation, or whoever, it was Shocks, but whoever's alive in that situation. When you've got that much information, start your rotation off early. You know they've gone toward Banana, get in toward mid, at least get toward bench, where you're slowly pinching off map control, and you're closer to being relevant toward the B site when they attack. So even if they don't go that way, you're gonna strike sooner. Now what happened was, they were about 13 seconds in, Body stayed passive, they walked into the site, at 8 seconds they planted. If Shocks had made his way closer, he got opt immediately by KJB in the post plant, but if he's closer, even if he holds them up for 1 second, 2 seconds, and gives the information to Body, they can deny the plant in that situation. So I thought G2 was really, really hesitant for the rotations.
Yeah, certainly by the TF, they looked like they were getting a little bit more passive, but let's focus a little bit. I know we saw in the second round, or in the first half, it was actually very, very cool from G2. They started off, we were wondering about those executes they were going to do with their force buys. They lose a pistol, second round, they win with that beautiful execute over towards Pit.
Yeah, that could have potentially, you can argue it may have been a blunder from the guys on North. I don't think playing in the Pit versus Eco, versus a force buy / Eco is smart, because that's a place where you can get overwhelmed and then they can pick up a gun with ease. Maybe you want to play someone castle or 2 site, or even play mid wall, give up the Pit, and then they still have to run past you to get to the side, and then you have the range advantage. By playing in the Pit, even if they do force buy, they can close you down with smokes and flashes and get right in your face, which is exactly what we saw happen. And that was good, but I also thought they had some other interesting executes. They were smoking off deep on the long / jungle or arch side, whatever you want to call it. But the problem is, the way that they approached it was they were in the mid corridor. They didn't actually get mid wall. The difference was with North, they were getting the mid wall and then executing. I think it's much better to have that territory because you know the CTs are forced back. They can't be close. They can't get the information and they can't, have a duel before you've got the territory that you want.
Well, G2 drops both maps tonight against North. They got their first win yesterday. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Sadicus especially believes that now G2's chances of making the playoffs extremely diminished.
If they make it, I'll cut my own hair for the rest of the year.
Shave it bald?
Cut my own hair for the rest of the year.
Wuss. Well, that is going to be it for us, or for at least for G2 and North on the evening. So we will be right back. It's going to be the hot match of the night, or of the week, excuse me. When we return, it's going to be Virtus Pro versus Astralis when we come back from the break.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. Now, while IEM Katowice may well be behind us, sadly enough, it is hard not to identify the dominance of the Danish teams throughout that tournament. In the semi-finals, 11 out of 20 of the players were from Denmark, surely heralding, at least for now, an era of Danish dominance. However, if you think you're going to be one of the players to end that, or perhaps even join it, the Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League. If you want to find out about that and how you can get involved, head over to esea.net/MDL. Now, it's time for a smoke from a time long past. Dust 2 gone, but not forgotten. Here's Rush showing you how he used to do it on D2.
Hey Future Pros, we are on Dust 2 today. What? They took it out of the map pool? Let's do it anyway. This is an Xbox smoke designed to help your team rush short without dying to mid. To execute this, line yourself up along this shadow. Then aim at the tip of this particular spike. Launch the smoke into the skies and you'll be gifted with a nice Xbox smoke. You can now take shot control in a much safer manner.
Beautiful pro tip from Rush, but we are back. We're going to have the match of the week. It's going to be Astralis versus Virtus Pro. This first map is going to be on Inferno. It's an Inferno sandwich today, actually. Normally you got to pay double for that kind of action.
It's a nuke sandwich.
No, it's a turkey sandwich because the turkey's in the middle. Nuke's the bread.
Jason's right.
Are you okay?
Me?
That's just unbelievable. What an amateur mistake. That is incredible. Anyways, we don't really, I mean, if you've been following Counter-Strike at all recently, these two teams have been, I mean, obviously to start this year off 1 and 2, essentially. And the bad blood, whatever you want to call it, sportsmanship, gamesmanship, whatever's going out between them, has been incredible. The tweets back and forth, kind of the attitude going into these matches is great that these players have raised this up.
Yeah, they're sitting about 7-7, like overall, including online games, so each team literally on par with each other. So 2 titans now kind of battling out.
Yeah, and here's Taz talking about, talking about how hard it is to even get to the stage these days in these events. We've seen how well Heroic played. Obviously heartbroken that he wasn't able to do it out in IEM Katowice just last week. He had a string of tweets where he was actually a little bit upset, I believe.
You were a bit upset last night as well, Jason, I believe.
Yeah, I also had a string of tweets that was...
No, Taz is a very emotional guy. I'm sure a part of it is showmanship.
Yeah.
That's got to be a part of it.
This is a sick tweet, because this is Device talking about his new in-game leader, Glaive. Since he's joined, Astralis at different events has had 3 different MVPs at different tournaments, and that is an incredible job as an in-game leader to do that. And we've seen, I mean, we've had Dupree, we've had Zipnix have incredible tournaments. Device obviously has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
KRB at the major. So I mean, these guys are very, very deep. And unfortunately tonight, we're not going to be seeing Device, who has been so consistent over the past year, so incredibly powerful, who's diagnosed with a hernia. So he will be sitting out. Zonic's going to be in, and we have to remember, Zonic actually played with the Astralis when they got top 8 at Cologne last year in the major to give them that legend status to get to the to the E-League one and actually win it.
That was when Dupree had
he was in hospital, right?
Yeah, he had to leave.
Jeez, not a healthy bunch, are they?
They're having a tough time.
Yeah,
I guess all that hard work, so it takes it out of them. But hopefully they do get better. And yeah, Zonix was a bit of a pistol god, though. Let's not forget he can hold his own to a degree. But if you're Virtus Pro, you're out for blood. There's a point to be proven against these guys, even though it's online CS for VP.
I'd say that that win-loss ratio you were talking about there, Lauren, will probably swing heavily in the favor of VP tonight because the dilapidated Astralis, especially with their Mystic Consistent not being in the server.
Yeah, well, especially because on the T sides, Device plays such a critical role. I mean, talking to Device, he even mentions, the way they do their T sides is Device says, I want to up here. This is where I want to go exploit. He has his own idea, and Glaive kind of positions the team around that. So they won't have that luxury. Now they have Zonic coming in. And that's the crazy part is, Virtus Pro, you would think they're the favorites in this one now, but with, the fact that Zonic is stepping in and it's online Counter-Strike, is VP actually able to do it? We've seen how up and down VP can be online.
Look, if there's any time VP's
Did I
going to win,
convolute
they're
that
going to
a little
have
much?
to.
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah,
You
just a
oversold
little
it
bit.
there,
That's
you know?
fine.
You had faith.
Trying to build those storylines.
VP are playing much better online this season than
they are.
last season, Jason. I know that
That's
you were
not
on
saying a
holidays.
whole lot. They did have to re-qualify for Pro League.
Yes, but they are showing a better face online. I think they're taking it a little bit more, not seriously, but they're having a bit more of a better time this season so far. They've got W's on the board, which is opposite to last season. But for them, you know, this is a chance to get 2 wins against a big dog. And the fact that we're seeing Inferno, I don't think we've seen them. Oh, no, we did see them play Inferno, didn't we?
Yeah, against SK.
What's happening here?
Oh, look at that guy.
I think that's probably. Oh no, it's. I don't know. This is that segment.
Stuff.
That's my favorite shirt.
It's a nice
This is
shirt.
probably them showing the clip that Henry and Matt didn't pay attention to.
Oh no, this is them chanting VP while VP weren't even there. You know, that's how strong of a bond those Polish fans have with that team.
Yeah, and Inferno was an interesting map. They played SK at Katowice. It was they won it as well. One of the games where you saw Snacks having a great game with Bialy, not too surprising. But again, they showed that they've actually put a little bit of time into it. Their CT side was nice. I like the kind of presence on Banana from Neo, and I think it was Snacks both playing that side of things. Incredibly aggressive, incredibly involved in it, even to like the Fnatic degree where we saw Olaf like running straight down it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do on this. Again, they're playing against a very weak Astralis, but then if you think about Astralis, they're coming into this thinking, surely we just have to play YOLO, right? We have to just have, you know, our way with it.
Yeah, I agree. I think not having an AWP isn't a big deal on this map. They're kind of lucky. Nuke might be a bit of a different story, not having that outside presence. They will probably have a rough time when we get over there. This was a huge round.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to have too much of an issue if these rounds are going to be coming out for Dupree. And on top of that, just, I mean, we saw the form Zipnix was at just recently as well. 12 clutches across IM Katowice. And he got 0, I believe it was, in the grand finals. He just never was in this situation.
He did break the record. He got 13, but the reason that it didn't get counted was because he won the round, but he actually didn't get the kill. So either the guy saved or
gotcha.
I don't know the exact scenario, but he did break the record. He got 13.
So faulty statistics gathering.
I'm sorry.
Technicality. Either way,
Jason.
they actually, I mean, they do hoist the trophy, so all is good in the end. And that's the thing. Now Virtus.pro playing against this team that took the trophy in their home court.
There's a bit of a grudge there, I suppose. You know, you want to dish out a bit of punishment for that, and I think it's always good to kick someone while they're down. So VP will take advantage of the fact Device is not in the team.
All right, we're getting a little insight into the way you think, kicking people while they're down. I like it.
Yeah.
What are we going to see on Inferno? I mean, Lauren, you just talked about the aggressive B control that we saw from Neo, and you said you think it was Snacks. I think so. Actually, we casted that game, and I know how aggressive they were consistently towards that old car area, towards that half wall. They loved that. So.
I have something that you can exploit of Astralis' CT defense. We got a little clip here of it if we want to whack her up. So Astralis like to put 3 players over towards that B bomb, so at the start, get that full-on banana control. So if you know this is going to come in, or if you have a bit of a gut feeling, you as the Ts can go either for like a mid-pounce strategy, smoke the top of mid, flash yourself through, and then take advantage of either the jungle or the Diggity player, and then just brute force you out into the site. Or you can just go really quick on apartments and take a gamble, you know, walk out with a couple of players and hope Kirby hasn't rotated back yet. So if you want to exploit that defense, there are a couple of plays that Virtus.pro could look at doing. But then if this round will basically keep playing, what they do is they actually swing the AWP all the way back to Banana. He was started at the arch side. He's left there now on his own, and he has a great line to AWP down there, which is very powerful. You get 4 rifles over on the bomb site. You can play 2 on each side of mid. You could play like a couple of players around the pit and side area with awesome crossfires. It's a very powerful setup.
The one thing I would like to very quickly highlight as well is speaking to them afterwards about how they approached playing Inferno specifically and some of the other maps, they kind of took the mentality of, we're playing against FaZe, they have that very intrinsic style that Fnatic used to have, right? They'll play off picks, they are very pick heavy, they are very aggressive in looking for them. So Astralis would play Inferno slightly more passively. They wouldn't be holding active angles, they'd be trying to give them any chance to do it and play it to the last moment. So if you're seeing them sitting slightly further back, it might actually change against VP here. You might see a slight variation on it, but then again, they're playing without Device, so everything could change again anyway. So small changes.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see how Astralis adapts to not having Device. Do either you want to throw out a prediction? Are we all good with that? Or any of you guys like a say to kiss crazy?
Predictions aren't really a thing.
Not for
really?
this game. It's too ridiculous.
Matt's making predictions over there. I don't know why.
He's going to be on camera in like 10 seconds. Can you not wait?
He just can't contain it, can he? Actually, it's going to take a little bit longer than 10 seconds. So we're gonna get back to it.
Poor old Matt.
I mean, what is what is the solution to not having Device in the team?
The solution to not having Device in the team would probably be not having your coach play.
That's something, right?
Yeah, no, because like,
but how do you adjust?
It's very difficult to adjust, right? You're gonna have to just play pack roll T-side Counter-Strike. Hey, Zonic, come with us. entry, we'll trade you, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to be able to use your strats because he's instrumental in taking territory and setting them up to be able to do things. On the CT side, he's a spearhead of that CT side, looking for picks or passively holding a line on his own and being able to lock down a bomb site. You don't have that anymore. This is your most consistent, best player, one of the, arguably the best player in the world right now, probably the best AWPer as well. You don't replace someone like that.
Yeah, I echo the sentiment just purely because I spoke to them before, and it was just, well, it's
Lauren always has inside info.
Oh, it's just literally quote unquote YOLO it. I guess they're going to implore that with Zonic's just like, all right, you just take contact, we'll trade off you. It's
shoot some people.
Yeah, literally. But the guy was good on pistols. I want to see a bit of that.
We know they've got the talent, and a couple other guys who also have a little bit of talent is going to be Sadakist and Henry G. So take it away, boys.
Am I? Can I hear myself? I can't hear myself. Oh, I should turn myself up. There we go. Speaking of talent, no talent at all.
Like a pro.
I am very good at cutting hair, though. If I need to take up a new career, that's what I'm gonna do. How about this?
There's a little tweet here.
There is
a
a little
major
tweet.
finals rematch. Can Team Virtus Pro take the plow to the stars against Astralis? I think they probably can, all things considered.
I mean, Zonic is bionic, so he'll be fine. But question, straight up.
Go on.
Do you think that Taz has been salty lately, unnecessarily salty? Or do you think it's appropriate?
In terms of like the tweets he's making, I think they're fine. I think everyone's overreacting a little bit. Like obviously he was very passionate when he was saying those things. He just lost and all that sort of stuff. I'm not really sure. I'd say I think they're fine. Like I think that's what CS needs at the moment. A bit more characters and villains and everything like that. I think
Villains?
Yeah. A bit of a tweet like that every now and then is too bad.
Well, that's my philosophy.
Yeah. Anyway, Matthew, we are live.
I know, I'm aware.
So, Banana Rush coming in, keep to the basic for Astralis, and actually going to get a nice little trade as well, but Snack's waiting for them. Debris to find the first two frags. 3 CT players at the B bomb site shut down, and Astralis with the coach are kicking off things quite nicely here. It's going to be a 4-on-2 on the T-side pistol.
That was quite impressive, I have to say.
Okay.
The fact that he nearly... Okay, well, what is going on? Because all of a sudden he gets turned back. Pasha with 2 Taz walks in, and he will find Zonic, who tried to get above, to see over top of everyone in the situation. But I was expecting... I mean, Snacks flashed off, nearly gets away with it. I was expecting this to go Astralis after getting the bomb plant down with the advantage. They managed to retake this Virtus Pro in a very impressive fashion.
Yeah.
And this is now them to start things off well, which is the worst case scenario. Astralis, I think, needed this start with Zonic in the lineup.
Went for the straight-up Banana Rush there, hoping to trade, which they got successfully. Had a huge man advantage as well, but coming in very fast from the bottom and middle. Pasha, he finds 2 big frags as well, allowing Taz to have a winnable situation there in the 2 versus 1. Pulls it off, defuses the bomb, and I agree with you. That was the round Astralis really needed to win here. Good news is, I guess, if you're going to look at anything, T-side Inferno, you don't really need an AWP. Obviously, it's a bit gutting losing device in any scenario, but this is probably the best it could possibly get. As we go to round number 2, no force buy, of course. Astralis bomb went down, so we'll have some upgraded pistols, AKs in the next round, and we can see Virtus Pro sort of setting up for that right now. They've got 2 rifles, 3 UMPs, certainly very viable going into that next gun round. And Taz, he spots 1 player towards the apartments area.
So Astralis again, this is what we talked about with them on the desk a little bit, is how much they're willing to put investment in toward the boiler and apartment situation early. Pasha will play at the cubby. That'll give them a lot of room to work with when they walk out toward the pit. Astralis, if they manage to get that far. But Taz playing in front of Library will try and shut that down as best he possibly can. It starts off well, though. Pasha's got the 3. That's decent, though, for Taz. Zonic does make it down from the balcony. Deagle in hand, can't find an opening. He's no Dupree, apparently, as he backs off. Good shots coming back out. Taz still trying to do the damage. He will eventually find him. And they keep 3 players alive, and they get... No, one of them is still going to stand the UMP. They get a Deagle. Taz upgrades his pistol, at least.
Well, the AKs come out. Round number 3. This is always the objective for Astralis. Again, that bomb down in the pistol. Do as much damage as they possibly could in round number 2 there. They get a couple of kills, and we'll see where they can strike back here. Zonic, of course, the coach. If you're not aware, Device is ill, and Zonic is going to be stepping in.
Just to touch on that as well, I have a... It's actually called hiatal hernia, not hiatus. Hiatus is a gap in time and space.
Yes.
But it's called a hiatal. It's very different for different people. I know mine was rather insignificant. It felt like I had a heart problem because it just put so much pressure and pain in your chest. But once you get used to it, it basically is like... acid reflux.
Sure.
And there's lots of stomach lining things you can take for it. It is different, so I can't comment on his situation, but I know in my case, the surgery was not worth it. Although it sounds like his is a little more severe, so maybe it is. Hopefully he gets better soon. That's my 2 cents.
Well, thank you for sharing. If you've got experience, that's good. Hopefully he can recover. I think it's good to rest instead of putting yourself out there.
I agree. But he'll have to monitor what he eats if he doesn't go with the surgery. That said, it's VP again. This time the gun's out early as well. Zonic has gone down once more. We have to monitor him. I don't want to pick on him, but we do have to give you some sort of insight as to exactly how he's performing, because he's the man. You're only as good as your weakest link, I guess you could say, who is essentially stepping into an uncomfortable territory. Pasha's going to find yet another, and VP's looking unchallenged thus far. 2 kills for Pasha in the round. Xyp9x, 1 versus 5. Clutch master he may be. Not likely he'll do much here. Taz forced off triple. They're already jumping up in toward Boiler as well. Xyp9x has not heard this, so when he goes back toward the bomb, boom, down he goes.
AK's not really causing too much damage there whatsoever. 5 players staying alive for Virtus Pro, no bomb going down. And Astralis certainly will struggle here trying to move the coach into position. You can see they're not even checking garbage at that point. Pasha finding 3 kills. And it's going to be round number 4. Desert Eagles, PD50s, no nades, and almost no hope unless someone goes wild with the Eagle. Obviously Dupree putting a bit of a show for us over in Katowice. Pasha looking very confident right now. I think he's got 7 kills and 2 deaths. Good little grenade, a lot of damage inflicted.
I don't know if that was little at all. That was like a huge grenade, apparently. As you see Pasha waiting it out toward top middle. Find his best opportune moment to strike as Xyp9x walks out with the Tech 9s. They have been known to be menacing in the past, and as mentioned, we had a little discussion about on the desk. There are some angles that can be favorable to lesser weaponry on Inferno, but certainly not in this round. Virtus Pro again, looking really unchallenged. What do we got? 6 kills thus far from Astralis. Now's the 4th round. And most of those, I think, what was it, 3 of those were on the pistol?
Yep.
So you're looking at a massive bankroll.
4 of them.
Was it 4 of the pistol? That's right. Yeah, that's right. So that's says 2 kills in the last 3 rounds that have been happening now with guns up. That means Virtus Pro had to invest very little. And 2 of those were in the first of the gun rounds that they bought into.
Well, like we said, AWP not really an option. Device is certainly the main AWP, but we don't really have a fallback option for Astralis here. I don't think Zonic will be wielding that weapon anytime soon. As we get to round number 5, 5 AKs, and you've got the Molotovs and smokes to work with. So Zonic will be aware of all the strategies and how they play, just whether he has the mechanical skill to really keep up. He used to be a player for MTW back in the day, quite a legendary one as well. Like one
Joey Miller's most famous casting clip.
Yeah,
the 1 versus 5.
Like he wants a huge event, so definitely a veteran, but in terms of CSGO, very little experience in that department. He was going to play for MTW, if you remember that. That was already before he became coach. He was going to be CSGO MTW, but that kind of fell apart.
Imagine. Would you have been happy about Zonic coming back to play? Do you think you could have had it? We've seen lots of comebacks, some successful, most not, to be
Which
fair.
ones have been successful, do you think?
RPK, I would argue to an extent.
Well, he was there from the beginning of CSGO, to be fair, and he played to the end of Source.
Okay, that's fair. No, that's fair. That's like, less of a, yeah, because Fraud certainly wasn't.
That's, okay, that's a prime example of how wrong it can go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bialy waiting at pit. Xyp9x again once more trying to walk out from the position. Again, look at this though. Astralis with guns. Yet to look anywhere near Banana. Just now they're going back to it. That's at 47 seconds. And the rotation's already gone from the second man over toward A, back toward B in that amount of time. So I think Astralis isn't wrong. I kind of like that they're putting pressure on apartments early, but I'd like to see them mix it up to make teams have to consider a little bit more toward Banana.
I would assume some sort of Banana split coming in here. You can see 2 players still towards the top of mid, and the bombers are Banana right now, but they will be falling back. They've got some mid control. That smoke blocks off the vision from Libby. Kiabi dodging a few bullets there. 22 seconds remaining. There's going to be a bit of a rush to the bomb site. This kill on Bialy has to come in very soon indeed. Not going to be happening.
Oh, Bialy goes down in pit eventually. But he did pick up the 2. Bomb being planted. Zonic, 1 versus 3. Does he still have it? Got 1. Chance to find another, but overcommits to the peak, and Zonic goes down to Neo.
How sick would that have been if he just comes on and wins a 1v3 against VP?
Yeah.
He gets 2 kills. He gets the bomb down.
What up now, Poles?
Yeah, but it's something, but not quite enough there. Astralis looking a little bit apprehensive as to what they wanted to do. Like I said, the bomb was towards B. They had 2 players top middle. I thought they could try and go through Arch, but decided to go back with that 22nd remaining for the final commitment towards the A site. Doesn't really work out for them. Don't have time to check every single area of the site. Bialy, he gets a free frag from the pit. His teammates chiming in as well. Round number 6, and the AWP comes off Zonic. I said he wouldn't be using that weapon map, but he is. He's brave. I like it.
I like it too, Henry, if I'm completely honest with you.
He's going to be challenging Pasha 1v1 with the AWP, and here it comes. Who's going to strike first? It's Zonic. Here we go.
That a boy. I'm excited. I like an underdog story.
Yeah. Well, he's fighting apparently against some of the world's best and coming out on top in these AWP duels. 5 on 4 now. The first advantage for Astralis since the pistol round. It's gone.
Smoke down, Taz, caught off by Glaive. This is a real chance for Astralis now. Maybe the AWP has something in it. Maybe the truth is they need Sonic back in the lineup. There's a storyline that I'm fabricating entirely. Xyp9x will at least get Bialy. That leaves it to just Neo and Snax. Nade goes toward the pit, does damage further onto Zip. They've got a forward stance inside of the site. The flash is perfect though. Glaive is found. Good jump, but Zonic's got another. He might be the reason they pick up the round. He's going to have to be now. 1 versus 1 with Snax. Zonic, who opened the round, found one in the middle, has the AWP up close, but it's not enough to hold off Snax, and it'll go 6-0 for Virtus Pro.
Very decent attempt there from Astralis. You can see it's going to be a much looser playbook from them coming into this one. Get an AWP pick, go towards A, try and get there before the rotations coming from the CTs. It comes down to the 1v1 with Sonic up once again. He's actually top fragging right now, Matt. He's got 6 kills and 6 deaths.
Well, there it is. Confirmed. Needs to come back.
Yeah, after winning, Katowice said, let's make an adjustment. Let's bring the coach in, get rid of the device, and job should be a good one, I think. That's what we should be doing. Well, unfortunately, no round victory as of yet for Astralis, but 6 rounds in a row and the bomb down does mean they cannot get another buy-in. No AWP this time. Oh, that player towards underpass, going to be just about staying alive there. They're trying to get the refract towards Boiler, but it's going to be Dupree taking some incendiary damage there. They get control towards the apartments area. CTs will adjust. The setter back towards that passive hold on the A-bomb, so that's fine. They've challenged a little bit towards middle. Don't want to give too much away here, and Pasha's aware the Xyp9x, he normally plays towards those apartments positions, and he'll be smoked out.
Smoked out indeed.
Snax, look at this. He's actually got himself a nice little one-way there. Doesn't quite find the kill, but gets a little bit of intel.
Decent try down toward Banana. So teams are continuing to try and exploit ways of finding Banana control early in the rounds. This time a little bit more pressure from Astralis. I have to admire that. Because that means they have to consider different options each and every single time. They can't just hold ground with one man and stack up the A site quite so easily. Up from Flash onto Bialy. Flash comes out from the new position inside of the apartments as well. Missed shot from Pasha. No, I take it back. He did get Dupree, which means Glaive. He's got Taz back, but has to smoke off on Passion. Another 3 versus 3. This time, surely they can convert the round. It's 3 regulars in play. In effect, Glaive will get toward the graveyard as well. Neo's going to go toward the apartments. He could potentially sneak up and find that opening shot. There is quite a position to use. And Neo just got smoked off temporarily. Has to go late toward the position. Still time to work with. Snax. He's waiting it off. All 3 of them have kits, so they'll allow this to happen. They'll allow them to get a better stance together and work as a unit. But already Glaive finds Snax. That allows him to be traded. Neo gets the information. That's good enough to start it because Neo finds Xyp9x. Inside of the site, it's Kiarbi, who's now known exactly where he is. Pasha has to do what he can, but time is gone, and Kiarbi will finally win out a round for Astralis. 6-1, but 1 player alive in a reset.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. They do finally get around there. Quite a nice little play. They do the smoke towards the hay bales after establishing mid-control as well, pushing the CTs back towards that pit area and the bomb site itself. Flashbang goes over the top, 3 players out towards the apartments and focusing and trying to overwhelm the pit area. They certainly do that. They get the first pick, but like I said, all 5 going down. You can see how that reflects going forward. Astralis actually only having 4 UMPs and an AK-47. They've got the utility to work with here, but they don't have the firepower really. Going to be challenging towards Banana. Decent flashbangs, and Neo could be in trouble here, but he gets the first frag. Backed up by Snax, who's been tagged a little bit here, trying to get out of this situation desperately, but he survives just about as he drops his incendiary grenade.
Just about indeed. Snax. New box. Finally, Astralis pressure on B, and they make it work. Dupree's able to take Snax down. 3 left, but both sides have the same numbers, and the weapons might be even. The HP is not. Kiabi has to get much closer towards CT spawn. Gap in the smoke. He tries to fire through. It's a good nade from Taz. Down goes Dupree. Down goes Kiarbi. And Zonic on 8 HP. Another 1 versus 3 for him to try and win. Equal chances this time, and now it's problematic. 7-1 reset. Astralis might be very good on this map, but tonight they're handicapped.
Yeah, for sure. You can see they're kind of throwing caution to the wind a little bit there. 4 UMPs, 1 AK. Might as well try and rush Banana. Use those close range weapons to their best ability. They get a couple of kills there. It's a tight round. They took so much damage in the process getting the bomb down. Pasha didn't get an overwhelming amount of kills, but he did so much damage there. And we can see a nice little run boost from Neo. They might actually have the chance to get a real strong grenade at the start. No one to receive it though. But in terms of the buy for Astralis, they might as well force into this one. It would be double eco regardless. So Desert Eagles, Tech 9s, 3 smokes to work with. This should be 8-1, but you never know. Zipex has got some control of the apartments, but spotted by Bialy. Flashing out, going to try and commit, see what happens. But countered with the smoke, has to fall back. And that banana control once again coming in for VP. Just look at Snacks, so confident right now. There's only got Deagles, wants to find his first pick and fall back. That's the objective right now. Maybe overcommitting a little bit too much. Certainly Pasha is.
Certainly trying to. Dupree gets Taz back with a Deagle. We know he's capable of much. Zonic still has a Deagle himself. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be Dupree working his way through the arch back towards CT and then back around to B to get toward where the bomb is sitting in the possession of the CTs. Dupree has all the opportunity to try and make this work, but he's going to need a little bit of help. That won't certainly do it. Flash down's on it, completely blinded off. KRB does do some damage onto Snacks. That's what Dupree needs because, yeah, there you go. Low HP, he's able to slip in immediately behind. Smoke's gonna go down, spots up Neo as well. He's got an opening in this, but does the smoke cover enough? No, it doesn't. Bialy's got the gap covered off. Dupree spots him. They both have to peek together, and they'll make it work. Good pickup from KRB.
Lots of aggression there from VP. I think they got a bit excited when they saw the prospect of Desert Eagles up against them, pushing down towards Banana, smoking off T-Spawn as well. You have to realize that the bomb has to be planted in the terrorists. They need the ones that need to establish map control. But as Pro, obviously feeling very confident in this one. 7-1 up. There's nothing left for Astralis, and giving a bit too much away there. As we go into round number 10, will be a force buy return from the Polish side, sending 3 towards Banana. Probably going to get aggressive once more, smoke down to the bottom, try and get the grenades down as well, but Molotov's out. So, okay, well, the smoke extinguishes up. Some Deagle shots being shot with that paper-thin wall, but nothing connecting just yet. Zipex opening up the fragging on the other side of the map. Bomb still down towards T-Spawn, but the fact is that Astrada's got his man advantage around, don't need to overcommit, still got lots of time available to them. They've probably worked out it's going to be a very weak buy from Virtus Pro. And one player towards top of mid as well, and another headshot towards Neo. He's gone down to 9 HP.
Pasha backing off toward Library. No smoke in front of him just yet. They had a smoke down. Okay, there it is. I was going to say, they had a smoke down toward the arch, but that won't do it if Pasha pushes out, pushes through it, tries to do so anyway. And Zipex catches him with the UMP. It's Taz inside of the site. Push from both sides. Good headshot on Zonic. As he walks in and gets clothesline, Taz dances back and forth to find 3.
Oh, what's going on here?
And that was very... Was that our observer or was that the server?
He looked like he kind of lagged out. He like
teleported?
Out.
That may have been our relay.
Okay, well, it looked a little bit strange either way. But regardless, let's not focus on that. Let's focus on Taz's performance on that A-bomb side. They had 2 M4s and 3 pistols there. He holds a site magnificently and just changes his attention between Short and Moto, managing to find 3 kills in total. That silenced M4, and the economy once again shut down for the Danish side. Back to Tech9s and Deagles. They managed to win this round before, but I don't think Virtus Pro will be making the same mistakes again, overcommitting and forcing themselves into unfavorable situations towards those T-steps, where the terrorists managed to hold very cheeky angles and avoid the CTs. Smokes remaining. Zipex once again, trying to do what he can towards apartments. Gives his position away a little bit there. Trying to see if there's any sort of openings here. Not really the ideal weapon to do it with towards the pit.
No, it's not. Watch the push up from Glaive. Nade thrown. He's not able to capitalize before the guns redrawn. He's waiting for Bialy to peek instead. But he could swing. Catch Pasha off just like this. Doesn't work. Pasha and Bialy converge. No one else to repeat Bialy's position underneath the patio. As we know, a patio that's capable of being Molotovs. And then things slow. Zipex wants to get out from the apartments. But he's got problems because down below Taz, who did so much work last time, I'm impressed Zipex hits that shot. Has them both low HP, and I thought easily would be bound and ready to get at least all those kills, but Zipex will go down in the end. It is Pasha. He got the only kill against Zipex that time, so 9-2.
Yeah.
I think this is going as expected given the situation.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame. On paper, it should be the hot match of the week. It's like the rivalry we discussed and a few grand finals recently.
It is number 1 and number 2 in the world.
Yeah, so, but this is to be expected. Zonic, he's not putting in like a bad performance by any means, but you can see the team's not the same. They can't really operate as the same unit right now without their star player, their absolute star player. And Zonic, obviously not a CS Pro anymore, can probably hold his own a little bit there, but he's not going to be able
to. Coach, though, good with the mental game as well as a coach, I have to say.
Yeah.
Well, that said, Taz will jump back. He's down to 11. There's not... I was going to say, there used to be where that fence post is the thicker brick and mortar, or whatever you want to call it, in that cobblestone fence. He used to be able to jump up the top of that playing off angle toward the balcony. You can't anymore. It looked like he was jumping there, and I thought, nah, there's old school tactics, but no, it doesn't exist.
In terms of the money next round, we're going to have $2,400 on top of the 2K. So it's enough for a buy. I'd like to see the Sonic Orb again. That seems to have some sort of success. But this round should be done. Maybe a frag towards Patton here. He's struggling a little bit, just about survives. And he finishes it off, takes down Zipex with the Tech 9. 10-2. Virtus Pro on the CT side here. I don't think we have enough for an Orb. So 5 AKs once again. No Orb on the CT side either. They're quite happy to roll with the 5 rifles. It's going quite swimmingly so far, so why adjust? Sending 3 towards Banana to start. A lot of teams doing that for now. It seems obviously you can get the extra smoke at the start of the round. You can throw a smoke from this position where Snacks is like running right now, that corner, but if you want to get deeper, you have to commit with the team, throw it down there, then you rotate back towards middle. 3 Molotovs at the start of the round. Okay. That denies Banana Rush.
Certainly does. That's more than we normally see. 2 we talked about quite a bit, quite extensively. Smoke top mid, Molotov into the door, Pasha backs off. And B is being pushed really hard after those 3 Molotovs. Neo and Snacks are both inside of Banana. And this is nifty. I like that. Over the smoke, little gap under the arch, try and catch anyone rotating back down to the bottom of middle. Meanwhile, Zonic does create an opening. Gets 1 kill quickly onto Pasha. Taz getting 2 back, though. That same corner.
He is good there. Looking very strong indeed, but that might be stronger. Snacks coming in from quad, taking 2 players down, and you can see Astralis looking quite disjointed right now, finding a pick and just going with it. They don't have time to mess around and try and fully execute onto the site. It's not going to be as cohesive as usual, and 11-2 comes in. Are they going to buy into this one? I'll have a look at the cash. Glaive's went down to $600. They've got the upgraded pistols and a bit of body armor, so not going all in. Glaive maybe a little bit more than he should have, but he gets maximum loss bonus next round, so I guess it's fine. Orb for Pasha this time. It's very likely to be a 13-2 half at this point. And okay, maybe not. Dupree towards middle, making something happen with the Tech 9 there. Takes down Pasha, and that's the Orb as well. But Bialy, he's striking towards Banana. Needs to be careful here, though. Could actually drop in his smoke because he hits 21 HP. I would fall back at this point as Taz. He's going down on the other side of the map as well.
Snacks rotating over. Trying to make what he can of the situation. Beat them toward the bomb site. Does spot the cross of Zipex, but can't line up the headshot. And out from the apartment, Zonic will jump down inside of the site itself. Snacks to picks up the 1. Neo, good find on Kiarbi. Wants a lot more. He's going to continue around. Neo's done well in this situation. It's on to Zonic once again. He's picked up the first of the 3. They're low HP, but it's Snacks tagged this 17. That was his best chance. I'm believing it's going to happen. Zonic's going to win a sick clutch.
He's going to win
tonight.
like a 1v4? It's coming?
1v3.
1v3, okay. He's still top fragging. Oh, actually, to be fair, he's not anymore. He's 3rd on the scoreboard. He's top of the scoreboard in sense of points, but Zipex.
Yeah, that's the ESL scoring system.
Yeah, okay. Well, 12-2. Double Orb set up to finish things off for Astralis. Let's give it a go, boys. Let's see what we can do. They are getting picks, to be fair. It's just the clutches and the rotations and the team play overall from Virtus Pro is overwhelming them. We'll see whether they can pick up round number 3 here. Maybe. There's a double Orb set up for the CTs as well. Oh, they swapped it over. I think they just took 1 with them towards the other side of the map. Snacks is doing that. Where is he? So yeah, he's taking 1 towards Banana and left like an M4 next to him. So if he needs it, he can go pick that up. That's quite cool. He's joggled it over. KLB gets control of the top of B there. Still a lot of work to do to get this bomb site. Snacks going to be the first line of defense here. Bomb's still down at T-spawn as well. So what's the play? They're trying to bait out CT utility. I think that incendiary is a lot of damage taken.
What? Get out of there!
Oh dear.
What are you?
It's going from bad to worse.
My confusion is real.
I think he just assumed though that Molotov was behind the car and it wouldn't spread any further than that, and it was a little bit too late for me to realize.
Yeah, it's not a car anymore. A lot has been removed from the map.
Well, Pasha does find Clay on the other side. It's just all falling apart here. Some lovely work from Pasha. Looking to find his 4th frag of the round. Not going to happen. Just Zonic now. This is the clutch you've been waiting for, Matt. 1 versus 4.
This is it. Here we go, Zonic. 100 HP. Bomb as well. Gets across middle. Showing some movement mechanics.
He's still got it.
He's definitely still got it, I believe.
Got the dancing shoes on.
Oh, it starts now. Flashed off. Can't find the second kill. First kill, even, at that, if I'm honest with you. 13-2 is where we end. So that's I mean, it's unfortunate, the situation. I really was looking forward to this game, but I have a feeling the CT side will be slightly better. Imagine they had to get that pistol as well.
Well, maybe they can come back. We'll find out in the second half as we take a quick break.
Well, there's a game called League of Legends, but I think this legend's out of his league. Zonic is having a tough time right now with Astralis, trying to combat that of Virtus Pro, who are well and truly in the lead, 12-3.
Bit of a somber tone to this one. If you are just joining us, Device is unwell, and Zonic, the coach, has to step in, and it's been rough for them. Inferno, it's a new map in the pool. Team's still learning it, and to chuck a coach in last minute before you play one of the world's best teams as well, it's not going to be ideal. They get 13-2 in the first half here. They move into the CT side, though, but unfortunately, yes, this would be easier to chuck a replacement in, but I think the job has been done already. We'll see what happens, though. If they win the pistol, maybe there's still a shout at making it competitive. Pasha, though, getting some aggression towards Banana, and he goes down. Glaive opening things up with a double headshot, but is quickly replied here. All comes down to Kiabi, who's the last line of defense towards Banana. He'll be holding up there. Still a 3-on-3. Some significant damage inflicted towards Bialy, though. As Snacks starts to work his way up towards middle. Zonic. Oh, that was the chance, I'm afraid. He can't actually find the shot now.
That's the information they've gone by. Bomb still working its way in toward the apartments. They're going to have to rotate Kiabi over. Kiabi is going to have to be pretty swift when he arrives as well, because he's going to be late to the scene and Taz has to pre-down. Zonic tries to do it. Slow HP in front of him. Unfortunately, it is now on Kiabi. Kiabi finds nothing but a man that evades him on the first try. Bialy tags him up. He's down to 9, and the round is going to be over. The game may soon be 2. I said 12-3. It was actually 13-2. My mistake, Henry.
Yeah. Well, Kiabi, obviously, might as well go for 8 HP, 2-on-1, bomb down. If you can get a couple of kills here, that's $600. It's something. I would speculate right now it's almost impossible to win this round. You can see him just looking for exits, and the knife's out. He's almost given up on this one. No one will be running to his crosshair just yet. Maybe Snacks fancies it, though.
I fancy it. I volunteer as tribute.
Wow, all right.
Oh, he's going to get away from this. Just save what he's got. Oh, 2 HP from 2 damage from there. He's actually lucky he ran as far as he did. So it keeps the armor at least. Something perhaps to be...
well, yeah, I guess it's something. At least he could get a scout and armor
Silver linings.
Yeah. Or UMP and armor, something like that. They have to force by here, Matthew, if you're not aware.
You know, ooh. I didn't play very well earlier on Cash,
no,
so I wasn't really
show.
well. I hate Cash.
Yeah.
I'm so bad at Cash.
I'm really I was actually horrible at it as well, but yeah, you were pretty bad.
I did so much ADR.
So you keep telling me.
50 damage is a lot every round, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Anyway, we've got the UMPs, the 5-7s, the Deagles. Astralis now looking down the barrel of match point. They've got a lot of work to do here. VP probably aware of this. They won't want to do that. Zonic, all right, rolling back the years. Taz Evil headshot comes in.
Rolling
Jason
back
liked
the
that
years.
one.
He does. Jason likes to roll back the years too. Today's when his brother was called Hair, and he actually had some.
Oh, God.
So I can understand it. But that said, it's a decent pickup from Zonic. It's now a 5-man situation versus that of 4 remaining for poor old Virtus Pro. They're going to continue to try and pull this back with the weapons. Still a chance they can. Glaive, though, does get snacks down. Good pickup of the UMP. Still going to be a perfect position from Zip. Makes it work. Finds yet another. That's a nice pickup from Glaive as well on the Neo. Bialy's got to get inside the site. Low HP from Zonic, but he thinks about going for the plant. That's going to cost him because they go for the trade instead. They pop back out, and Astralis stays alive in it.
Zonic opening things up with the 1D. Lovely work from him. And Virtus Pro, I have to say, I was kind of suggesting they wouldn't just walk into a bomb site completely blind and hope for the best and face check every corner. You'd expect a bit more execution at that point, but I think they thought the round was done and dusted. But it's going to be round number 3. Tech-9s, P250s, they've got smokes to work with as well. They still have a very strong chance of winning this round, but we'll see what happens as we go to round number 3 here. Astralis at least find something to work with there, a crutch, as we go get on their side. AK-47s, M4s, UMPs. I'll look where Zonic's going to be playing towards, where he's actually just straight up replacing device in middle. It looks like it will be. Glaive takes down the first frag in the form of Neo, and he'll be retreating back towards mid. I guess he's shown his presence there, and managed to allow KRB to find 2 kills in the apartment. Pasha, though, waiting for Zipex. He gets taken down, though. It's quite a clean sweep for Astralis.
Clean sweep indeed. Taz, 1 versus 5. Who's older, Zonic or Taz?
I would say
so.
Zonic. I had his Wikipedia page up earlier. Let me have a look.
Because that would mean,
he's 30,
in this moment, Taz is not the oldest pro.
He's 30.
Taz, I think, is 31.
Let me have a look. Ready for it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's not much in it.
How much? How many days?
Taz is older by 1 month.
Oh, I thought we usurped Taz of his legacy of being an old man. But who's got more hair?
True.
It's Zonic. It's all about the hair. Dupree, Astralis, and Zonic will close it out. I know. It's because I'm taking up a profession as a barber.
Yeah. Well, you can do me tomorrow if you like, but
can I?
okay, all right.
Phrasing, Henry.
You would do well to screw up this haircut, to be fair. Just one grade all over. We'll give it a go.
Okay, on my little Gillette.
Yeah, that's not designed for your head.
Yeah, it's a beard trimmer, but I thought I'd give it a go.
Okay. Anyway, 3 players towards Banana for Astralis. Like we said, that's pretty standard these days. Most teams adopting that setup, and the Molotovs being thrown at the start as well, denying that Banana rush. And we have got guns from Virtus Pro, 5 AKs and the smokes, and this boost up from Kiabi on towards the court as well. I like this position when they go towards the little bouncing edges as well. They're actually quite fun. It's a nice advantageous angle to take. Zonic, though, here we go. MVP once again, finding that first frag towards the apartments. That's about the 2nd or 3rd time he's got the opening kill for his teammates.
Zonic smoking off toward the apartments as well. Immediately after, we'll rotate back around with an AWP toward top middle instead. Taz and Snacks are the ones to work there for Virtus Pro as a smoke will go over, but Zonic,
oh my God,
he's being dynamic, he's making it work. Kirby's made a very hard jump, by the way. Now, I didn't see if he came off patio and went back toward it, or he made it from balcony because
he was on top.
He did go. Okay, okay. I didn't catch that. My mistake. Because that's very hard to do. It's harder than it used to be on Inferno. It was already a challenging jump. But what a round from Astralis. That's very convincing, I have to say. And Zonic is looking great.
Yeah, he is lining it up right now. 14-6. No money available for Virtus Pro. So we said very unlikely that Astralis can win this game, but they still have a chance. They're certainly making the scoreline more competitive, at least. And Zonic's still on the AWP. As we go into round number 6 here. Like you said, dynamic, got the pick in the apartments. Rotated back towards the arch side as well. That's what the top offense should be doing. And Zonic, once again, he's got some confidence now. He's challenging towards middle and second as well. A little quick scope. That would have been very pretty if he pulled that one off, but decides to fall back after spotting 2 or 3 players towards second middle. Probably the correct thing to do. And now a plethora of PT50s and a Tech 9 as we go up towards middle, trying to group up. And Zonic with a chance to get another frag here, but it'll be Dupree to open things up.
Indeed.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Dupree does get one back. Okay. Sorry, Henry. I was trying to play on your words. But VP's got access to the B site by going back up toward Banana. There's a rotation going around from Dupe. Well, he's got to make it toward Chapel in time or not. Flash goes a little bit far, so I think he may consider just holding the angle. They don't consider crossing. They're going to go back toward A. Neo's the one with the read. Kiabi's the one inside a pit. Has to anchor this down. Looks toward apartments the first time by. But no one's heading that direction just yet. Meanwhile, though, Kiabi is trying to wait it out to see if they will make their way. They are heading both now, just considering it.
Oh, that was the one. That was the shot.
That was lovely from Bialy. Bomb goes down. Bialy, apparently, according to Carmack, by the way. But Dupree's got to pull this back. Virtus Pro, they're going to be on map point if he can't do it. There's low HP on Pasha, 11 HP. Dupree starts to work his way in toward the site. Pasha. 11 HP. He's going to try and flank it out. Doesn't need to. Bialy, the White Death, he's going to pop up. Take down Dupree.
So the PT50s and the Tech 9 overwhelming Astralis in middle. Comes down to the 2v2, and like I said, Zonic had to hit that shot from the opponent's position to make that a possibility. Dupree certainly still had a chance, but didn't have information as to where the T's set up their crossfire. And that nice little bike position that Bialy was using, I like that a lot. It means you can actually sit in the pit, look over the broken wall area, and manage to see the heads of the T's, or CTs in that case, come around the corner. Full buy for either side. Virtus Pro, the AWP in the hands of Pasha, of course, needs to be the main AWP these days, along with Snack sometimes as well. He's a bit more aggressive. Double AWP setup. Dupree and Zonic. Dupree not known for his AWPing prowess. Have seen it a little bit more recently when he has to. His device goes down early.
Trying to make do with what they can. The AWP will work for Pasha. Zonic goes down. For some reason, over toward the B side. Pasha's trying to get cheeky with the wall bangs. Glaive, meanwhile, it's going to try and make openings elsewhere. Down a man already. Dupree's got the AWP to work with still as he gets closer. Smoke goes down. He wants to beat it. Oh, thought he was just going to fire into that. Get position, lose it, and then fire. Why not? Could have worked out for them. Instead, they're going to go for the late boost. Try and spot it. Neo goes down, though. Dupree spots it up, but that's going to give Glaive the opening. Takes him down as well. Bomb not planted. 54 seconds committed to the B site. Pinched off as well by the fact that Kierby, he's able to work down from the B site, but a missed shot. Dupree, pistol instead. Bomb not planted. Denied. Pasha hits a shot. Glaive trades.
Pretty exciting round there. Dupree missing the close range. AWP shovel falls on the 5-7. Denies the plant, and nothing Pasha could do about it. It's going to be 15-7. Astralis claw one back, but there's still a buy available for VP. They bring out the AWP once again. AKs, I think, a couple of players down to pistols here. So they're trying to finish the job off right here, right now. Dupree set on the AWP, along with Zonic as well, who got out-jeweled by Pasha in the previous one. It's round number 8, and 1 round required for Virtus Pro. Astralis at this point just trying to make the scoreline a little bit more modest, but okay, Dupree, that's quite a nice shot. We said he wasn't a competent AWPer, but he's proving me wrong, Matthew. He's found 2 shots. Still in the open for now. Be careful, Dupree. Oh, I think he's still going to be spot there. I don't know how he's still alive, but evades death.
Zepix gets the shot towards Snacks. That'll give the bomb back down toward the possession of Astralis once more. You have to think if there was maybe something a little bit more organized together on their T side, Astralis may have had a chance in this, you know?
If they would have started CT side, like, it's much easier for a team just to play the CT side, say, Zonic, okay, can you hold his position, just aim for 1 frag, just hide in corners, crossfire with me. If you get 1 kill, that's absolutely fine. The T side, it's a much more difficult affair, especially on a new map like Inferno as well, where not everything's fully established as of yet. But Taz now, 4 versus 1. Dupree with great work there. Zonic to finish it off as well. I love the aggressiveness from Dupree. Finds that first shot towards middle, gets in second middle apartments as well. Finds the shot and secures the round. 7 rounds in a row, though. Triple AWP setup this time, Matt. Dupree, Zipex, another name we're not used to seeing with the AWP. He's giving it a go.
Yeah, I mean, if at first you don't succeed, just stop.
Just keep
That's not a saying, but it's what you did today. Yeah. Yanko is pretty decent on the AWP.
Yeah.
Dupree's actually going to get position inside of mid toward alt, but they're all going apartments. What are the odds? I guess it is a pistol round. I'll give them that. A forced buy of what they can. Because typically speaking, you would get at least someone walking up alt middle. Dupree with no information and not being spotted down from T-stairs, though, may indicate that they are going to be inside of the apartment, so they should be prepared somewhat for this. They'll let Dupree stay down by giving him a support system. Where does it go? Zonic peeks and looks back. This could be a problem. Good shot. And the Molotov will hold them off and contain them at that point in time, but if he was stepped out a little bit sooner, Dupree would have been saved. The double op setup, that's not all they have left. If there's an op in the hands of Snacks, everyone's got ops except for Bialy, who manages to pick up an M4.
Yeah, this round becomes very possible now. Didn't start with much, so they still have no armor. Double orb set up, Zonic and Zipex. Not names that are synonymous with the AWP. We'll see whether they can actually finish this round off. Armor doesn't become a factor really against these AWPs. So, playing field actually favors Virtus Pro, considering Zipex is low HP as well. Snacks has walked out the apartments here, already deployed the smoke. Free kill in the back of Zonic. This could be it. 2 versus 1 now. Zipex low HP. AWP in the smoke as well. Give this position away. I dare say that is GG.
I think so. Zipex, 1 versus 2. Tries what he can't through the smoke, can't do anything at all. And it will, in fact, be GG. However, like you said, I think if they started out CT side, there may have been a better chance at that, for sure.
Rough ride for Astralis overall. Not having their star player here, Zonic stepping in at the very last minute. To be expected, 13-2 in the first half. They gave us a bit of a show, though, in the second half. And Zonic did a relatively good job with the AWP, managed to get some opening frags, and actually was influential in some of the rounds they picked up.
You know what? I agree. And very nearly a few others as well, where he opened things up. He was in some awkward clutch situations. But, no, I mean, I think considering the situation, he did all right. That said, I'm very curious to know how another legend of a former world who wasn't very good at Counter-Strike, Go in specific, thinks of it. Jason, it's over to you.
Nailed it.
What a throw. Thanks, guys.
God, he's
always cracking me up. Really, really entertaining throughout that match, obviously. 16-8, Virtus Pro take a big one. I dare say that's kind of what we expected to kind of come out of this.
The last round sums up the game, right?
Yeah.
To lose to 4 Glocks and a P250 without any form of armor or utility is a great summary. There's not a lot we could have been expecting out of Astralis. You know, Matt was spot on in the end there, saying if they started on the CT side, it could have been a better game, because that way, you know, the players on the team who are actually part of the squad as players can get multi-frags. Whereas like Zonic, you know, he was fragging well himself, but the problem is when you're at this level, when you're practiced, you know, and everything is, there's so much about chemistry and stress that you've run, and you're relying on your teammates to be able to do certain jobs. That's just not there when you add in a substitute.
Yeah, it was what it was, right? I don't think we can see much better on Nuke. If anything, it's going to be pretty harder, considering device is so mobile. It's such an element to lose out on, and then you obviously have to come back in with Sonics.
And MVP outside of that heroic match, pretty much considered the best team in a Nuke in the world. So that's gonna be a tall task. Is there anything that you saw that could suggest? I mean, if they start on CT on Nuke, do they at least have a chance there in that sense?
They're not going to win the game. They have a chance to get more rounds.
Yep.
But they're not going to win the game. But
Hyping up that hot match of the week. I love it.
VP still have to shoot the bad guys, right? They still have to do that. So they were proficient at doing that, and you know, a couple of nice multi-frags there. Taz really liked that back box in the A site. That was a cool spot. Saw him getting closed in on a few times, making some frags, forcing the 1v1s.
Yeah,
good by him.
It should be we should just probably say this just to be kind. Is all the Twitter drama and exchanges there have been between these two teams. Taz was one of the first people to come out when Device tweeted about the hernia and said, "We need you back here. There's chickens in the back."
Apparently my alarm's
rooster?
going off.
I think that's a rooster.
This time.
Is that what time you meant to wake up this morning, Lauren?
It's been a very long week.
You actually wake up to a rooster. Wait, let's talk about this.
It's just the loudest thing that my phone has. This is probably the best analysis we're going to get of this matchup. So I can go.
Well, we talked about muffins earlier. I figure we could go
that's
off.
true.
Did you enjoy it? I saw you eating it.
I did enjoy the muffin. I was pleasantly surprised.
Best muffin
We were
ever.
all surprised you enjoyed it.
Yeah, on this note, I'm getting the alarms in my ears saying, get the hell out. So we're going to take a quick break. The second map is going to be Nuke. It is that Inferno sandwich, right, Chad? And we will be right back. So stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One.
Two big shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for him. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back. One last match of the evening for ESL Pro League over here in Europe, at least. It's going to be Virtus Pro and Astralis facing off once again. This time, it's going to be on Nuke. If Inferno was a struggle for Astralis to get anything going, Nuke is going to be an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
That's one way of putting it. Hot match of the week turned into a steaming pile of...
Still hot.
Oh, it's definitely hot.
Still hot.
Yep.
It's unfortunate this has happened because I really wanted to get behind this match, hype it up. That video that I had in the last one, you know, to talk about the adjustments that could be made. I thought that was super interesting and analytical. The next video that I have coming up, I have another thing showing, you know, this matchup and how they counter each other and the little
I'm just getting word it's ready, so why don't we just transition right into it?
So if Device was here, you can see one way that VP are able to negate him and come up with a very interesting play on the fly, because this isn't a strategy that you actually come up with. You know, you're not dry running this. They boost over on Bialy's head. They know that Device likes to play these passive AWP angles. This sneaky little 3 players from VP push up. They're avoiding his AWP angle. Actually, he doesn't have an AWP at this stage. Swindling around, undetected, and soon they're going to take out Device. He's not even the server, so they can't do that to him this time. But this is just a way that VP adjust on the fly, and these teams have such a good rivalry that they make these adjustments, and it's cool to see, you know? It's not just set strats being thrown at each other. It's actual sit there, make a good decision, and it pays off.
Great.
Yeah, brilliant.
Let's watch the game.
Counter Device. Good stuff. Another way to do it is to not even have him be here. So that's going to be
the ultimate game plan.
Yep.
Ultimate game
So it was
plan.
the slow play from Virtus Pro. Stress him out.
No, let's be honest though. We hope he recovers soon, because he's one of the best players in Counter-Strike at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, I think from what you tweet out, just consider his options. Either goes on like super healthy diet, literally cuts out everything of fun that could ever be had and just try and go through it that way, or go for an operation. And, you know, so down to him to pick. Hopefully, whatever happens, he comes out the other side being, you know, tip-top in health and stops worrying about it.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, even Taz having that same sentiment. Get back, one of the best players in the world. We want you at 100%. I think that this team needs that for sure. But, I mean, on Nuke, let's just get back to the game, just with what we have. With what is there anything?
Chad, break it down for us here.
Yeah, Chad, please.
Okay. So
no, but Zonic looked pretty good on Inferno, all things considered.
Yeah. Well, the CT side of Nuke is relatively easy if they're just coming at you and they're not forcing you to rotate, right? The protocols are very, very simple. You throw your Molotovs at Squeaky and Hart. You throw your smokes at Ramp, and then you just wait. So to do that and put him in an easy-to-play position is fine. The issue is there's no secondary AWPer on this team. He was AWPing just then. But AWPing Yard is one of the hardest places to AWP, right? You know, you have so many different angles the T's can come from. You need to position yourself well. And if you get smoked out, that's when the decision-making gets hard. How do you rotate? Where do you go?
Yeah.
Where do you put him on this map on the CT side? Do you say you can't plug him into Devices, where Devices, obviously, you just said AWPing outside is one of the hardest, but like, do you put him in ramp room where he doesn't have to, you know, his decision is like you just fall back and wait for rotations, or do you put him somewhere where he's buddied up with a player who has experience in that role?
Maybe as the top side anchor. You know, you don't want him as the top side rotator. If you just leave him in top side playing at the yellow rafter, he can hide and make a couple of multi-frags there. It's not too difficult of a position. Yeah. And then he has his teammates to play around him. He doesn't have to play around the teammates.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be interesting to see exactly what happens from that. But on the Virtus Pro, Lauren, these guys, Nuke.
They're good as it is, right? Even head-to-head, if this was, you know, full lineups, full strength, you'd have a really nice match. You can, you know, call it either way, to be fair, but VP are very strong. They've always been good at Nuke. They've had a couple of upsets on it, definitely, but they should be able to run through this team. It's as simple as that. If they want to exploit an outside area, they want to exploit Yard, they're already good at doing that anyway. It'd be nice to see if they actually run for that, because they know the Device isn't here. The upside's always going to be hard. Dupree actually has got ridiculous stats on Nuke individually, being able to hold that squeaky door down, basically. These days, he is ridiculous at it. He's got good support with him. For VP, I think it's just about playing hard and fast with him, and they know they can get away with it.
Well, we should also mention, I mean, Chad, I don't know if you can bring up the standings for me real quick on your fancy little PC, but, I mean, this is also a positive, as much as we talked about leading into these two matches. Virtus Pro always struggle with online Counter-Strike. If you're going to be playing the best team in the world, it behooves you on this week that you are playing them to have their best player, or one of their best players.
Yeah, they're going to go, what, top 5, top 6, I think, after the back of this one? Around that, they'll be jumping up a fair few spots if they go 4 and 4 they'll be going to?
Yeah, they'll be second.
There you go. So
that's not bad.
Yeah, thank you, Astralis.
It's not a bad jump.
Wait, maybe it's been updated already. They'll be up there somewhere.
Yeah, they will.
Oh, we got him on the screen.
There we go, nice.
Sweet.
So yeah, one more win and they go up 4-2, so it should be 4-2.
And that's incredible for a team that, I mean, obviously we know VP has this ability, but that's incredible for a team that just had to play themselves back into this Pro League season to avoid relegation.
Yeah, and then they've got NIP, Fnatic, and Mousesports afterwards, so they could actually get on a decent string of a run here, quite possibly.
Yeah, well, for Astralis, on the other hand, you know, this is a situation where they probably would have seen themselves going at least 1-1, or I'd like to have gone 1-1. So it hurts them a bit, but they seem like the team who they're not going to struggle too much. They're going to get the victories that they should. Going, you know, they're going to beat the ODLCs. I think they already did beat ODLC.
Yeah.
You know, those kind of teams who are a bit dilapidated.
Yeah, then they've got the Danish kind of follow-up after that. I think they've got Heroic coming up and then North as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare. It'll probably be a closer game. So imagine they would have wanted to get a nice clean 1-1 on this and kind of like moved on to probably a more awkward challenge down the line just because it's such a home turf base. You know, that the Heroic game, the first victory they ever had against Astralis, I'm pretty sure Astralis had never won a game against them until it got to Katowice. They had this crazy record.
Has Virtus Pro, I'm trying to remember, has Virtus Pro ever actually made a Pro League finals after the online regular seasons? I don't think they were at 1. I don't think they were at 2.
Your memory's much better than mine, Jason.
3, I don't believe they were at either.
I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, that's crazy. So this could be potentially, someone's going to correct me on Twitter, I know that for sure.
Yeah. Feel free to,
but yeah, this might be the first time that Virtus Pro is actually in a good position to
I honestly
make
wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that's awesome for those guys, obviously.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I think the idea, you know, that we have 6 teams now from each region that go to the finals is so exciting because there's that many decent teams in this league, in the EU side of things at least, who would make the finals super exciting. So
yeah, definitely.
Hopefully VP are part of that because they're definitely one of those 6 teams I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to find out. That is going to be. I'm actually relatively interested to see what they do with Zonic in this map.
Yeah,
relatively.
Morbid
Matter of
curiosity,
degrees. Yeah,
I think.
Exactly. Well, with that being said, we are being told the last players join the server right now, so we're going to throw it over to Sadakist and Henry G to bring us right through the action. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. I take many things away, including the side of my hair. But we are ready to go. It is Astralis, it is Virtus Pro, and it is Nuke.
Yeah. Rough ride on Inferno. I think it's only going to get harder from this point. We have no AWPer available, and they were kind of speculating what the options are for Astralis here on the outside area. I think they have to go for the AWPer. Maybe Dupree gives it a go. I think he's going to have more skill than Zonic overall. It's not like Inferno where you can actually just like hold a tight angle, let's say like Banana or Apartments like he was. You actually have to watch towards Sido and be smoked out. I think you have to give it to someone like Dupree, hope for the best, and you don't necessarily have to take an AWPer there. You can have a player watching Secret with a rifle and then have a player rotating for events as well. I think the AWPs is going to be an absolute nightmare here on Nuke. It wasn't such a big deal in Inferno, but we are getting ready to get into the second map of this matchup, Astralis versus Virtus Pro. If you are just joining us, you're just tuning in for the map itself. There is a caveat to this: device is unwell, and it will be Zonic playing.
It's true.
So it's a little bit of a shame, but still, hopefully we got a reasonably interesting second half in the previous map, and maybe we can see with Astralis on the CT side here, maybe they can post like 5 or 6 rounds, make it competitive.
Well, that's the thing. We said last map, if they had started CT, they could have gotten things together as a unit, potentially built Zonic some confidence, and then put themselves in a position.
Inferno is just the play style of it. It's much different than Nuke. This is so reliant on teamwork and rotations and understanding when a fake's coming in. There's not so much of that on Nuke, on Inferno, sorry. Anyway, let's get into this one. Let's see what they can do. I'll have a look at Zonic's position. He is towards outside for now with that PT1000. Looking aggressive as well. Trying to find that first headshot. Not going to get anything just yet, but Glaive is. He takes down Bialy and gives them the 5-on-4. In terms of the buy for VP, we have smokes and Molotovs that's going in right now. That's for the hut as well. And that's normally what Dupree's playing. So he'll be flashed off as well. Doesn't manage to go down just yet, but he's on like 3 HP. And Snacks sneaks into the vents.
Does indeed. Makes it through, but Snacks finding Glaive as he turns around is going to make things interesting. Taz, nice pickup from him as well.
Yeah, not over just yet it seems, but Zonic, okay then with that P2000. Looking for the second frag as well. He's going to pick it up.
Bomb down. That's so well done from Zonic.
3
I want to
kills.
see more.
Yeah. Seems ready.
Seems ready. You love to say that.
Yeah. Well, there's a little Virtus Pro spray for you there. Looking fierce, the polar bear. It's going to be round number 2, and presumably the force buy coming in from Virtus Pro. No bomb going down in that pistol round, so yes, here's the force buy. And Astralis putting their best foot forward here in the pistol round. Much needed. It's not really a CT-sided map per se anymore, but certainly helps pick up the pistol, get that 3-0, get some decent economy rolling. Hopefully they can pick up the second round as well. They have 4 UMPs and an M4 to do it. Glaive waiting in the vents for any sort of dive coming in. And Zonic is towards outside, so that looks like it will be his area of the map to patrol. No open hand just yet. Just the SMG and now no nades. I think he has to wave the white flag at this point and maybe allow them to go towards Secret. He'll be falling back towards the ladder.
Falls back, but Zonic has the locker room covered off. He's found out by Bialy, who gets to the new cat. He's able to pick the shot. Kiabi's there to recover it. It's tagged, but it's still another kill for Virtus Pro as Neo gets in toward the locker room, takes back Xyp9x. Good start in the round from Virtus Pro. Still a minute and 4 to work with as well. Bomb is dropped on the cat corner, I believe, which is a bit awkward. That's actually very awkward for them to go get. I think if Kiabi was aware of it, he would have played that very differently, but he didn't know. Had to take the fight. Virtus Pro, they pull the round back.
Astralis there. Maybe would have had the scout on the second round. The device was kicking about, but the UMP outside, overwhelmed, fell back towards the locker room, like you said, but the Deagle headshot from Bialy. There's so many angles there, so many possibilities. You really have to be proficient at the outside area to lock it all down and know what's going to be safe, what's not. And he gets taken out with the Deagle, and the round unfolds at that point. It's a force buy from Virtus Pro working out. It's going to be a force buy for Astralis as well. Interesting, Zonic hasn't got armor mat, so that suggests he will be the AWP going forward. dupreeh does pick up the first kill with the 5-7 though. Been some stoppy anti-ego rounds from Virtus Pro on Inferno, but that's to be expected considering what they're up against. But Glaive now, another chance to get a kill here. Decent aim, but can't pull off the shot. It's going to be Taz to find a couple of kills here, and Neo chiming in as well. That should be the round done as dupreeh's down to 20 HP. Kiabi though, he's still got the head armor and he's in the vents, so he could cause some damage here as we hit the 1 minute 20 mark. Bomb will be making its way towards lower as well, so a chance to deny this Kiabi, but doesn't spot it. He has no idea that Neo's already down there, so he might actually commit towards Secret.
May. But meanwhile, it's above in the rafters. Bialy will sit and wait to watch off the hut. That'll cover off one of the entrances to upper. dupreeh becomes a bit of a factor. Certainly a bit of a factor with the UMP. Meanwhile, he's gone. So he's not a factor at all, Henry. I lied to you. It was planned.
It was all planned. And Kiabi now, AK-47. 3 versus 1. Should get his first kill, but he gets dinked in return. And what a dink it is, down to 1 HP. That pretty much decides his fate as he molotovs himself out of the bomb site. He will be saving the AK-47, that's for sure. Going to that next round, it should be a full eco for Astralis. So saving an AK, maybe things towards ramp room, go for those 1-taps on the balcony ledge, but or the railings, let's just say, as we get into the dying sectors here at round number 3. The force by not really working out for Astralis. They get 3 kills, but if you don't win the round, it's all for naught, really. Towards T-spawn he goes. And in terms of the hunt, I can't see one player coming in. It's Bialy quite quickly from the other side, but I don't think we'll be catching him. Kiabi will be tucking himself in the corner. Almost guaranteed to survive at this point.
Does indeed. 1 HP. That's all you need in a world today, Henry. The 1%.
$4,500 to Zonic, so he will be opening next round.
Well, it is Zonic.
Sawn-off shotgun map, your favorite weapon.
I was about to say, I got really distracted. I looked at Zonic, saw Kiabi on the AK and thought, look at that sawed-off shotgun. And it all didn't join together, so I didn't know what to say. But a sawed-off shotgun for Snax on the T side. We normally see shotguns on CT side on this map, to be fair.
Well, he can get towards the vents. That's going to cause a lot of damage. I'm sure that's where he's maybe expecting to end up. Desert Eagle, though, outside. Got a little crossfire here. dupreeh towards main entrance, and Zonic being baited in for now. He's got the Eagle as well. Oh, that hurt, though, as Kiabi gets his head blown off towards the secret steps. They'll go towards ramp now, as Snax has indeed made it towards the vent. Round should be concluded at this point. dupreeh with a decent shot, though, in the back of Pasha. Gets an AK. They haven't recovered the one they had at the start of this round just yet, and this is a little bit sloppy from Snax. There's a bit of that silent USP, but he only gets the sawed-off shotgun to work with here. It's not ideal as the bomb is planted.
Xyp9x starts to look toward decontamination. Zonic will go toward the ramp instead. dupreeh will join immediately thereafter. AK. They'll pitch from either side. Jump down. Let Zonic be the meat. Let dupreeh be the butcher, and he makes it work. Down goes Bialy. Xyp9x with a door, a hole inside of it. Gonna try and make his way back into the equation, but
outside he'd be up against Snax as well, who I assume got a decent spawn as well. But let's keep our eyes on Zonic to see whether he can maybe open things up. He was doing an Inferno, but Luke is a different kettle of fish altogether, so he doesn't commit towards outside, towards ramp, which makes sense. You hold a tight angle, pull the trigger when the terrorist walks into you, but okay, towards secret. That actually makes a lot of sense. Doesn't want to take the duel directly against Snacks, but if he holds the line here at Secret, maybe there's a chance just to get a kill towards Red or maybe Silo. Let's see what he decides to do.
He's looking for it at Secret. It's not a bad shout to try and open something up from that part of the map, especially when they're walking toward him. Does he time this right? Sees the smokes go over, and Zonic finds Neo, and he's content with one. You would expect he may try and go for more in a situation such as that, but
no, I think that's fine.
Exactly. It's Device, or excuse me, Zonic, not Device. If it was Device, he'd look for a second. Zonic says, nope, let's be efficient, and he'll fall back. One of the things, by the way, in Cologne, when Dupree, remember they had Glaive, who wasn't a full-time member of the team that tournament. And they had Zonic playing for Dupree, who was sick at the time.
Yeah.
Speaking of, nearly hits another shot. One of the things they did was after every time they got a kill, they fell back. They played as a team. No one played individually, and that's how they secured the legendary spots. So Zonic is still executing some of that mentality. However, unfortunately, Zipix is found by Snacks this time on the AWP at lower. Looks toward the vent, mistimes it, but Zonic can't hit the shot back through the other way. Bomb will be planted by Snacks. After Snacks plants, actually failed to do so, was denied by Dupree. Pasha's got to go aggressive, gets the shot on the Glaive. He's got 11 HP. Astralis looking to make it a 3-2 game, and they've done so. Dupree managing it with none other than a Deagle.
Zonic to open things up once again with the AWP. I like that. As we suggested, the outside angle might be a little bit too audacious to go for the straight-up challenge. There goes towards the secret steps. It's a nice clean line. He can watch towards side out or red box. Hits that first shot, and like you said, shows discipline, falls back, and watches them coming down towards lower. Gets some information. His teammates able to get them into a winnable situation with Virtus Pro not giving in just yet. They're going to bring out an AK-47, a UMP, 3 PT-50s, and they managed to win rounds with just Glocks in the previous match, to be fair, so why not? We'll give it a go. Around the 6, it's 3-2, and some Skylights being shot out here. They've got smokes from main entrance and towards Heaven as well. Flashbangs could go in towards upper and try and dive down the vent. I'll have a look if there's anyone ready to do that. Somebody Snacks that tries to get in there. He's actually towards outside for now. Zipix getting aggressive towards ramp, so he can play that position by himself. More than happy to. And Glaive pushing outside. This could work out nicely. He takes down Pasha. Yep, job done. He can fall back at this point.
Can indeed. Bialy rains down the nades to the upper bomb site. Molotov lands immediately on top of the hut. It's Jabba's hut. But it is, meanwhile, going to be smokes off. Look at the bomb down inside of the lobby, because Zipix is pushed around and got that covered off. So Snacks has to be very careful with the pistols up top, or the pistol, I should say, up top. Meanwhile, Bialy. There it is. Snacks going down. Bialy's going to have it all to do to try and pull the situation back, all things considered, especially with that bomb still down inside the middle. They get the upper site, that's fine, but they lose the objective by which they need to take the site with.
3-on-2, 30 seconds remaining. Neo, not really much to do here. Bialy has control of the upper side with the bomb down. I don't think this is possible at this point. If Neo somehow finds his first kill very quickly, maybe there's a sliver of hope.
There's the first pick from Neo. Finds Zipix. Time's ticking to 14 seconds. All they have to do is stay alive. Needs to be the objective at this point. And they've done successful work in doing so. So 4 seconds, no bomb plant. Dupree knows the situation. He heads lower. Bialy's already gone for the save. It goes 3-3. Dupree finds Bialy after the time as well. That's actually significant.
And recovers the AWP, so that's actually quite nice for Astralis. But yes, Virtus Pro did fully invest into that round. I think they had a couple of AKs and PT-50s. Not really too much, but this should be another eco for them. And Astralis will take the lead after this round. If it all goes to plan, Zonic will be running the AWP once again. This is looking better, though. It's not the battering we saw in Inferno. They lost the first half 13-2. They're actually going to be taking the lead here in the mid-stage of the half. Good shot from Dupree, looking confident now. And his second frag as well. It's against an eco, but it's still quite pretty to watch. As he goes in for more, finds the third drag, and it's a clean sweep for Astralis. Excuse me. My voice is on the cusp of dying right now.
It's fine.
Doing our best.
But I want to make a point, because at 4-3, I know it's early. I know it's Nuke CT as well. If they're able to pull this win off,
go on.
It's massive. With a stand-in to get a win on Virtus Pro.
Can you imagine if that
I mean, it's just for the context of the league. Not even for the rivalry at that point. Like, yeah, I'd love to build the storyline, but
yeah,
it's for the league. This is that would be making the best of a really poor situation for Astralis, if I'm honest.
Well, it's looking okay right now. Zonic is certainly holding his own, finding opening all frags, and this time taking a bit more of a challenge. They all up against him as well, so the odds are in his favor. We've got aggressive play from the CDs towards ramp as well. They've overwhelmed the lobby. That's so much information gathered as well. Zonic knows he's going to have a bit of confrontation towards outside at this point. The smoke's starting to be deployed. Does he look for more here? Considering they've got all that lobby control, I don't think he has to. So much to welcome Kiabi going in the back as well.
Taz looking to try and recover it. Bomb dropped again. Astralis is taking a lot of map control.
Yes.
It's the second time they've been able to push in through the lobby and get that much control of a situation.
Oh my gosh.
Now,
well,
this is Zipic to win it off again. Virtus Pro all down.
It's very rare to go into a round you've got no one in lobby whatsoever, because that can happen. If you're playing a default round, even if you're doing an execution towards outside, you have one person holding like squeaky door towards ramp room, or just on top of that ladder position, like the little platform, just to stop that happening, so CTs can't actually push you like that. That's kind of shocking for a team like Virtus Pro to allow someone to get all the way around T-spawn and kill you, 3 of you in the back. That shouldn't really be happening, but regardless, it's going to be round number 9 here, and Astralis looking pretty strong. Down to Tech9s and Deagles once again. Taz outside quickly, but Glaive should shut him down. Maybe a double kill. Looks quite nice as well. Drops the bomb. And that's going to be the round pretty much done as we go into the 5-on-3.
Zonic. Chance to strike once more from Secret. Makes no mistake this time, and he will stick for more. Pasha's in behind the red box. He has not yet the vision toward it. Goes to the pistol. And from that range, Zonic, he's still got a game. 6-3 for Astralis.
Are you starting to believe, Matthew?
My name is not Machine. I don't believe.
You don't believe?
Nah, I don't believe in Santa.
Well, you should.
Why?
Because
I gave him scotch and cookies one year. He didn't drink them, so he's obviously not real.
Fair enough. Virtus Pro, though.
Do you believe?
I'm believing Astralis might have a shout in this.
I meant Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, of course. Actually. That's why I spend Christmas alone. See if I can meet him.
Yeah, if Dad's not around and something shows up, then it has to be Santa Claus.
Exactly.
There's no other explanation. Well, it's Astralis with a comfortable lead, but guns back up for VP. No op on the T side for them to work with this time around. They'll go out with muscles, grit, and just the AK. Smokes down as well to cross over to Secret. Snack's already inside of the vent, has done well to get there. He's left them open, so he has vision toward the ramp room as well. Taz, Molotov back by Zip. We'll have to be a little bit more careful toward the ramp.
It's Dupree trying to do what he can. He pushes him towards the lobby there. He's great in that position so far, but Zonic fighting back. He knows the players towards ramp as well, so he could actually get another frag here, which he does. He's still stepping up. He's the only player fragging so far for Astralis in this round. It's a 3 versus 2. Kiabi to back him up as well, and he finds a frag in towards Alpha bomb site. This is actually starting to get competitive for Astralis. 2-on-2, Bialy and Pasha remain. Bomb will be making its way towards lower by the looks of things now, and Zonic drops the AWP, goes to the AK.
Bomb will be planted by Bialy. Pasha's going to hold off the ramp. Virtus Pro trying to get one back, finally, if they can. Kiabi down already. Down already, indeed, as Pasha greets him. Zonic's not able to hit the shot. Looks for another opportunities. Again, in a clutch situation. Does have a kit. Molotov, nade, and flashes. Molotov's one side, nade's the other. That's pretty expected. That's actually reasonable, but Bialy's already got the kill.
Oh, I thought I was going to take down Pasha. He had a chance of that. That was quite intelligent. Now, Virtus Pro just about get the round. Could have fallen apart if Zonic hit that shot in the back. The refrag as his teammate went down. Wasn't meant to be. The spray a little bit out of reach there. They still have enough for a full buy here, Astralis, of course. They managed to pick up 5 rounds in a row. So Virtus Pro finally putting one back. It's Bialy. They'll have a bit more money than his teammates. They're actually still a breaking point. If they lose this round, it's certainly going to be an eco going forward. And for now, Astralis still have the lead. Zonic, in terms of his position, we're just keeping track of him. It's obviously quite an interesting predicament they've got. He went towards main entrance at the start. Didn't find anything towards Squeaky Door and go for a very passive hold towards outside. You know, those skylights, you want to be consistent every single round. If you do it every single time, they can't really tell when you're going to be consistent and when you're not.
Yeah. It's better to give them the benefit of the doubt when that happens.
It's the same reason on Dust 2, right? You're smoking Xbox every single round regardless, just so they can't have the vision, they can't really tell what's going on.
The less information, the better. And sometimes if you give them too much information, they never know when it's true or not. But, all of that said, they will use the skylights to get a smoke down toward heaven. But then attack outer, and Zonic again, is looking convincing with the op. Neo's got to surely consider the fact that he's been out there multiple rounds now. When did they do something of him? Glaive goes down. Bialy manages to wrap around. They know Zonic's still out toward the garage. They'll try and push onto him. And he's got a guess to make. Is it right? Is it left? Flash goes out. He's able to turn it away, but can't turn back in time. Pistol instead. Bialy. Big damage, but no yet kill. Still trying to find it.
Oh, be careful. It's a teammate.
Teammates are lethal, Henry. You don't have teammates. I don't have teammates. Zonic, 15 HP. He's trying to pull this out as best possible. It's not going to be an easy task for him. As the bomb goes down, he once again has to clutch. Imagine he clutched every time tonight. He would have had more in this series than Zipix did in the entirety. Flags it, pistols it, than in the entirety of the finals, but the bomb's at lower and Snacks is down there. It's a long way for Zonic to travel. Jumps down. I think he'll head out toward the T-spawn at this point in time.
Yeah, doesn't fancy that. It's a very difficult clutch. That's one of the most difficult bomb sites to retake in the game, especially when there's so many positions for the terrorist to hide in. You've got 15 HP and an AWP to retake. You might as well save the weapon. Money's still okay. If he saves the AWP, they're getting a full buy-in. But there it is, Virtus Pro managing it 2 rounds in a row. Zonic once again with 2 frags. He opened it up against Neo there and found a secondary frag. And the upper bomb set to make it a 1v1, but the round was a little bit too far gone there. Snacked just 3 frags in total. And Virtus Pro, right, they are having a bit of a struggle outside, losing that first frag almost every time. It's 10 frags for Zonic in total. You'd expect him to be right down there at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's been about mid-table both maps, to be fair.
Yeah, he's not done poorly. A lot of them he is, but the last alive. And that does add something to it. But it's, I mean, you're right. He's definitely holding his own. There's nothing you can blame him for in these situations. It's just a bad situation to be in general, unfortunately.
Done it again.
As it's going to be, and Sonic outside this time on top of the hut. Better chance for Dupree to get something started. Something to roll with. Hasn't exactly gone to plan for Virtus Pro in the round, unfortunately. It's Astralis that pick up number 7, so they're holding their own for sure on this CT side.
Absolutely. Fast play from Virtus Pro there, losing their first frag once again. And Kiavi with some fancy footwork in the upper bomb side to find 2 frags and then striking from the vents to finish it off. 7-5, and that's a pretty harsh reset. The previous round being a 1v1. So you have to go down to an eco here. No force by coming in. So Astralis actually going to be winning the half here. After getting battered on a phone in the first half 13-2, they've actually going to be turning things around on Nuke, which is the map I thought they'd struggle the most on, not having an AWP going into the outside area, but we've been proven wrong. It's been Taz over 50-50.
Zonic's not doing anything exceptional. He's not doing anything flashy outside, but he's getting a kill at least every time, which is enough. Yeah. He's being efficient in that sense. He's doing his job. If everyone kills one, you win the round.
Good point.
John Madden.
8-5, and it will.
Sometimes the trickiest things in life are the simplest things in life, Henry.
That's true. They do win the half though. Astralis 8-5 here. This isn't necessarily considered a CT-sided map anymore, so this is a problem for Virtus Pro. You keep things simple on the T side. Astralis have got the basics. Onyx knows the tactics. He's the coach. If he can just continue that one frag mentality, they could actually run away with this one. That would be a really big upset going into the Snacks. Fast on the vents, locked down by Dupree and Zipex. So Pasha fights back with 1 frag. They need to pick this one up, and they manage to at least neutralize the situation with Glaive. Ready to strike. He gets 1 more, and now Zonic. Can he keep finding frags? Yes, he can. He finds the AWP shot towards Pasha. Just Bialy remaining.
Just Bialy, and Zonic's still in it. With yet another kill. What's his total at this point? He's got to be doing reasonably well.
12 for 5.
Yeah, I like it.
Not bad at all.
Either way.
Finished the round off as
Bialy's going to go against him. Yeah, he could, but that's low HP. Problem now, he has to finish the round. Dupree found inside of the vents. Minute to work with. Zonic makes it work. Pushes Hut with an AWP and catches him rotating. It's 9 for Astralis.
Big round once again for Zonic. 2
He's
kills
my
in that
favorite
one.
player in the
clutch it
world.
out against Bialy as well. That's
forget
insane.
Yugi, forget Hobbit. It's
okay,
Zonic.
it's a new one. Zonic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what can you say? Astralis actually winning 9-5 now, and it should be 10-5 to be fair. This is looking really problematic for Virtus Pro. This should have been like a gimme, really. Everyone assumed it after the first map this could be a clean 2-0 here, but they could actually drop a map, and that would be amazing for Astralis. They'll be so hyped up for that. If you told them before the series started that you're going to get 1 map without the device playing, they would take that all day long.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Isn't that Duke Nukem? No, that's Kool-Aid. Sorry. My bad. They're about the same people, though.
Yeah.
Duke Nukem drinks all the Kool-Aid. Oh my God. Dupree. Oh, what is? Oh, he's got the lag spike issue he tweeted about. Because that is some slow reactions. He still manages to get a kill.
We saw that in Inferno, remember?
He did. Yeah, he's got 3-second lag spikes at a time, apparently.
Not ideal, seeing you lost your star player as well.
No, yeah, right. I mean, it's a big issue.
Well, they do win the half and the round as well. 10-5. Who would have thought after getting battered on Inferno that Astralis could come back, and Zonic especially giving us a fantastic performance. We'll take a break, and Virtus Pro, they've got some work to do.
Well, we are ready to roll one for Astralis to start it off. However, it was ecoed. Nonetheless, Astralis came back to win the half 10-5. I have to say I'm very impressed. So Zonic was excellent outside.
They won 10-5. Yeah, they got the pistol, but they got ecoed on the second, right? They didn't even get a 3-0. You'd assume with the storylines going into this one, they got the 3-0 and maybe won loads of clutches and stuff. They were just playing good basic CS. Virtus Pro fell a little bit short there. I would say overall, it actually looks like they were lacking ideas and like maybe making mistakes as well. You remember that one round where the CTs actually pushed all the way into lobby and backstabbed 3 of them?
Twice,
that
actually, that happens.
That should never happen. Like, you should always have one player in the lobby, like on that platform area I described as well, just to stop that, just to kind of anchor that area so that can't actually be a possibility. Because just you open yourself to them going up towards T roof at that point, or coming behind you like they did. It's just such a risk to not even watch that area. Even just having one player T spawn, just to enable them to have some information going into it. But
no, I mean, it was and it was pushed us from ramp and outside that really made all that possible. Astralis was just taking map control, was given to them. It was literally given to them.
Literally given. But
with a card in the mail that said, "Please come and take our lobby."
Okay. 10-5, and if Astralis win this pistol on the T side here, remember this is not a CT-sided map anymore. Like it's actually quite equal. If they win the pistol, they've got a serious chance. And we normally overuse the phrase "steal a map away," but in this case, I think it would be more than justified. This Virtus Pro Inferno looked 13-2. They didn't even have to break a sweat to win the map. Now they're looking like they're on the ropes a little bit here. We've got a slight technical issue, I think. Like we said, I think Kiabi, he was having some lag issues, but we are going to be live in 30 seconds. So, Matthew, I'm going to ask you for your prediction. Do you think Astralis can do this?
We don't do predictions anymore.
You said yes, you did. You
Jason has ruined it, and I just like to ruin him, so I make predictions. You're asking me. I think Astralis can do this. I really do. It's going to be tough. It's going to rely on Zipix. It's going to rely on Dupree.
Well, we know what Dupree can do on this map. We saw it. Katowice. It's FaZe.
I agree. Big clutch. 2 bullets. 1 shot.
Well, 2 shots.
It was a remix of 2 Girls, 1. Happy International Women's Day, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. Are we celebrating it tonight?
Yeah, we could. I was planning on just going to sleep and putting on a hat and forgetting about my hair.
It's going to be 4 sets of armor and a smoke and a Molotov as we get into this round. A much-needed pistol for Virtus Pro, I have to say. They've got a defuse kit as well, and an HE grenade for Neo. I'm interested to see what his plans are for that. He's all outside, and we're about to see it, I guess, as Astralis have got control of the outside area. That's a decent grenade, sent Glaive down to 67 HP, and Bialy, though, he's been headshot. We'll see if they can pick things up. Neo, okay, striking back. That's a lovely shot.
There's one word for it. Oh, tags, though. Tags everywhere. Glaive very slow to react, and the fact that the main entrance was covered off. And now it goes 10-5. And Taz, trying to do damage where he can, has to look back toward the squeaky door. Bialy above as well is going to watch them go down the vents. They've got all the information required, but Taz can't strike despite of it. Or in spite of it, I should say. Dupree walks up catwalk, knows that ramp's the most likely place for a rotation to come in. And he'll position himself accordingly. 2 players there, both low HP. Dupree turns around the other direction, though. That's the chance for them to try and strike and capitalize. And Bialy makes the shot work. 5 HP. And not only that, 16 on Pasha. Dupree, if he had to continue to a few steps forward, had it easily. It's all onto Zonic.
Oh my God.
Now he might get his 1v3, Henry. This might be the... Never mind.
Had a chance there. The thing is, the bomb wasn't great for him. I'm just going to check the angle quickly, see if it... Sorry, fumbling. Oh, yeah, to be fair, he couldn't have seen it from the door itself, so he would have struggled to win that clutch. If he gets that kill, though, he applies a lot of pressure to the remaining CT, who had low HP as well. That was the one. If ever there's a chance to 1v3, that was going to be it.
Well, I would have hoped. Dupree turned around a little bit early, like I say. And it's tough to get that information, but you would have thought Zonic would have tried to play a little more time. The problem was he was tagged. I think he tried to force the issue a little bit.
We've got a bit of an exciting play here. Zonic has dropped over an AK-47 for Dupree's, trusting the star player. Then we go to a squeaky door, watching main entrance as well. Has the chance to get the shot and gives up the AK in terms of the knowledge that they've possessed it. So that could have been the play that wins in the round. If you haven't forced ball into this one, it's just a cheeky little round. They'll still get AKs in the third. Or Zonic, I should say, will be down to just Tech 9 going into the next one, but that's fine. Still has a chance to open up the map here as Pasha waiting towards ramp. Very defensive position. Actually nails the shot.
Not a bad situation for him to be in. Headshot, Zipix nails that. Pasha, position, all his. Calm down, relax, take it easy. Kiarbi tries to do the same. Neo, he's got the shot onto him. So good pickup, and it's VP with another round.
So they should still buy it. Okay, to be honest, the money, that's maybe invested a little bit too much, so you can do another partial buy here. The idea behind that one normally is you still can get the AKs in the third, but you could drop 1 down for the second round, have some PT-50 around if he gets that opening pick, and sort of force some rotations. His teammates are already on the other side of the map. Maybe something interesting can happen, but they're going for the more conservative approach here. Virtus Pro should be picking this round quite easily. Just some Desert Eagles and Tech 9 deal with here. Zipex fast out the door, it seems, with the bomb as well. And using the smoke to extinguish the Molotov, and straight down the vents he goes. He's actually got down there. I don't think he'll be stopped in terms of planting. So this is actually a very successful situation. I haven't got track of it. There it is. The bomb's gone down. So that's all they wanted to do this round. It works out quite nicely.
So indeed, can be found by Taz. Bomb down, as you mentioned. They just want to try and get that back in play because the early buy as well from Zonic under Dupree is going to limit them tremendously. So they got it down. They don't get a kill, but they'll get the money injection, the extra $800. Yeah, $800
per player.
Holla holla. It's true, per player. You should mention that, just in case people are confused. I think that's fairly obvious, but yeah, no, some people may not understand. Very good, Henry G.
10-8, and this is a little bit of a bonus round for Virtus Pro. P90. To be fair, Nuke's got lots of options for close-range encounters, and Neo, with a decent spawn, he'll have the M4. No orb coming out just yet, but Zonic, he fancies it. He's actually got 16 frags at the moment, not bad at all, and we'll see where he decides to go. I'm going to sneeze on that, so you might have to take over for a second.
Bless you. I won't do it twice, so get it out, get it out of your system. He didn't sneeze, looking at the light. Glaive trying to push around. Neo's got a nade toward the hut that will do reasonable damage. More importantly than that, it's going to be held off at outer. This now starts to become a bit of a factor in all things considered because Snax is pushed up toward red crate. That gives him a lot of information, a lot of vision to start to work with. trying to find his opening. Neo's got the shot instead.
We still have the AWP though, and that's in the hands of Zonic. So 4 and 4 with that AWP up as well. This frag becomes very important. It's going to be Pasha facing at the right time. I thought he was going to peek. Is he going to commit? Not quite yet. The flashbang comes in. And this could be a really good opportunity for Astralis here, but the timing's good. Pasha does take down Zipex, but it's an equal trade, and they'll be falling back towards the lobby.
Sonic trying to find that opportunity elsewhere with the AWP. There's no opportunity to bless you that time, Henry.
You got it.
I did. You sneezed. Finally. 1/8 of an orgasm.
Definitely not when you feel like this.
All right, then. I wouldn't know anyway. Pasha trying to push up inside the lobby. Will easily flank out Dupree. Dish of their own medicine served. Something to work with as well. Kiabi's down below. He's got the head still covered off of Bialy. He goes down and hunts him out. Not yet ready for that position to come into effect.
I reckon he's done for. There's 10 seconds remaining. So
now 10-8. Zonic with an op down below. What do you fancy? What do you reckon?
I reckon he's done for. There's 10 seconds remaining. So save the AWP. Don't fire. Don't even risk it. Just save it. Not worth a kill here. Stay alive, Zonic. Okay, he does it. It's fine. It'd be so heartbreaking to lose that AWP and then get no money to the next round. So 10-9. Starting to get a little bit bleak now for Astralis. We always said the T side is going to be a much harder affair. With a stand in here, you saw how well they did on the CT half. Maybe if they started CT on Inferno, they would have had a much better scoreline. But now this is the real test. They will buy up into this round. Dupree with the Desert Eagle. 2 teammates with AKs, and that saved AWP as well. Zonic heads towards outside to see whether he can challenge Snacks. He will be waiting for him. Smoked out for now, though. Has to fall back. Pasha, though, aggressive, of course. Trying to see what he can do for his smoke. Zipex suspects him, though, and does a little bit of damage there as well. Pasha getting a little bit cautious now, maybe falling back.
In the smoke. Try and find a better position to work with. Pasha, though, falls away. Molotov in hand is ready. It doesn't go all the way inside of the room, but it does cover off the mouth of the door. I think he threw it just right. No gap, no one to get through. Yeah, it did. Absolutely did. And as a result of it, it's clever. It's the right idea. Knows they're ramp, knows they're held off. Strike while the iron is hot, or the floor is still burning, and try and push through Hut and get the kill with the push. Neo, meanwhile, though, tries to dodge out a flash. It's actually a smoke. He thinks it's a flash. Time ticks, 58 seconds. Not much to work with for Astralis just yet. Nade goes through and it's 18 HP for Kierby, but that opens something up. Zonic getting past it. They fancy ramp. Glaive gets closer. Flash off, won't round the corner just yet. Tag from Snacks.
Good nade, though.
Better nade than that. Yeah, oh, Glaive's on 5. How does he survive that?
Yeah, they did a good job to bait out the one shot there from Snacks, but in return, they get a nade landing on their feet, but just about keeping Glaive alive. They'll go towards lower. That's a good call to make. They know Snacks has to rotate now. It's a long rotate. Neo waiting for them, though, and Snacks, oh, tries to get a shot on the bar there. Neo, great job through the smoke. Kiabi, low HP, gets taken down. Plant not coming in just yet, as Zonic finds another frag. 3-on-2 for Astralis still.
Well, it's going to be Neo. Side of the smoke spotting up Zipex, but can't swap guns fast enough. It's 1 HP and 5 HP, and it's Glaive. Has to win out against Bialy on 13 HP, so everyone wounded. But who wins it? Quick tap, check toward control, check toward the window, back toward the ramp. Looks the wrong way, surely. Glaive's gonna grab it. Yep, that's the, yeah, look how much he looked around. He looked at about 7 spots.
Right, setting DP up to 3,000 at that point, just spin around, hope for the best. That's the problem, retaking 1v1 towards that bomb site. As soon as you lose track of the remaining terrorists, there's like 10 different positions you can be in, quite literally. So that's always gonna be a tough round when you're like low HP as well. So Astralis pull one back after going 4-0 down. It's Zonic once again. He found 2 frags in that round, mate. He's actually being influential in a lot of the key rounds here.
Yeah,
Double up setup on the nuke though. I'm not a big fan of it. It's we know lower bomb sites, as we just described, very difficult to retake. As soon as that bomb gets down lower, if it does, you're almost done for at that point. And Pasha gifted a free kill potentially there as well. Dupree just runs into his crosshair, trying to bait out the shot initially. Doesn't do it, gives that kill away. Pasha doesn't even commit here at this point. I would say fall back, but wants to stay for a little bit longer. And that's exactly why Zonic got another nice shot there. Once you have the man advantage, it's always just beneficial to give them ramp. Go down towards lower. They've got to have the same sort of effect on that side, and now the round's falling apart. And Astralis looking very good into this one. 4-on-2. And this is VP is giving too much away, but still have a chance in the round as Taz pulls a kill back.
He certainly has. Snacks as well, though, at outer. We'll start to push on. Zipex in toward the pit. Or excuse me, the pit. The lobby. The snake pit. Zonic nails it. He's looking great. I'm thinking he's just warming up. He's just teasing us. He and Karn are going to make a team. They're going to be great.
Let's get into his zone. He's actually top fragging with Dupree right now.
That's pretty sick. That is actually really sick. Sonic.
He's top fragging on the server right now with Dupree. And he's actually got a better kill to death ratio. He's top fragging on the server. That's actually happening.
Unreal. Teach me the ways. Was he a good nuke player back in the MTW days? I can't remember.
That's quite a specific question. I have no idea.
Well, you're the genius.
Well, I'd never played that game or watched it, so it's difficult.
You played Condition Zero, though.
Well,
and
that's true, actually. I'll look it up.
You're Patient Zero. You played Condition Zero.
Yeah, it's true. It's an eco FVP. This is actually getting a bit scary, but he's even scarier. Snacks pushing towards the squeaky door. Takes down Dupree with that close range P250. Snacks looking for more as he gets taken down by Zipex. Has to run through the flames there. And they'll double more towards that area once again. This is getting a bit problematic. A bit of a clumsy round overall from Astralis, but they're trying to fight back into it. Zipex doing some damage towards CT players here. And Bialy should be dropped at this point. It's Sonic once again. And Zipex helping out.
Pasha gets inside of the vents. Bomb. Still in the hands of Glaive is elsewhere, trying to find their way around the map. Zipex. Glaive may have found Taz, but Zipex has to try and work lower with Glaive, who gets toward the ramp instead. It's all on to Pasha, 1 versus 2. Interestingly enough, the last time I think we saw Karn play was on this map as well.
That's right. That's true. He actually had a clutch. He had a big clutch moment as well. It was on Reddit.
1v3 out of the vents, I think. Pasha, meanwhile. Try and open up. Actually, he may just save this. I think he's going to save this. He's so far removed from its lower sight. I thought he was going to start to head down toward the vents. He was waiting for a peek, but no one's going to be there.
1v1s are hard in the lower bomb side. 1v2s with no kit and an AWP, but that's always impossible. So this is the right call to make, considering the financial situation. They're on second stage loss bonus. We're third after this one. So that's $2,400 on top of the around 2.3k average they've got. Definitely worth the save. And this is Astralis getting 39 up. With their coach top fragging right now as well. Zonic, who's never really played competitive CSGO, keeping up with a team that just won Katowice.
Yep. Unreal.
Against the second best team in the world.
That's why they're the best team in the world, because even their coach is the best player in the world.
Yeah, we worked it out. That's what you need.
I've cracked the code.
He's top fragging. That's fun. That's so funny. Amazing. Well played.
Wow. With that said, bomb thrown directly outside of the entrance to lobby. Astralis just need 3 rounds to, as you say, literally in this case, steal, or I guess not literally, but you know what I mean, steal the round map away. It is an overused word.
That was one of my pet peeves. That's what I should have said the other day. We got asked that question.
Yeah, your pet peeve was people who rag on UK people in esports, so just about everyone.
Yeah, but the word literally as well is up there.
Yeah, it would literally be annoying. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, that said, they need 3 rounds. And if they're able to pull this off and get the map from Virtus Pro, I mean, I said I didn't care about the rivalry. It's something that they'll be able to laugh at and make fun of, for no doubt. It's so significant for the standings. Neo thinks better of it. He walks out from radio, finds 2, drops the bomb. Yeah, but he's got to go back and try and take him down. He manages it successfully at the start. Bomb sits and wait. They have to pick that up still. And the low HP and a man down. Virtus Pro doing all right in this situation. Both teams' money not ideal. Slightly better for that of Astralis, but not by much. Through the door, Kiabi tagged up. Zipex on 12, Kiabi on 24, flash in. Doesn't even matter, the smoke's there because he walks back and Snacks is able to find him, nail him down. We may have a game on our hands now, Henry.
I think we certainly do. Pasha. X-ray was a bit misleading on my screen. I thought he was going to find him, but he's actually on the other side. It's going to be Zipex saving the AK here. This round not going in favor of Astralis here. As we time the round out, it's going to be Virtus Pro hitting a double digits here. Aggressive play from Neo to start the round off. He actually gets 3 kills in total from that round prone position. That's actually very nicely done from him. Round number 9, 13-10. I didn't think we'd see this sort of scoreline, especially with Astralis in the lead. That's kind of nuts. And in terms of the buy, though, this is where things can start to turn around. It's a weaker buy for Astralis, no all for Zonic, which has been influential. Didn't think I'd be saying that at the start of this series, but he's been great. And then Glaive with the UMP as well, 3 AKs. Pasha, he's taking the ult towards ramp this time. Snacks ready on the squeaky door. standard utility chuck at the start of the round. And it's going to be an initial exchange with Kiabi opening things up. That's a great shot to take down Snacks as well. Pasha trying to recover the situation. Can't spell everything just yet. Maybe has to retreat towards the ramp room.
May have to indeed, Neo. Oh, the timing!
Correct.
Down below on the stairwell, but the shot comes through from Neo. Taz will sit and bubble and wait, drops back down instead. Spots an 8 going through and he'll strike against Glaive, but it's still he and Pasha in a tough situation. Pasha, careful. Goes back to the op. And Taz pulls it back to a 2 versus 2.
This was a full reset round as well, Matt, and it was like a 4-on-2 situation until now. Now it's up to Kiabi. 1 minute remaining, up against Pasha and Taz. Don't have the bomb now, a 1v1. This round does mean everything. There's only $1,400 coming to the CT bank accounts. If Kiabi can do this against Pasha, who's got the AWP and a defuse kit, game on. Astralis could actually pick up the second map.
So smoke plant, Kiabi. He's trying to sit and let Pasha make the play. In fact, he's gone well
what is the play here? Is this with the CZ? He was wasting a lot of time at the top of heaven here. He's got to drop down, ascertain where Kiabi is. He has got a smoke, though. Something to work with there.
Yeah, and I need to hut. He knows he's going to drop in from above. Pasha's got a kit. Oh, he's going to see him. See him drop down. Pasha now knows, but he's going to get on it. He's on it. No, Kiabi. No, and a flash as well. No way. So sick from Pasha.
Did you see why he threw that HE grenade as well? He's trying to bait out that the defuse actually went in. So he dropped a smoke on the bomb. HE grenade. Doesn't touch the bomb, but he's trying to bait out, okay, I might be on it, see if I can get a reaction out of him. And Kiabi gives up the game there at that point. Full defuse comes in, he loses track of the bomb. And we did say as soon as that smoke comes in, there was a chance for Pasha. It was looking very unlikely. And Kiabi, like I said, that was such a big round. If Astralis do that, it's a full reset. They can still just about buy into this round, the bomb going down. 3 AKs, a Tech 9 of the UMP, very similar to the previous one. And towards our side we go once again, and Kiabi trying to rectify mistakes. I think I saw another little lag spike from him there as well, and he found 2 frags, okay. Let's do this again.
That's so sick from Pasha. That could be game-changing. That could be sealing the fate of Astralis. Seems early. There's still lots of opportunity for them to pull it back, but it definitely sways things quite a bit in the Virtus Pro's favor. Meanwhile, Taz gets found by Glaive. It's down to just Bialy, so maybe they do have an answer for it.
Just as
against Bialy. Yep, you're dead right. That's because they pull up around where they absolutely shouldn't, and reset potential, you mentioned it was there.
So this is like pick your poison time now. You've got no money available. Do you force buy into this round and allow Astralis to go match point, not even match point, and try and win 4 in a row? Oh, God, this is tight. So they go for the full eco here. So, yeah, they're going to go to try and win 4 in a row after this one. They have to, really. The force buy would have given them, like, UMPs and 5-7s. So, Astralis will get match point. I said that with bated breath. There's been some clumsy rounds from them. But this looks like one that's going to be a done deal as Dupree opens things up. Neo, silent USP, chance to get Norzonic down. Manages to nail it as well. Upgrades to a P250 this time.
P250. Bialy. Ooh, position. Tries to make do. Tag up on Kiabi. Information relayed to Taz. He's in a tough position. Flashes himself back out. Still in a tough position, but low enough. It may not matter. He'll find the shot. 15 for Astralis. They may do this, Henry.
I would say this is the chance to do it right here, right now. Round number 12. Shotguns, scouts, 2 shotguns, and a UMP. Full buy for Astralis. Matthew, this would be such a huge upset. This would be crazy. Just to the storylines, like, obviously, Astralis winning a map usually wouldn't be a big deal, but the fact they're playing with Zonic as well, they've performed with him in the past, they've got legendary status at the major when Dupree was ill. They do it here again in Pro League, that would just be nuts.
That would be huge. That'd be ridiculous, to be completely honest with you. Especially everything, all these circumstances. Virtus Pro, what is that round though? Forced into it, Taz on the shotgun, and the UMPs. You can't even keep up with the action. That was one of the fastest gun rounds I've ever seen.
Here's a little replay of what Kiabi was up to outside after losing that 1v1. Oh my God, that was nuts. It's amazing stuff from him. So you can see why Astralis rushed towards up, but we normally talk about that being viable in this version of Nuke because the CTs can't go above the squeaky door, rushing up and out when especially if you nade out the door. You'd think you have the advantage there, but somehow Virtus Pro hold on. They always seem to. And now they're starting to get weaponry back in their favor. 2-3, losing that frag as well. It's actually starting to look a little bit disappointing as Snacks. He chimes in. Kiabi getting one back as well. He's trying to single-handedly win the rounds for his team at this point. 3-on-2, still a chance. Zipex, though, he's down to 19 HP.
Down to 19, indeed. Kiabi. He's got to do, I mean, imagine that's how they pull this back. He's got to do this. Gives himself up. Snacks. He's able to spot him. Zipex is going to try and come back the same direction at outer. Make amends for the play lost by his teammate, but gives himself up. And Virtus Pro find round 13.
Yeah, this is going to overtime now. We'll have a look at the money available for Astralis. It's going to be Zipex with enough to get the AK out. Dupree's already purchased one. Are they fully investing into this round if they want to try and just end it in round number 30? So it looks like it's the latter of the options. So they'll partially buy into this one. Dupree with the AK, some Tech 9s here, try and cause some damage to the economy, and I would say overtime very likely at this point. That was the round, the upper rush with the Max 7s against the Scouts and the UMPs. Wasn't meant to be, though. As we get into number 14, the Eagles of the Danes are very deadly indeed, and Dupree trying to kick things off there. Spot Snacks, and there we go. He's got the AK-47 and manages to find the first frag, and Neo up against him now. One round will do it. They've got the man advantage for now.
Man advantage for now. Imagine this goes to overtime and Astralis let it slip away. After building up it correctly as well, that it would be such a massive upset for them. Dupe. Wait outside by the AC. All things wait for Astralis, the single AK in the hands of Dupree. With it all to do as well. Neo falls back, down goes that single AK as well as Glaive. So not idyllic for Astralis.
Still within a shot of the round though, 45 seconds remaining, but Neo, he's pulled it back in their favor. What's the final player? They have a smoke and Molotov. Sonic, he manages to get a great headshot there, and another opening for the Danes here. Surely not enough back there.
Well, Sonic can't find the opening. Now they know exactly where Taz is. Kiabi's got it down to 1v2, you know. And the bomb is down. He can grab this. There's no one to strike immediately. They're going to rotate. Oh, his leg spikes. Imagine that's how it goes. Thankfully, it's gone when no one's peeking, but the nade does it from Pasha.
Well, all roads lead here for Astralis. If they go to overtime, I think they'll be done for, but we'll see whether they can actually finish things off here in round number 30. They had 4 match points, but against the Shotguns and the Scouts, they couldn't finish it off with the upper rush. They get 5 AKs here. Have a look at the scoreboard quickly. And Zonic, he's not top rank anymore. It's going to be Dupree, but still keeping up with the very best of them. He's got 23 kills, so that's up to him. Very impressive indeed. Passes towards the ramp from the AWP. Kiabi looking to maybe dive down the vents here. The Black Fangs come in. Trying to bait out some utility at this point as they go towards that ramp room. Pasha has to fall back. This is the right move to make. He's overcommitted a couple of times towards this area, but now the T's have got control of ramp, and that's quite an easy shot with Pasha. Well done by him, and he hits the second as well. Maybe the third. We're going to overtime by the looks of things. 4-on-2.
I would say we certainly are. VP pulling it back. A 4 versus 2 indeed. Kiabi and Glaive. Astralis opportunity missed. They still have to fight on in this. Can't even pull this back down to 1. I'd say opportunity missed indeed. We go to overtime. Kiabi has no bomb, has no life. Well, he has the life, but not in the game. He's dead in the game, Henry.
Overtime comes in, and that's going to be disappointing for Astralis. Like I said, that was their chance to actually pull things off there. We're going to get straight into it. There's no break here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final game of this evening, and if you are just joining us and wondering what the hell is going on, yes, Zonic is playing, and yes, he is doing very well indeed. Astralis somehow have taken Virtus Pro to overtime here in the Pro League. It's Nuke, a map that's very good in Virtus Pro as well, and Astralis actually had a chance to win this, almost quite convincing as well. I think it was 15-11 at one point as well, up against almost no money at all. But Virtus Pro, they never give in those situations. They are the kings of the comeback, and they were going to overtime here, 10k MR3, and if you do not swap halves, Virtus Pro will be remaining on the CT side, and I would say at this point, once they get their money established once again, they're going to pick this up. That's my guessing anyway. I think it was quite a romantic storyline that Astralis might have done it, but wasn't meant to be in the end.
No, I agree. Not meant to be at all. But can Astralis do it again? Do we swap over to CT and see Zonic try and hold outside the same way with the op, or are they going to finally figure that out? I think VP wakes up and says, okay, no more playing around, and they take no chances.
To be fair, like the rounds Astralis are winning, right? They just had Kiabi running outside and
it wasn't like VP was ready for it.
Yeah, so like that's something that's going to happen. You just have to say, right, well, we haven't really got the tactics to fall back onto here. The defaults aren't going to be as crisp. Kiabi, you're in great form right now. Do you want to try and pop some heads outside?
That's my point as well, though. Is that when you think Virtus.pro just says, no, let's sit back and play a more tactical game? That's why I think getting to overtime, I don't know if Astralis can pull this off.
I don't think it's possible at this point. That was their chance, unfortunately.
I always say VP as well because of the way they play. Sometimes they start slow. Every time they go to overtime, I mean, they're not 100% overtime. They've lost games in overtime. But I always think they're the scariest team to go against because they're always capable of...
They always,
yeah, I mean, when's the plow going to start, right? That's the meme.
That's the thing, right? So that's when they get really fired up, when they can make a huge comeback, and then it's like, okay, now let's just finish it off. We made a few mistakes there, some poor rounds, but everyone seems to be hitting their shots after that big one we got with the shotguns and the SMGs.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think I had the 60-second mark a little while ago, so we should be getting straight back into this one momentarily. Virtus.pro will be starting on the CT side, and everyone gets 10K. CT side money can be a little bit difficult to manage. Obviously, well, I think it might be 16K. I'm not 100% sure.
Ooh, good question. I know we switched to 16K at DreamHack, but we didn't have Dust 2, which was the issue with it. I think Pro League, I'll tell you in 2 seconds. So we'll see if it does. I mean, that was one of the cool things with Dust 2. I mean, I personally, look, it became a feature of the map, so it's kind of hard to see it leave. It's classic. Shooting down middle, but it's, yeah, okay. It's something that, honestly, I could see Valve taking out of it. I kind of hope they don't because it is so classic, but at the same time, I could see it being an option for something that they want to fix on that map. It was the inherent issue with the 16K because you could buy auto snipers and snipers and not get punished for it, so that's why in overtime it wasn't ideal, but it looks like we're underway.
Zipex with the AWP this time. Zonic's had enough. I guess Zipex had a good spawn. Maybe he wants to go towards ramp or the squeaky door. Ramp it will be. Trying to challenge Pasha, who has had that weapon in areas before, but smoked out. He might give it back to Zonic at this point. I'm not 100% sure. It's not like he's the main AWP of this team. He's just doing it out of necessity. Towards outside, the Dupree goes very quickly. Snack's not challenging towards outside. He's actually towards the secret steps, but Zonic was quite an interesting duel. And Neo locking things down. Quite crisp there with the M4A4.
Crisp indeed. Zonic. Hold off toward the garage with the AK. We mentioned it. At the op, they know they've given up ramp, so Zonic is expecting a push all the way around, so he wants to hold that position instead. And if he catches them by doing this, if he continues to push up, and the fact that they've not elected to push ramp and catch them off, massive, oh, the spray was there. He hit the first bullet, but couldn't close it. Thankfully, Kiabi's nearby, so they do retain the advantage at the outer position. Kiabi, Molotov's in behind the door to make sure that's clear. Pre-fires toward Bialy. He's very near right about his position, and Bialy thinks, that's a little bit too close. I'm going to relocate, but Kiabi, he's going to try and continue to take the fight.
Bialy commits, takes down Glaive and Pasha in a great position here to find a frag on Zipex as well. Not known to be an AWPer. That's going to be a bit of a tall order to hit that sort of shot. 4-on-1 now, and Kiabi, not really much he can do apart from cause financial strain towards Virtus.pro here. His first kill, protects the position now. Pasha, going to say once again, doesn't have to overcommit to that one. He goes down.
And financial strain won't matter in overtime if they win anyway, so. If it's going to be Kiabi to do anything, he's got to go now.
He's still lagging there, of course.
Yep, just got another one. It's incredible how well he's playing, considering.
They've got their coach playing and him lagging out for like 3 seconds at a time. They're still
in overtime.
Overtime against VP. That's kind of nuts. You can see, like, it's actually not like lag is happening once every...
No, it's quite
10 minutes.
Frequent.
It's actually happening once every other round.
Yeah, it's quite frequent. It's every 3 minutes or so. Packet loss, or really I'm not sure the technical term. I would assume it's... maybe not. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know about that. That was what I used to say, is just, oh, I'm losing packets.
Just drop it in.
Yeah, sounds smart, right? What's your insert, bro? Change your rates. All right, kid, you're not good. Stop talking about 1.6. This is CSGO.
Dupree gets the first frag, and Zaz trying to strike back towards that lobby room. He certainly does. He takes down Zipex. And it was a nice shot from Dupree to open things up, and Zonic's gone down to 16 HP. So Dupree, though, they have information that he's here. They don't seem to. And he's shooting a hook instead of a player. So that's going to give him up. But
you know, I don't like to hang my coat up.
Yeah.
Hooks are a waste of space in this world, and I would shoot them too.
I think he thought those little booties of a CT player on top of the hut there.
Oh, booties. I like booty.
Yeah.
Good pick. Kiarbi, that's decent to get back toward the lobby as well because it gives them back that position to work with on the map. Snacks knows they've got outside, but he's peculiarly looking both directions and wondering why no one's shown from there yet. Dupree has shown excellent patience. Man advantage for Astralis to bring this back, 16-16. Hot match of the week has an interesting storyline, a plot, and a twist. But it certainly is hot indeed as we hit overtime.
Oh, Snacks pulls on back. That's a great bit of awareness from him. Dupree, like we said, gave his position away by shooting to what he thought was CT's foot. 3-on-3 now, 25 seconds remaining. They have to go towards lower. They've got smokes, though, which is a good thing. Smoke the lower bomb site, maybe even out of the squeaky door itself. For Pasha, okay, then this is like the perfect position to shut it down. He even commit early as soon as he can detect them going down and just try and cause a bit of chaos. There it is, perfect. That's all he had to do. Deny the fun as well. Might as well keep challenging at this point. It's overtime. Doesn't really matter if he loses the round guaranteed. Don't give him a chance to plant at this point. 5 seconds remaining. That's going to be it. No plant coming in. You can't plant, Sonic. Back. All good.
Well, that means 2 in a row for VP. 17-15, and save may have to come in. Zonic needs to stay alive. Does keep the op up. That's significant because the op would be out of reach otherwise. They're not well off. They'll grab AKs where they can, but look at Zipex's money. In the bin.
Yes, indeed.
As Jason would say.
As Jason would say, it's in the bin. 3 orbs on the CD side of Nuke. I'm not a fan, but VPR, Pasha, Neo, Snacks, all very good at the AWP. It's just not great on Nuke, but what do I know? Because Snacks is opening up the fragging, taking down Dupree. Headshot, of course, as well. And it's a 5-on-4 just like that, but Vex tries to return the favor with the AK-47.
Tries to. Kiarbi looking in. Damage done. Bialy. Still in this but with 24.
This is a rough scenario. 2 players out squeaky door, 1 in main entrance, bomb down. Smoked out as well. That's the AWP out of the situation.
Well, it's Taz to fire into the window, makes it work. Second peek. Zipex is the one that he finds. What else can he possibly get from this?
Hello.
Because suddenly, Zonic, all right, Taz still sneaking through, has the AWP. He's now the last alive. This could be a 3-sweep for Virtus Pro. This is what we talked about. They aren't going to make the same mistakes in overtime. They get the economy rolling, and it's 18-15 map point Virtus Pro.
Yeah, as we kind of built up in the pre-overtime there, this was to be expected. Astralis certainly peaked in regulation time. It was on a great performance there, and VP looking a little bit flat. As soon as you get to overtime, though, that's when they kind of change things up. They start rectifying their mistakes. They get a 3-0. I'm going to say right now, that's going to be the GG, but you never know. There's no reason why they can't get 3-0 themselves. Astralis managed to get 10-5 in the first half on their CT side. But it's a tall order.
It's true. It's a very tall order. I will agree with that. There's no mistruth in that sentiment. And Astralis, they would have loved to have won this. With these circumstances, that's a massive bonus, let's be honest.
Okay. Splitting the series with VP, when you have your coach playing, 1 player lagging, that's amazing. I'm sure they weren't expecting that, but now it doesn't look so possible. They were 15-11 at one point, but they've dropped off here in overtime. We should be getting into it momentarily. So, the options to the CTs here. Don't really want to go double up to kick things off in overtime because that's strongly limits your money and Nuke anyway for reasons I've already stated. Astralis don't really have a secondary AWP, generally speaking. They only have Device, and Zonic's filling the role pretty well, to be fair, but double AWP setup not really advisable in this scenario. And we'll see whether Zonic wants to go towards Secret Steps. We saw that from him. And just giving himself advantageous angles. Just hold a position, pull the trigger if a terrorist runs into it, and fall back. That's been his objective, and he's been doing it very well. Hasn't had to be too flashy or anything. And I think we're probably waiting because Kiarbi probably desperately trying to do whatever he can for his connection. But
yeah, that's. I mean, good luck, sir. I hope the best. I wish nothing but the best for you, too. Don't forget me when I'm not lagging. I don't know the words to that song.
Right.
But it should be underway anytime. Context of the season, Astralis isn't in a bad way. There's lots of teams that are struggling worse off. I think they'll be fine to make it to the finals.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams in worse positions. Have NIP
much worse.
played today? Have they got a map yet? I think I saw them on the ticker.
I think NIP does play. They play this week for sure. I think they only play one. I think it's tomorrow, actually.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I think they play. And who do they play? I know. Oh, they play FaZe.
That's right.
And
That's
it's not an easy one.
Yeah.
Because Nico could be out to get them.
Another 0-2. Make them 0-6.
I think they're out. I mean, that's the thing. They're only 0-4. There's a chance they make it through. I just don't see it.
Anyway, let's get into it, shall we? It's the second half of overtime. It's going to be the Pasha biceps, and the same story for Zonic as well. We'll be interested to see where he goes. He's going towards those secret sets. It might be a little bit too late. The fast play in the terror towards Alta, and Bialy looking at that first frag, takes down Glaive. This is very fast indeed, and Zonic, he is left looking at 6s and 7s. Can't really do much about this situation. He has to hold towards Secret now. Zipex does find Neo, so there's a chance as Kiabi rotates that down towards the ladder.
Snacks has made his way into ramp. Good position, habit bomb. Smoked off. Dupree to hold it. Bialy's got Kiabi down. Dupree, he wants to push through on this, which is a bit surprising, to be fair. Works out though. Taz goes down. Dupree finds what he needs from the kill.
3-on-2 for now. Bialy and Snacks. Some of the best clutches the game has to offer, but Zonic still has his AWP. Bomb down towards main entrance, and he's patrolling from Secret as well, but gives his position away, I would say, at this point by throwing that HE grenade. And Snacks knows it. That was quite a poor decision from Zonic. That HE grenade was not worth it. Like, he just gave his position up straight away, and potentially his frag as well.
Snacks, meanwhile, tries to get out on top of the hut roof. Bialy, good shot. Dupree goes down. It's on to Zipix. They pulled it back. And Virtus Pro might sweep the overtime. Zipix, clutch master. I hate giving someone that moniker because as soon as you do, it seems they start to fall short. And that seems to be the case here, matey, because a nade goes in and down goes Zipix.
Unfortunate for Astralis there. At one point, they had 4 match points in the bag. It was a force by with shotguns and scouts and denies their victory here on Nuke. I'm going to say well played to Zonic. All things considered, the storylines going into this one is VP were going to crush them. They managed to take them to overtime. It is going to be 2-0 in favor of Virtus Pro, but I think they'll be reasonably happy with that. I guess happy may be the wrong word. I guess they're like, okay, we gave it our best shot.
Yeah, I think shocks or screams a better word.
Sorry, what?
You said happy.
Oh,
I said
right,
shocks.
okay.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
All right. My jokes are amazing. Speaking of jokes that are amazing, Moses.
On fire today, Matthew, as always. Entirely on fire. Well, the hot match of the week actually lives up to the billing, and at least on Nuke, we get overtime. We get some fun with it, and Zonic is a monster. He's back.
Well,
kind of.
Well,
he had a good performance.
He really did. Everyone kind of got a little surprised at the major, and there was a couple of those rounds on the pistols. There was like, oh, maybe there's something, and they obviously fade away. But no, he had a really good game here. Good for him, but didn't really equate to much more than that.
Yeah, you feel like they got just what they bargained. I mean, here's the thing. We saw the tweet after Katowice of Taz saying, best of ones, blah, 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 wasn't happy with him. If you give him a best of one online against stand-in as well, I think he's going to tilt his face off if they lost that one.
Yes.
His face off.
Yeah, I would say they'd be upset if they lost that game, but at the same time, the Astralis guys, they performed pretty well, and like we said, they had a much better CT side. They won 10 rounds. They weren't able to exploit Zonic outside, and they actually plugged and played. Like, he was the Daddy Orper. It was interesting to see.
Very strange.
He was doing a good job. He wasn't like a menace, but he was finding a frag and delaying and doing decent. And what's going to happen is, though, across the board, there's going to become a lot of holes, and it's very difficult to fill those holes. You only have so many members.
Yes.
Nothing like a member to fill the hole, Chad?
This has gone off the rails.
That wasn't intentional.
Yeah. It just kind of starts coming out. You don't really know how to stop, do you?
No.
don't just look away
let's
now,
dwell
Chad.
on that one as you look sheepish. Yeah, that seemed to be the struggle, and obviously towards. I mean, they even had an advantage. That's the crazy part. Is at the end of that match, like Henry just said, they had 4 match points to lose on a force by there. So close, but no cigar. Virtus Pro take both maps tonight, and that puts them a little bit better. These are the results of the day. In case you guys missed anything earlier, a pair of solid games out of North. Digs that hole a little bit deeper for G2. It's not sure, we're not certain if they're going to be able to recover. Virtus Pro taking both maps tonight. The second one on Nuka we just saw, a little bit tougher than probably we would have expected it to be, all things considered. Device out at the moment. These are your standings in North America. As we said, Virtus Pro jumping up towards...
We're in Europe, mate.
Europe, sorry. It's late. Overtime.
It is late.
Overtime at this point of the
Yeah.
night is a little bit rough. Virtus Pro jumping up to second place. North there in first place. They're 4-0. That was the big thing. Is like they were down on the standings just because they hadn't played as many games. But now that they're catching up, we're going to see them rise obviously to the top, to the stars. NIP at the bottom. G2 at the bottom. Hopefully Astralis can recover from this.
You're doing well if you want to fill Alex's shoes. We need you to make more puns when you talk about it.
He does do the to the stars things. I'm glad you brought that up. I'll keep an eye on that. I'll make that might be my only one.
Okay. You don't want to do like the roar of North, the Lions?
No.
Yep.
No, not really.
Not feeling that.
This is going to be tomorrow. Mouse Sports versus Kingwood. We're going to have 2 matches there, Nuke and Cobble, as you can see. The new LDLC logo looking glorious as ever, going up against Astralis. I'm not going to say it. And then the secondary stream also has NIP versus Fnatic and Hellraisers versus Virtus Pro. So the Swedish derby over there on the other side.
Yeah, NIP desperate at this point for anything. They definitely need to get going in the Pro League now.
And here's tonight. If you want to watch more Counter-Strike, if you're going to stay up late in Europe, or if you're in North America and you just ended this broadcast, we're going to get CLG versus Misfits, and then we're going to get Selfless versus Team Liquid.
The one Australian hope left, Ricky, he's gone to CLG. That's
Yeah, your boy.
better win-loss than Renegades or Winter Fox, so maybe he can get something done.
Yeah, that would be cool to see, wouldn't it? Him and my boy Kusta are going to challenge each other for that op role. That'll be fun to see. Having Kusta on a team that has op discrepancies and who's going to be the opper has never gone bad.
Yeah, it goes
it's never
really well.
Never gone bad. Yeah, so stay tuned for those North American matches. Those are going to be very, very cool. Once again, thank you for tuning into the broadcast tonight over here in Europe. It was some good shows. The hot match of the week was this evening. We've had Sponge making some funny jokes all evening. It's just been a riot. We're all happy to have you for the whole evening. So yeah, check out those North American games. They'll be coming up shortly, and come in tomorrow on both streams, 2 streams that we have going on. More double action. So we'll see you tomorrow night. I'm gonna get out of here. Have a good evening.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kingwood, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0 against Kingwood, beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.